Welcome to day number 2 of the Bang Seng Grand Prix in terms of the Thailand Super Series coverage here on the English YouTube channel. Scott Rankin and Dan Yeaman up in the commentary booth for another day of exciting action. Yesterday we had an absolute blast, banger. Really thoroughly enjoyed ourselves, Dan. That was the big thing. I think just about everyone you saw climbing into a car, grin on their face, waving, flapping about. It was just awesome to watch. Today, another round of action. What did the drivers get up to overnight, Dan? Any thoughts?
Well, we got a chance, obviously, having some of our people on the ground who have been able to give some extra information. The fact is that, for say, example, B-Quik Absolute Racing, after one of their time at Supercar GT3 cars, unfortunately sustained some heavy damage. That team was, for example, up late last night. I think we got a message at about, it would have been about 9 p.m. local time. They were still working on the car. I think even as late as midnight local time in Thailand, we heard that the team was still getting that car fixed up and ready to go because they have one more race this afternoon. So that's one side of the equation, I think. On the other side, of course, you'll have drivers and teams who didn't have to worry about that, and hopefully were able to enjoy themselves a bit for the evening and get settled in and then get set to go again today.
Yep, so team dinners, that's all part and parcel of the parcel. Everyone goes out, enjoys themselves a little bit. It's, celebrate the Bang Seng Grand Prix. That is what it's all about. Celebrate racing, celebrate race car drivers. Update if you're listening in and wanting to know more about our GT3 entries that we'll be seeing much, much later this afternoon. That 25 car was in big strife after that race. The hit was probably a little bit worse than we expected. However, they've managed to piece that car back together. They've done a fairly extensive rebuild to multiple sections of the car that will be participating in this afternoon's GT3 races. At the moment, we've got the Super Eco cars forming up onto the dummy grid and getting ready for them at the moment. And yeah, that shot right there. Look how many hands are in at that B-Quik Racing team car. I mean, the damage was extensive. It was a big hit, Dan. We said that straight away, but I think, yeah, still bigger than what we thought.
They were busy, all hands on deck to try and get that 25 back out. But yeah, as far as we've been told, good news is that they will be up and running and able to get back into the race later on this afternoon. Of course, plenty of action to come first. In saying, we said this afternoon, for us it's afternoon, 3 hours ahead of the local time in Bang Sen and Thailand, but it's just on 11 a.m. Local time, as we see here. The grid walk beginning here for our Thailand Super Eco category. I think we take this, guys. You think of the super compact racing that we saw yesterday, Scott, and then just trim it down a little bit more here into cars such as Suzuki Swift, which actually is extremely popular, as well as the Honda Brio. Now, that's a car model that we don't have in Australia, but I'm going to presume around that Suzuki Swift size. There is a Toyota Yaris in there as well, so to give you an idea of what kind of cars we're looking at for this race today.
Yeah, so it's basically just going to be your ultra compact, really light on terms of the engine capacity. What that means is closer racing yet again. We've seen nothing but chaos thus far. In terms of race schedules, I was actually hanging out and just sort of enjoying the Toyota Hilux one-make race. There was actually fans already at the track enjoying that earlier on today. For Australian fans, you'll know that as the Super Utes that we do get out here, which is a whole bunch of different manufacturers of their straight-to-road dual-cab Utes with everything in the back, not your Triton sort of levels. It's more the ones with the closed-in tray. The action was about as you'd expect on the tight confines of the Bongsen Grand Prix circuit, but now, like we said, we're moving on to Super Eco at this point in time, and working our way up and down the grid. And it's again small engine capacity cars. It's that run out of turn 2 that I think we're all worried about, Dan.
Well, yeah, we saw that a little bit in some of our in not so much the super compact, but in some of the Toyota one-make races yesterday, it did look like the cars were struggling a lot, and I get the feeling we might see that again, but we'll have to wait and see. Fingers crossed. But all the same, it makes for close, tight racing, and that, in many respects, is always a good thing for us and for what we're hoping to show here, because it makes that run a little interesting up to turn 6. If you missed the coverage yesterday, if you might not know what the deal is here with the Bang Sen Street Circuit, we basically have a hairpin so tight that we need to have a permanent yellow flag up in the first sector, which means that once they come off that first left-hand turn 2, they have to sort of sort themselves out before they get up there and go single file, because we have seen a couple of drivers try too wide on the way up. They can do that, but then they have to get in line and sort themselves out before they hit that yellow flag zone.
So the benefit is I've actually just been handed just digging through. We were talking yesterday. We wanted to know a little bit more about what goes on. I've been handed actually the 3-page document that is the driver information notes and further regulations, as it was updated actually yesterday prior to racing going started. There will be the reconnaissance lap that was previously originally scheduled was removed. So that means that warm-up, that formation lap that they do the grid is the only one that they receive. Rolling start procedure, they must form up at 2x2 from turn 18, which is the first of the left-handers. Lead car must remain at the speed set by the pace car. The vehicles must proceed through the grid boxes on the prospective sides of the track. And then no vehicles allowed to accelerate until the red lights have actually been extinguished. And once those red lights go off, they will be allowed to go green. So that's rolling start procedures. I believe we've got a rolling start procedure here for the Super Ecos. Might be a standing start, actually. We'll have to get back to... is a standing start. Indeed, is a standing start, so that's out of the picture. But it's always important. I love digging through the nitty-gritty, Dan. You've run, obviously, some your own simulated series and whatnot. But it's important to get all the basics right, and the driver information and getting that information to the drivers is actually incredibly important as well.
Yeah, without a doubt, making sure everyone's on the same page, has everything that they need to follow the procedure correctly is important. Yeah. So as you point out, Super Eco here in about 5-10 minutes time will be standing start race. That's followed by the first of our Super Pickup races, which is just for the Class C drivers. That's also standing start. Then we get into a rolling start race with the second and final race of the weekend for Thailand Supercar GTC. Then that's all 3 short races to get things underway today. Then we get into some of our longer stuff. We've got Supercar GTM and GT4 combined coming up in about 2 hours, or almost 3 hours time for that one with another 1 hour long race for their part of the weekend to wrap things up. So yeah, it's going to be interesting. One of the things I'll say is another hot day it seems in Bang Seng, and no surprises there because look at that there on the chest of one of our drivers here, whilst in the car, big old fan to try and stay a little bit cooler, and that he's sitting inside a closed cabin.
I did something stupid again, Dan. I've opened up the weather radar, which means I've automatically scared all the rain away. Yeah, there's no rain.
I'm not touching that today for a good reason.
Well, no rain again. We were scheduled to get thunderstorms and rain for part of the weekend at the circuit. Still has not materialized. There were reports that were spots within the fringes of Bang Seng, but not down on the beach itself. All that rain has stayed away, and it looks like we are clear for at least the next hour and a half. There will be no storms, and it doesn't look like there's much rain sort of circling about in the area. We might get some more of that. Again, scheduled potentially was earlier this morning, but turning breezy this afternoon, no rain this afternoon. So there you go. Based upon the early reports, Dan, no rain. It's all been scared off. Whatever's on the track now is starting conditions for the race and starting conditions for the day, and only going to improve from there.
Yeah, I'm looking at apparently latest weather values, 30 degrees Celsius air temperature at the track at about 10 minutes ago or thereabouts. That put the humidity at around 77%, though, which means that apparently what it feels like is more like 38 degrees Celsius. Now, if I actually didn't know, we actually have someone from the US in our chat, so actually I want to see if I can throw those numbers into a bit of Celsius to Fahrenheit conversion. So air temperature right now, 30 degrees Celsius, is 86 degrees Fahrenheit currently, or thereabouts, down at the circuit. But if it feeling like 38 degrees thanks to the humidity, and that's in the open air, we're talking about feeling roughly like it's 100 degrees down at Bang Seng today. Drivers in these cars probably add another, 5 degrees, Scott? Given that they're
you'd have more than that. Yeah, it'd be more 5 to 10 degrees because they're feeding.
Let's go 10 degrees and conservative. So say it's a 48 degree car cabin. Once they get going and they shut the doors, you're talking just over 118 degrees Fahrenheit potentially in the cars for vehicles here like the Super Eco today.
Well, also add into that the humidity factor. Yesterday, the humidity for bulk of the day was up above 80%. So today it's a lot more comfortable 48%, and boy am I glad I moved away from the seaside. I know it's about zero out where I am, but yeah, keep me away from the humidity. These drivers are definitely going to be struggling. We're going to be talking humidity, fatigue, all those sorts of bits and pieces. Remember, GT3's not until late on this afternoon, so weather conditions still set to change. And in the meantime, we've got 3 short races coming your way back to back to back. It's the Thailand Super Eco, the Thailand Super Pickup, and the Supercar GTC. So we'll have 2 10-lap races and then a 12-lap race. Standing starts for both the Eco and the Pickup. And Dan, you still haven't seen the Super Pickups in action as of yet. So
I haven't. That's true. And you've been telling me and suggesting it's going to be one of the crazier races of the weekend. And well, I can believe it given the fact we're talking about pickup trucks, or what we would call utes. Well, actually, we'd almost kind of call them. They're halfway between what we would classically call a ute and an actual pickup truck.
Well, you wait until you see the wings that are on the trays or something, the deck lids on some of these.
I have seen tiny bits and pieces with some of the graphics. For example, at the end of the broadcast yesterday, as we're doing we received the closing graphics from the Thai production feed that we actually still use for this English broadcast. All of the camera work and switching and work, that's all done by the local team in Thailand. We're just providing basically an English dub over the top of things, with a couple of extra things, thanks to some of the English interviews for those who saw things yesterday. But we've got, thankfully, thanks to Daniel Bilski, who's at Bang Seng with B-Quik Absolute Racing. Some English interviews from a couple of drivers and personnel down and around the circuit, as well as a hot lap guide, which we hopefully will bring out at some point later on today. For those who aren't entirely familiar with the Bang Seng Grand Prix circuit, is very unique in many respects, a street circuit to its core, through and through. But yeah, serious Macau vibes is what I would say you can look forward to if you don't know what's coming up in, hopefully, just a couple minutes time. It looks like drivers getting their final preparations ready here as they're getting set to head out onto the track. Well, hopefully here we'll see the 1 minute's boards and signs shortly, but you can see air blowers still going. Keep the drivers as cool as possible here.
So far, ladies and gentlemen, there have been 22 entries into the Thailand Super Eco class overall driver standings, and the Class C standings had, I believe, 17 driver contained within them. So we're looking at 23 sort of drivers within the points. At the moment, the 56, which is Chenaknun Nunt Manop, was leading the driver standings with 57 points over second place Athapong in the 35 of Komtong, 53 points. 52 points was back to third place, was the 95 entry of Dunawat Ruakatachai. So very, very close in terms of the driver standings as well. And that's after 5 races thus far. So that's including the race that we've already had as part of the coverage so far this weekend. So race number 6, which will bring us to the end of round number 3, of that is going to be exceptionally tight. And there's only 2 races left in that season as well. So the battle for the top 3 is on. It's only another 6 points back to our 4th place driver. And then it sort of spreads out a fair bit. So it's been pretty well dominated by the 56, the 35, and the 95. So getting through, and indeed 95 perfectly timed on screen right there, was Danawat Warakachai. So it's tied at the top, Dan, and Danawat's not qualified well by the look of that. That's a long, long way down the order.
Yeah, I'm just quickly getting up the latest drivers' standings, which includes this weekend, so I can refer to them as well and make sure we've given you a good sense of what the game is here overall, as it looks like indeed our Super Eco field will begin to head out on their formation lap, get a lap here to make sure they're seeing what the track looks like today, and then get ready to go racing as they'll head on out of this. This is very unique pit lane, which you don't see in many categories other than, say, Formula E back in the day at some of their street circuits. But yeah, come in one side of a double apex hairpin, pass by the pit stalls, do a U-turn, and then turn around and head straight back out on the other half of the hairpin. Thanks back here as we see a confirmation for all the drivers that we are on the formation lap as they'll start working their hand-cooked tyres and cars to get a little bit of temperature in before we get racing. Good to see also, Scott. We're going to have a couple of onboards perhaps during the course of this race here. The number 95, it looks like we're there with, that's going to be in the hands of Danawat, one of the Honda Brios, racing in this series. And yeah, also incredibly long names and such. But yeah, one of the Insane Motorsport entries. But like, yeah, Unity, Extum, Ruptha. Yeah, I'm not even, yeah. We'll just go with the Insane Motorsport part at the end because it does mention that, and that's quite readable. But here comes the grid formation. 23 cars starting the Thailand Super Eco race today, Scott, and getting through them all is going to well, be a mouthful, but we'll certainly give it a crack here. First of all, though, look at the Bunsen Street Circuit map. 20 corners and just under, well, 3.74 kilometers in length to be precise. Yeah, a pretty crazy but pretty special mix of a track here.
Yeah, and it's difficult in these cars as well, trying to wind those engines back up. The long run down to turn number 1 and have a look at the difference between the finish line and where the start line is. Get down there into turn number 1. It's a right-hander. It goes the way you want to hug the wall as much as possible on a fast lap all the way over to the right-hand side. A look at the Hankook official tyres for the Super Ecos and the Super Pickup. That's all the information that you want there. Hankook's been offering the latest in innovations in terms of grip available to the drivers this weekend, and we thank them for their support that's been making things possible. We'll support B-Quik. Race number 6. We're getting ready to go racing, and ladies and gentlemen, have a look at the beautiful aerial shots of the Bang Sen region. It's Visit Pong that's going to take out the pole position for this one, off alongside number 19 of Bandit. Chenakun is in 3rd, and one of the other drivers there in 4th, Shinovich and Athapong. Padawi and Akarachai in 8th position. Adapon and Akanit, 9th and 10th. Kevin and Furipat, 11th and 12th. As they'll cut away.
13th place for Piranat and Tatapond in 14th position alongside him. Ekarat and Sitavi in 15th and 16th to start this race off. Yacht and Sirikran, 17th and 18th. Yeah, Pruktanat and Dunawat down in 19th and 20th. 21st Tyafol, 22nd for Runchit, and 23rd for Hayden. As that rounds out the field. 3 different classes as well, as we can see there initially on the bottom of your screen. Green car numbers denote drivers that are competing for the Eco class in overall division. Class C Plus will be denoted by orange numbers here on the cars, or it's almost a little red from this camera angle and exposure. And then Eco Class C with the bright pink car numbers. So we do have a couple of races within the races, but to put it all in perspective, it's actually an Eco C Plus car that's sitting on pole position for this one, Scott. And we actually have only 3 of our overall Eco cars towards the front of the field. 3 of them are right down towards the back in Danawat in 20th place, Tyafol in 21st, and Hayden in 23rd. So this is going to be interesting to see at least. And actually saying that, we've only got 1 driver on the grid today for this 6th race of the Super Eco season that is running in the Class C, according to our timing screens, as drivers about to make their way into their starting positions, and not too long until we go racing here today.
Yeah, that's it. They're all going to file down in. What are the points going to look like at the end of this one? The 95 machine of Danawat is high on the points. He's got a lot to do today to get himself back in this one. He's 1 point away from moving, 2 points away from moving himself clear into 2nd place, but he's going to need to outscore them over the 35, which is positioned all the way up in 6th place. It's a long, long way for him to climb. The 56, which is our points leader, sitting in 3rd position at the moment, but they're settled on the grid. The first race that we're bringing you today, we will go green flag from the back of the field in just a moment, just double checking everyone's lined up and in position. And indeed, green flag has been displayed. We'll get to the 5 lights. At 5 lights, they'll come off, and we'll be underway on the run down to turn number 1. The shortened run to turn number 1. 5 lights are on. 5 lights are about to go off. We're underway, and the 55 machine's got a terrible getaway. There's somebody in the middle of the pack that's gone absolutely nowhere, and everyone manages to get away from that one. So stalled car does not hold us back from getting underway down to turn number 1. Down the inside goes the 19 machines. Managed to get a jump. It's the 26 machine of Adapon Kurusa that's not managed to get away, and they've managed to finally feed their way down into turn number 1. We've got to keep our eyes on where are our championship hopefuls, where are our series leaders. It's a huge accident. Car heavily in the barrier on the left-hand side. He is shot off the exit of turn 2.
Up in the wall. They're riding up into the wall, it seems to, on the exit of turn 2. I think you see the car in the background there starting. It's still moving. So I think we'll be able to continue on and it'll be okay here. But it's Bandit in that Suzuki Swift, number 19. One of our Vitana, the Fortron racing team by Vitana Motorsport entry that leads the field round turn 6 for the first time here today as we get going. Gets the jump ahead of Visit Pong in that number 7, who's dropped back into 7th place as they'll fly on down towards turn 8 for the first time. Single file it seems for now, as no one quite close enough to make a move just yet. You can see get these cars up to speed. They're looking at pretty good here, these Super Ecos. They might be smaller cars in the super compact category, but looks like they've got a decent amount of punch here. It's through the monument for the first time, and these cars will be very curious to know just how aggressively, how quickly they can take it, given that they've got small cars and they should be fairly nimble through that section. As up towards turn 15 for the first time coming, and it's going to be a move up inside. Oh,
bumping and rubbing.
Stop, but they're going to get going and keep going through here, and the move not completed as a result on the corner exit.
Yeah, well, I was just going to say, GT3 cars that we saw yesterday was not an opportunity for Winkelhock to try and get down the inside yesterday. These things, tiny. You can fit them quite comfortably in a car park with room to spare, room to get the stroller out, room to get the shopping in, and indeed, room to try and get an overtake at turn 15. Well, it didn't work out that time by. It's going to be the 19 that'll lead us back down the start-finish straight, but it's the 7 of Visit Pong Charter who's starting to hunt him down, and indeed, it's going to be the Eco Class overall cars that are really letting loose at the moment. The C Class, the 56 of Chanuknoon. Remember, he's got a championship to fight for. That'll be in the back of his mind. He's leading the way. He's got 4 points clear. Does not want to get involved in a scrap if he can take away points from this one.
There we go. Had some side by side down towards turn number 1. And it will be the 35 of Adapong who comes out ahead of that fight there with Chanuknoon. As they work their way, look at that there though, as they darting around in the mirrors on the run to turn 4 and turn 5. Yeah, not afraid to be a little aggressive and try and put the other drivers off their game here. As into the hairpin, they come. See these guys, they seem to take the turn 6 hairpin a little more comfortably than some of the bigger cars that we saw yesterday, Scott, but we'll get to those soon enough. And I have to say, the super pickups, I'm a little curious to see how they handle that turn 6 hairpin. That could be interesting, to say the least.
Yeah, well, I'm just keeping an eye on, remember, the 95 of Dana White started right down the tail end of the field. I think it was 17th or 18th, so he's grabbed himself at least 4 to 5 spots on the opening lap. Probably going to be more as he's chasing down Sathapon now, and you'll have Practicant next up on his target list. So settle themselves down, but no love lost in these guys, Dan. Smaller engines mean the cars are a lot closer together. It's all about the speed that you're carrying through the corners, and these guys are certainly carrying speed. Adafong is starting to chase down Chanak Noonans. We'll see if they can get that job done as well, but also the 19 machine. They've managed to get both of these guys by the number 7, and something's happened to that number 7 car, because he's no longer in the shots, I don't think. No, there he is, right there on the right. Sorry, my apologies. I thought that was the 56 entry. It's the 56 that's gone backwards, and the 35 is going to run real wide at the last corner. Try and get the drive down the main straight, looking to build that momentum. It's a long front straightaway. He'll have to build that momentum, and whether or not he'll be able to get a move done with that earlier on the power move there out of 18-19, Dan.
Have to see. Obviously lose a lot of time by going that wide in cars that are this slow through the corner, but I think he'll close up a little bit. Let's drop back to 7/10 margins at the start-finish line coming up on your screen now as we watch further on back in the pack. This here indeed is Danawat. He's already gotten up into 12th place now at the end of the lap there, passing by the number 25, one of our B-Quik Racing Team cars, with Sathapond behind the wheel. And in turn 1 they'll come. You can see these guys here a little wider of perhaps, say, the perfect line, you might argue, if you can stay up against the wall, but get through turn 2 nicely here. And watch this little number 95 car here work his way up the hill. As you said, Scott, championship leader for the Super Eco category here. So a little further down than I'm sure he would like to be, but working his way through as a result quite nicely as the laps go on here.
Well, it's important to note as well who's won the race so far this weekend. It's Chinovich in the 98 entry, sitting back in 5th spot. And I think he's one of the few drivers who's managed to jump into the 207 so far. It was the 55 entry if Apatra was the fastest car on that previous lap, but times are being swapped back and forth. This battle at the front's just not going to go away. They're going to have to defend for all money, look to hang on to it. And the move didn't work for Athapong, running wide at the 18-19 hairpin on the most recent lap. Whether or not he will try for the usual line, level a little bit of drafting, and that long front straightaway take over and do the work for him. Filling the mirror now is Visit Pong in the 7 car all the way through. Bandit's really got that mirror full of a bunch of that white Honda Brio now, Dan.
Yeah, looking at the championship standings as well here for Visit Pong, one of our C+ entries, sitting down in 12th place. So it's been a bit of a rough season for him so far, but he'll challenge for outside of turn 18, but that won't help him initially. We'll see here, does he get a nice run off of the second part of the hairpin? So spin, there we go, on the apex. One of the cars in the wall on the inside corner. It's going to be the 98. 98.
Yeah, that's our race winner from earlier in the weekend too, Dan.
Yeah, I see there the full 20 points to his name. 8th in the standings as a result of that one. But here we go. While that's been happening at the hairpin, race for the lead. Visapong pulling out with the slipstream down the front straightaway, but it looks like Bandit may be challenging. No, he'll tuck back in turn 1, give up the race lead there. But that means, you can see, look at there, trying to get the move done at turn 1 means you're so wide on the entry to turn 2 as a result, and compromise the entry. But nicely done, and I think he'll be able to hang on here despite the way that Bandit there closes up as they climb up the hill. But get to this point of the circuit, and once again, no passing allowed here as we approach the hairpin. So that is the position taken, but it means that you can see there in 4th place, Chanakun going to close up to these drivers and get that after losing ground in the opening couple of laps. Is given the advantage now that they're starting to fight for the front of the field as we head down towards turn 8, and now they can get back to passing in, but it looks like this time it might be Adapong close enough there in the 35. Maybe make a move on Bandit if he thinks at turn 8 he's going to look for it. Scott, can he get it pulled up in time? No, he'll duck back in line, single file.
Yeah, so just looking through the standings as well, the 95 entry, not seeing him. He's actually in pit lane at the moment, which is Denawat. Most race wins thus far this year. won both of the opening races from the opening round at Chang International Circuit, and then not consistent since then. He failed to score points earlier on in the weekend. It looks like he's going to fail to score points yet again here today. Chanaknun hasn't won a race yet this season, but he's leading the way in terms of championship points, and there's a DNF in there for Athapong. If he just scored some points at the previous round at Chang in that race number 4, but sometimes you're going to take your poison. You're not going to be able to score points in absolutely every single race. You're not going to have a great race every single time, but it's Chanaknun's consistency that's got him at the front of the championship standings. Look up there from the 19. Ben is absolutely not giving this one over. He is in the hunt. He is chasing. And I think that Visit Pong's got problems if he even bothers to look in that rearview mirror. But for now, he's going to hang on to this one at the 35 as well. Athapong, keep your eyes on him. He is coming. And Chanaknun is also there and in the picture. Still not out of this one yet. If these guys squabble, it's going to be a 4-way scrap at the top.
Just to give you an idea of how the point scheme works here in the Thailand Super Series, 20 points for a race win, 15 points for second place, 12 points for third, and then 10 for fourth, and it goes down from there, and then in 2-point intervals. So 8 points for, that'll be, what do they say already? I've counted up 6 cars, so 8 points for sixth, and so on. So looking at things as they stand currently, Chanakun, 4th place for him. He's going to score 10 points for this race. If Athapong can get up into second place, that's 15 points, and we'd see the championship switch, the championship leader change as a result. So the number 35, see what he does here with this race as we're had 6 laps to go at the start of the line. Then we're looking down further back. Now this is now for 10th places. You've got Prutakant there in the number 9, and Chinovic looking to fight back there in the number 98 after we believe, looks like we saw him in the background, a shot spinning slightly at the 18-19 hairpin, but a good run for the number 9 there out of the hairpin here at turn 6 down towards turn number 8. So no challenge coming this time by, as these two drivers both in Eco Class C Plus racing their way here around Bang Sen as we're approaching the halfway mark of this opening race. You can see maybe just down on your track maps in the bottom of the screen as we head back to the fight for the lead, Scott, that indeed there is still a car in the pits. Can confirm that it is still the number 95 of Danawat in that one of the Insane Motorsport Honda Brios. Not yet back out on track, so I suspect his day is done here in Super Eco.
The 26 car was the car that we actually saw off the line really poorly on the run down of turn number 1. They just did not get that car started. And it looks like there's a further issue for them. They're actually done as well. The 77, I think, might have been the car that was in the barrier at turn number 2 on that opening lap. Anyway, so most recently, Shavinovic has been pushing on, proving that his pace from yesterday was no joke. He's pushed on with his lap times, set the fastest time. Will he set another personal best? Will he go faster this time by? The answer is no, because he's now in a very action-packed battle, and that means that he's got to get the jobs done. He's getting held up by cars all around him. Certainly got the pace. Passing is a different story completely when you make your way to the Bang Sen Grand Prix circuit. Street racing at its finest. The wiggle under brakes on the run down into turn number 1, and they managed to pull it up nicely. Still trying to carry that speed for the 79 entry through turn number 1. Which was Paddlewe. This is the battle for 6th, 7th, and 8th on your screen at this point in time. Furu, Pat, and Akarachai all lined up, line astern in this one. A lot of fan comments coming in over on the YouTube stream as well. Dan saying, love Super Eco. One of the popular classes. It's easy to see why.
Yeah. Classic little sound, classic cars in the sense of things like the Suzuki Swift, which is a name that, car brand that we know in Australia. We don't know of the Honda Brio, but I can sort of imagine it in its own fashion, and there is a Toyota Yaris floating around somewhere. But I can also see that there's a lot of drivers pointing out the fact that we've got Hayden Haikai, who was been on a charge up till this point. Although looking at things,
back to 20th again. Something's happened.
Yeah, I'm just trying to, according to our timing screens, the number 24 of Hayden Haikal has headed back to the pit lane. Not sure what the reason would be for that one there. As indeed, there are some messages in the race control channel, which are probably worth a moment here whilst we continue to watch the fight for the lead. We're going to get a replay here, mind you, of the 98 once again. More troubles, and the second time we've seen a car this weekend run deep at turn 8, Scott. thankfully there. Oh, and whilst we were on the replay, Scott, trouble in the race lead battle.
Yeah, and debris in the last corner as well now that everyone's just going to be coming around to. There's nothing they can do. That debris is going to indeed be on the racing line. The 19 is gone around. It's whether or not he got help with doing so. And he's gone from the race lead. He's now rejoined back in 8th position at this point in time. Still trying to get it all picked up. This will tell the story. It was actually the cars coming at him from behind. Whether or not that was, I think 56. That might have been the 56, yeah, that he's been tagged by.
I am fairly certain, yeah, the 56, yeah, that was that indeed. 56 is Chanakun. And as we pointed out, as was your championship leader coming into this second race today for Super Eco. So that's that could be a problem. That could be a problem for him because you've now got the number 7 and the 35 Visipong and Atapong racing for the lead, and crucially the 35 slow off the hairpin. In fact, very slow off the hairpin. Trouble for the number 7, I think. Scott, he goes. That's not got any drive.
And that's at the worst place, at the worst possible time for the 35. That's not cost him time. That's cost him a huge amount of damage on that left front. A lot of pushing on. He'd be very close to getting damage on the radiator with that sort of a hit. So it'd be okay to go for another 4 laps. We're going to find out because there's only going to be about 3.5 laps of racing action worth to go. Whether or not he can get that car to the finish line will be the next question because he was pushing him for an extended period of time. I'm wondering whether or not he couldn't find a gear. He's come off the corner, tried to pick up the throttle, and either the engine stalled or he couldn't find a gear.
Yeah, we saw him touch the brakes as well on the live copy of that, what we saw happen there. The question is if he's still got going again, because well, that will answer the question as to whether he's recovered a little bit there. Just trying to see if I can find the number 7, and I'm not sure we can. It hasn't made it out to Sector 1 on our timing screens apparently, so I get the feeling we might see a safety car at some point soon because the 7 has stopped somewhere out on track as they round the 18-19 hairpin here. With 3 laps to go at the start-finish line, and indeed the safety car is called. The number 7 needs to be recovered along that stretch out of the turn 6 hairpin. So unfortunately, once again, Scott, the race will be stopped in terms of the actual action on track to bring out a safety car. And there's also been trouble for a couple of other cars. Oh, apologies. It looks like the number 56 of Chanakun has chosen to come into the pit lane on this one here. Speaking of other cars that have been fighting this race, the lone Eco C-Class, Eco Class C entry there, the number 72. So as there we go. Looks like indeed car has stalled and driver out of the car there as well, Scott. So unfortunately for Visipong, looks like his race will indeed be done. And I suspect for the rest of the field, it will be the race. Well, the race will be done for them too, because the safety car has not picked up the race leaders. So we're going to get 2 laps to go when the leaders catch up to the safety car here.
They'll basically have to clean it on that lap and get the car out of the way. Now, we did see this yesterday during the 60-minute race for the Super Compacts, where the first thought I had when I saw that car going slowly out of the hairpin was that's in a place there's no way that he can. The problem is the racing line is on the right-hand side of the road. The only exits on the track are on the right-hand side of the road. So realistically, couldn't clean that car out of the way quickly. It does require a course vehicle. We saw people pushing the car down the straight yesterday, but it is quite a long push if you can get it into neutral. Indeed, it would be interesting to see what's happened there. Are they trying to get the safety car back in front of the field?
It's a good question. I don't think so, Scott. We have seen the drivers in other safety car periods. I think very strict rules around how fast they can go on a safety car, I think, is the case. Because if they were waiting for the safety car, they would potentially either come to a near stop. As you see, actually, we've actually got another course car out in circuit, which might have towed the number 7 down almost here to turn 8 at least. But I would believe, I think the case here is, just that the race leader is basically acting as a safety car of sorts. Everyone's got to go nice and slow here to pick. Actually, never mind. I'll take that back. The safety car did get out ahead of the leaders, or they've been able to sneak around and pick them up here at the morning, because we just saw the safety car on the front straight, and it certainly wasn't driving faster than the other cars on track, but good to see. They're now under the control of the safety car. We'll have 2 laps to go when they next get to the start-finish line. Maybe we're going to get a 1-lap race to finish the Super Eco off here today.
Well, that course car is still on the track down at just before turn 8, so it'll be depending upon whether or not they can get that car out of the way. I mean, the field's come by now. Very, very likely by the next time we get back by. So unfortunately, we'll give you an update on a couple cars here. The 56 entry of Channiknan has managed to get back out on the track, and he has managed to get back out on the track without losing a lap. So he will still be on the lead lap, but I can guarantee that's just about that championship lead gone for him, which will be really important when they get to next round at Chang all the way down in December. The 35 was on 53 points, and the 95 was 52 points. So 35 leads the way. 20 points will put him just about a mile clear of the competition, and the 95 was in pit lane as well, so not going to score any points. It looks like that's just about enough for Athapong to jump well and truly clear. But reminders, DNFs are going to cost you a lot when your rivals are sort of leading the championship. But that won't get decided all the way through until Chang later on in the year. So, a good opportunity to bring best cars available. Safety cars coming in. We're going to get a start.
We're getting a race restart. There will be 2 laps remaining when we get to the start-finish line. And look at that there. Adapong goes early, and everyone now scrambles to play catch-up as they round turn 18 and 19. Well done by all of the marshals, the race control, and officials here at the circuit. We're going to get this race going straight away and make sure that these drivers can finish under green flag as they see that flag there at the start-finish line. And we've got 2 laps of racing left to go. Adapong leads the number 55 of Tanapatra, and Puripat up into 3rd place in that number 33 as those 3 cars will head through turns 1 and 2. And it has been a busy race for race control. Just going back over some messages that have come through since the start of this race. There we go, 33 of Puripat looking for the pass on Tanapatra out of turn 2, but not going to get the move done, Scott. But how's this for messages from race control? The car number 22, which is back down in 12th place of Ekarat in one of our Class C plus cars, jumped the start. 30-second post-race time penalty for that car. There was an incident at turn 3, which would have been on the run up out of the hairpin that was under investigation from lap 1. Incident at turn 18, investigated, which I believe might have been was contact with the hairpin. But then how's this, Scott? Car number 56, drive-through penalty for the contact we got on replay at turns 18 and 19. Now, I don't think him coming to the pits will have served that. Actually, maybe that was him going down the pit lane to serve the drive-through penalty, and just that even though these cars are slower...
Well, no, he's only just got that. He's only got that one in the last minute.
Good point, indeed. Yeah, my apologies.
So he couldn't have served that penalty. Whether or not he was trying to preface that penalty, whether there was actually damage to perhaps the front right corner, either way, he's going to have to serve that penalty. And then another one that's just come through as well for the 2nd place car is car number 55, drive-through penalty incident at turn 18. So there's multiple cars that have been pinged here for driving infringements, which means he's going to have to get out of the way of 2nd place, and Furupat's going to be 2nd place. Panoli is going to get moved up onto the podium at this point in time, but he's got to hold that one off. He's got a huge gap. We're going to get 1 lap to go as we come off the hairpin and start the final lap of the race. When they get to this finish line, the board will be out. And we're going to go back right. I mean, this is insane. Drive-through penalties, they're just going to get added on here, but there's not really going to be the opportunity to complete the drive-through penalty. You're basically going to drive through on the last lap. Does the 55 even know he has a penalty?
Well, the board was out there at the start line, so I do believe the message will have been put up and ready to display. You'd think. In saying that, it did come through basically as they were passing that start line. So it might have been that was the message for car 56 and not for car 55, as we get it on screen here. That car 55 has that drive-through penalty. The thing is here that the unique fact that with Bungsen is you can serve a drive-through penalty in it fully before a race is over. So unlike most tracks where you have to you have to serve the drive-through penalty before you start the final lap. That doesn't necessarily apply here. So we'll have to wait and see if the message at the start-finish line was for 56, which we already had the drive-through penalty message come through, or if it will be for the 55, which we see here still racing like they want to get the win on the racetrack here today, although the penalty will certainly put them a long way down the order if they don't serve it here at the end of the final lap. Puripat looks to have backed off in what is currently third place, but will be second once the official results come. Look at that. They're defensive from Adepong. I'd get the feeling that the 55 doesn't know because the message came out just as the cars would have been passing the start line. Look at this here from Dhanapatra. He's fighting for that race win as these two drivers in our eco class overall go for it here through turn 17, Scott. Into turn 18 they come, and look at this, looking all the way to the left-hand side of the road in the dirt. But it will be Adepong by the looks of things, who will hang on through turns 18 and 19, get a decent run off of the corner here. Finish line is just round the corner here once they turn to the right, and I think he's done enough to take the win here in the Super Eco race on Sunday.
Yeah, so there'll be a post-race penalty to the 55 machine, but it's going to be Adepong who takes it out from Dhanapatra with a post-race penalty. Furupat, Padawi, and Bandit. What a recovery drive after getting turned at that final corner. Gets back to 5th, will get elevated to 4th. Akarachai, Chivanach. That's a great drive from the 98 as well. Akanet, Sathapond, Fernat, Pruktakunt, and Varanchits, Satavi, Yacht, Chanaknun, and Surikan are going to be your top sort of 18 drivers that managed to finish that one. And, well, I think Chad got us with that one. I think they're right. I want to see more of the Super Eco, unfortunately, ladies and gentlemen. That's the last race of this weekend worth of racing action, but they will be back once again when the series returns to Chang International Raceway later on in the year. But the 35, Adepong takes the championship lead, coming off of race number 6 at Bangsen International Bangsen Grand Prix.
Sure does, and that's exactly what you need to do to potentially win championships. I mean, it is crazy to think in some respects that this is the end of race 6 of the season, and they have 2 more races to go this year. But those races, as you said, Scott, aren't until they head back to Chang in December. So these drivers will have a lot of time to prepare themselves for that final race, to make sure the cars are all fixed up and ready to go. But yeah, I mean, when you're thinking about a championship, and there we go, as I just see, oh, interesting, there's messages that just come through on race control. They might not come through here on the broadcast, but both cars 55 and 56 didn't serve their drive-through penalties. We obviously saw that for the 55, but the 56 didn't serve it as well. And so what that is going to do is be converted to a 45-second post-race time penalty for those cars. We flick through your top 3 overall, now in Class C+. Here, so Puripat in that number 33 comes out in winner of the C+ race, with Padawi in second for that class, and Akarachai, who finished 6th outright, in 3rd for the class, and now one Class C car, number 72 of Surikan, was 18th outright, and by default, well, will win the Class C event. As we look at our results for the full grid there, Scott, and a couple of names there that got some supporters in the field, but unfortunately, yeah, I think that Hayden, Haikal, and Danawat, big struggles for them today. Unfortunately, not completing the full race distance. Only 18 cars completing all 10 laps of that one there. And with that, our first race of the day is now done as we head to the highlights from the Thailand Super Eco.
Yeah, it was another action-packed race for these guys. I just don't see when they don't go toe-to-toe, door-to-door, wheel-banging, and get the most that they possibly can out of the circuit. Eyes watched on, young and old. It was the poor start of the 55 entry that dropped it a long way back, but it was the 26 nearly all the way down at the rear end of the field. Everyone managed to get around him, but then there was further issues for that 26 car. Still didn't get up to speed, and didn't even complete the first lap. Contact there, up onto the tyre barriers, and one car out already. The whole field managed to fire their way through turn number 2 without any further damage, but that was a wild ride for what we believe was the number 77 of Teofel of the 411 Garage team. It was a huge action-packed battle between the 19 and the 7 early on. The 35 would buy his way into that. 95 had pace, didn't manage to make it all the way to the other end of the race, and this was the incident for the 98 that turned him around. 24 car as well also had issues after such a strong start for Hayden high Carl down. It was just not to be today for him.
Yeah, and then we saw the 98, another chop moment at turn 8, running deep and locking up. And then this one here, that's a drive-through penalty that the number 56 picked up for making contact with Bandit in the 19. And then all of a sudden, here, the number 7, whilst leading the race, slow off of the hairpin at turn 6. Contact with the 35 was thankfully minor, but it did bring out the safety car as the number 7 failed to get going. But we did get a 2-lap dash to finish off this final race of the weekend for the Thailand Super Eco. It was looking like it was going to be an interesting scrap, potentially, but then we get the news that the 55 gets a drive-through penalty for turning around a car at turn 18. Unfortunately, we didn't see what it was, but maybe that was the 98 spinning in that replay clip that we just saw, because we didn't see what spun the 98, just the fact that we had seen it spin during the race. As a result, though, Adapong held on for the race win there in the 35. Puripat promoted to second outright and winner of Class C Plus all the same, and Hadaway up to third place as well. That's going to do it here for the coverage of the Thailand Super Eco. Scott, we'll take a quick break here whilst we're getting ready for the next race of the day, which will be our Class Class C of the Thailand Super Pickup.
Ladies and gents, we're going to be bringing back with a little bit of a walk around of this is our super pickup cars. So we'll leave it with you guys. This is actually what it looks like to go racing in a super pickup.
Having a look at it here, we've got obviously some of our local Thai figures. So these cars are fairly unique in many respects. You can see they actually sat pretty low to the ground there. So looking here at the number 63, this is going to be our D2 division of these cars. We have a D1 division coming up later this evening, which actually will be the second last race of the day. So we have here for race 2, the D2 division, which is apparently Class C for this this category. Yeah. We have a mix of cars here. We're going to have a Isuzu D-Max pickup trucks. We see here, we've seen Mitsubishi Tritons already. can see there's one of the Isuzu D-Maxes, number 98 of Wootipat, which I can tell you, by the way, they've already had one race this weekend, finished 5th, for example, there, that number 98 Scott, so curious to see how he goes once again. Yeah, they're odd cars, and the fact they have a wing on them is part of why they're I think they're a little odd, but hey, all the more for something unique. I have to say, it's one of the great things I've enjoyed about watching and being part of this series, actually seeing something quite different for a change.
Dad, look at the body roll that they're getting out of these things. They're a lot lower mounted than anything we sort of see in Australia. Like they are actually quite low. Body roll and a big old wang just slapped on the rear end of that car. That's incredible. They are something special, let alone they've got a standing start to do. That's the best part about it. All these big cars, they're difficult to turn. They roll right over. They've got a big wing on the back, and it's a category all of its own. There is nothing like this just about right the world over. I've thought of modifying, maybe your average everyday car. I've thought of, putting a little bit of a wing on the top of a Suzuki Swift. I've never thought of bolting to the tray a wing on an Isuzu D-Max, a Mitsubishi Triton, or a Chevy Colorado. Unique is the only word to describe them.
Yeah, they are pretty impressive in that respect. By the way, I've just obviously kept our timing and race control messages open because we've had another race control message come through from the end of the Super Eco races. How about that there around the number 9 truck there, one of our Mitsubishi Tritons, Krekpong from Singer TT Motorsports in that car. That's an incredible amount of drivers there surrounding the car. As we see here, Woodapat, who's actually going to be starting, as I said, finished the first race this weekend in 5th position. It's going to be starting this second race on the pole position. So be curious to see what he can do there in that number 98, one of our Isuzu all-new D-Maxes this weekend. But getting back to what I was going to say about, message from race control regarding the Thailand Super Eco race that just finished up. Cars 35 and 7. The drivers have been ordered to visit race control. So that is Atapong in your race-winning Suzuki Swift. And the number 7 is Visitpong, who one of our Class C Plus competitors there. So that's going to be interesting to see if we'll get a chance to find out perhaps later on today what that was about, because that's potentially a question on what happened during the race. Interesting to see that our race winner, who didn't look like they were in any issues. Oh, apologies. I've just realised 35 and 7.
With the two cars that came together at the hairpin.
Two cars at the hairpin, yeah. I've just somehow completely blanked on the fact that the number 7 of Visipong was like in that race, and then just so interesting that race control is going to get them summoned, because I will admit I didn't think there was much more to it. It's unfortunately number 7 had some kind of problem, and that'll be
please explain. That'll be all it is. I think that's just the check-in with those guys. Just say, hey, what went on here? Can you just give us a bit of an update? Because remember, it's a yellow flag zone. They're not trying to race each other. Adafong just went to pick up the throttle as normal. I don't think there's anything in that.
That's actually a good point. Yeah, it may be a caution for passing under yellow flags for Adafong as well. That's a good point because, as you said, he wasn't meant to be passing in that section, and he did make a pass there on the exit of the corner, maybe passed just before the green flags were waving for the next part of the racetrack. So, that could be an interesting one to keep our eyes on, see if anything happens there. But it should be all fine once that gets explained and everything made sense of. As we continue to watch here, our drivers getting ready for this first of our super pickup races in this Class C division. And well, Scott, it's always interesting to see the energy down here on the grid here for the Thailand Super Series. And whilst unfortunately I couldn't tell you a single thing that the local commentary team are saying down here on the track, but it's as we've been saying with many of the drivers and many of the fans and such, and people that we get to see on the camera here this weekend. Great energy and enthusiasm from everyone that's here at Bang Sen today. See here, Woodapat There's a lot of guys with him here in Schaeffler sponsorship on that truck. Let's see AC Delco here on the number 19. What's it? Pardon me. That's one of the Chevy Colorados. For some reason, I blanked on exactly what the name of the ute is that Chevy makes. There's one of the Mitsubishi Tritons. As I said, we saw that car pictured as well during that pre-race video. And now drivers, you can see, starting to get ready, but also, again, plenty of fans around to make sure that drivers are kept as cool as possible. But yeah, this is going to be interesting. Lap times roughly during the race of anywhere between a 2-minute 2 to a 2-minute 4 or 5 at the front of the field. So they're about the same pace as the Super Ecos that we just saw on track.
They're faster in a straight line. That's the key. A little bit more horsepower, but they don't turn quite so well. Be an interesting one from this one. Obviously, keeping the whoa. That's obviously some damage has already happened to the front end of number 4 car so far this weekend. So obviously, just popping that grill out is probably the best fix that they possibly got. Probably mounting point damage at the front end of that car is why that's been the case. It's been scrutineered to be okay to running in. I had a comment there. I can't remember what it was. I actually had something keyed up there to go. Interesting racing that these guys are obviously going to put on, completely and utterly unique. Remember, turbos are going to be on a lot of these cars as well, so it'll be a little bit about turbo pressure, how well you can get these cars wound up. And again, it's winding and dining. That's what it was about. Yeah, so remember Bang Seng Grand Prix? Right in the middle of Bang Seng. We've already seen it. I was actually watching footage, Dan, this morning of barriers being moved back into place after being removed earlier yesterday, after the racing was all complete, because people have got driveways basically leading on and off the track. And well, you can't have that. You can't have gaps in the fencing and the protective structures for the drivers. So at the end of yesterday's proceedings, wall came out. This morning, wall goes back in just before they close the track off to civilian traffic. But also, more importantly, all of your facilities in and around the event. It's about wining and dining. Big teams, big groups that are in and around the drivers. It's sponsors, it's supporters, it's people that allow these guys to actually go racing, people that assist with costs, tires, fuel, everything that you need to go racing, entry fees, repairs, roll bars, gear that you need, all of that. It does have quite a hefty bill. And a lot of these teams have got their sponsors and their supporters here in big numbers this weekend because it's a great opportunity. Street circuits provide that opportunity. You can get a hotel right beside the track. You can come down, you can walk through the pits, and if you want a little bit of a higher vantage point, you can go back up to that and watch the racing.
Yeah, indeed. We are in a city, that's for sure. And while there's plenty of ground level views, and I'm sure, but there's also, a couple of great ways to pick up some of the vision from above the circuit. That is for sure, whilst we'll be doing most of our vision from down here at the ground level. That certainly isn't the case for everyone here on the, or everyone here at the track, I should say, as we see the last drivers going to get a little bit more water in themselves. There's plenty of the air blowers back out here as we're not too far away from the start of the Thailand Super Pickup D2 race here for the Class C cars and drivers. There's look at that there. That is it's an interesting little expression, but certainly plenty of energy and enthusiasm behind the wheel. And it's one of the things I have to say is, well, everyone outside the cars is looking bright and bubbly during this race, but the drivers, they as well, looking keen. They're ready to race, and that's what you like to see here. As it looks like we just passed by our last car there on the grid as well. I'll give you a little bit of a walkthrough of the 20 utes or pickups trucks that are going to be starting this race.
Yeah, well, it's so much energy, so much enthusiasm. It's all there. It's all about. But another big benefit is, well, this isn't a regular race circuit. You don't have sectioned off pits areas to keep people out of them, garages and all that sort of stuff. It's all done on the fly. What that does mean is teams have got to bring, gazebos. They've got to bring shelters. Everything's going to be strapped in. All those tents, they'll come down a couple of days after the event. Everything will be pulled down. Everything will be packed away. At the moment, they'll be bolted to the ground so the wind doesn't pick up and rip them out of everything. But at the same time, what that means is, because space is at a premium, it means that the fans get a fair bit closer to the action. So if you actually want to go down and stand on the outside of the pit wall, you're a lot closer than you normally would be at a regular circuit. So, the benefit is that even though it's temporary, everything's going to be pulled down. All your space is going to be really, really smartly used because you just don't have the space to actually use. Yeah, but it's awesome. Like street tracks are just, you get down there, get in amongst it, and well, if you're a local owner of a cafe, I'm sure you've got people all across your front porch at the moment sitting down, sipping coffee, watch some racing action as everyone buzzes down, and then on the other side of the road there's a beach. I think we've actually got a shot of one of our drivers from the GT3 class yesterday. Enjoying all of the facilities probably a little bit too much because it's something you can't normally do at a circuit down. Have you seen this shot?
I got a chance to see this shot this morning. This here, indeed, Marcus Winkelhock, German factory driver for Audi Sport, and here this weekend with B-Quik Absolute Racing, driving one of their cars in Thailand Supercar GT3. Yeah, just kitted out in the race gear on the beach. And yeah, when we got sent this shot this morning, we were just sort of like, yeah, you don't see that very often at all. As good to see. We've got the 1 minute boards and the engine, or the start engine boards out here in the pit lane as we're about to get the cars and drivers out on the track and then start their formation lap before they will get racing here today. As we said, it's going to be 10 laps for this race here for Thailand Super Pickup D2 in the Class C vehicles and drivers. It's time for everyone to clear the pit lane before we'll see these to let these cars head out onto the track, and look forward to seeing what these cars can do. I will admit, yeah, faster in a straight line, slower in the corners makes a lot of sense. They're on the same Hankook semi-slick tyres as well. Should know. Also interesting the fact in the sense that we saw most of the categories, if not all of the categories yesterday, they're on Hankook slick tyres, but Super Eco just then, and these Super Pickups are on semi-slicks. Now, and given today is looking like it's nice and dry at the moment, that's going to be interesting, I have to say, because that means less grip available to these guys.
You make a good point. It's an all-purpose race, Tara. If we'd have seen that rain, no tyre changes required for these guys to go back racing. They don't have to come in the pits. They won't lose time. Whereas some of the other classes are on that slick. I mean, there's nothing they can do about it generally, because particularly for a 10-lap race, why would you bother? If rain starts on lap 2, well, I'm just hanging in there. I'm just making sure that I can pull the car up. I'm taking it a lot easier. But yeah, if the rain was to get underway, all that rain that we were promised, and look at all that glorious sunshine coming the way from Bang Sen. I tell you what, have a look at the scenery. Have a look at what it's like in Bang Sen. The Visit Thailand ads, mate. I visit Thailand and get to watch some racing. If you're a race fan, this is where you want to be. And the Speed Cafe Formula 1 editor says this is actually one of his favourite events to attend on the category, on his worldwide tour that he does as a part of media, because it's just so much fun. The vibe is just awesome, and you can go down the beach at the end of the day, sip a martini, have a coconut, get out of a car and have a coconut, Dad. I've never seen that anywhere from any race car drivers ever.
You really do like them coconuts.
Yeah. Coconuts. I could bang on about it all day. I could bang a couple of coconuts together and I'd have 1 horsepower.
Yes, you would. As we get ready here for race 6 of the season here for Thailand Super Pickup D2. As we have a look here at your grid. Budapat are going to start this race on pole. Tirasak alongside him in second. Krekpong and Pormate in third and fourth. Chayapon and Supercorn in fifth and sixth, with Surachai and Sungchai in seventh and eighth. Wuchai and Anafap in 9th and 10th, with Taya and Pichai in 11th and 12th to round out the first half of the field thereabouts. Scott, and then 13th on back here. We look here at the 67, 55. Somanuk and Kitisak. 15th was Tassanai and Kipong in 16th, and then Akaluk, Chakrafan, Jacharavit, and Chaivat for our 20 drivers and their cars here on track as they head around. And yeah, these cars definitely look like they've got a bit more top speed as they come out of the monument, but this is going to be interesting. Big cars. It's a reasonably wide track in many spots, but at the same time there's narrow spots, or spots where you can really only go on one racing line. And,
well, you've got to remember as well, Dan, we talked about the tyres already, and you wouldn't have to change them for a wet race. Well, the other problem is they're a cut slick. They're not a slick. They don't provide the same level of grip. So the fact that they're doing basically the same times as what the Super Compacts and Super Ecos, is a phenomenal job by the drivers that they're actually able to achieve that. So anyway, we're on and ready for this one, and Big wings on trucks is not something I ever thought I'd see, ever thought I'd be calling, and yet here we are. What a banger.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting. Also, I think worth having a think about here is real quickly the championship standings. So yeah, looking at things here, championship leader after race 5 earlier this weekend was the number 4 of Super Corn. As in the hairpin on the formation lap. One of the drivers getting a little sideways, maybe to warm the tyres up a tiny bit, but that gives you an idea. And you can also hear the turbo whistle as well when you put the foot down. This is going to be very interesting to watch. That's for sure. There's not a lot of grip, well, not the most amount of grip I could have, and yeah, now we got trucks in this. So yeah, the number 4 of Super Corn leading the championship on 56 points after race 5 of the championship earlier this weekend. Number 18 of Kitapong in second place on 51 points. Now, for reference, those two drivers, number 4, number 18, starting in 4th place for your championship leader, and starting down in 16th place for your driver in 2nd position. The number 53 of Poramate, who's sitting in 4th place, that's 2nd on the left-hand side, is 3rd place in the standings on 45 points and tied with the number 98 of Wutipat, who is starting from the lead of this race. So try and give you an idea of how the championship is going. And of course, same point structure, 20 points for winning a race, 15 points for finishing 2nd, 10 points for 3rd, 12 points for 3rd, 10 points for 4th, and 8 points for 5th. Points awarded all the way down to top 10. Yes, your answer is green flag at the back of the field, Scott. It's time for the Super Pickup D2 drivers to get their second and final race of the weekend underway.
Yeah, lights are going to come on. Lights are about to go off, ladies and gentlemen. The Super Pickup Class C. And they're off and running in a huge start out of the number 4. He's going to jump down to the inside, shove it 3 wide. Almost immediately gets the job done. He's through from such a poor qualifying effort to P2 on lap number 1. The run down to turn number 1. Now it's trying to get the car balanced on the way into turn 2. It's 3 wide in the middle there. They'll settle themselves down just a little bit and just about the bulk of the field getting in. Look how slow it is at the back of the field there, because they're just barely trying to feed their way in, but they've managed to get underway. It's the 98 machine of Wutipat who's leading the way from Supercorn.
Yeah, that's a great start there indeed as they work their way down the hill here to turn 6 for the first time. Let's watch these trucks. Oh, pinch, get on the throttle, but no, too early. Then wait your turn basically before you can get out of the corner. Look at them, bobbling side to side as well on the suspension here as they go over the curb and any imperfections in the road, and then they get a chance to stretch their legs there as fight for 3rd place on the road as we're heading down towards the start of Sector 2 here. That looks like it's the 9 and the 53 fighting, and they'll hold position as they were rounding turn 8 for the first time. And one of the other things, I guess, it's a little interesting about these cars, certainly not very restricted in terms of the exhaust layout, and my word, the amounts of soot and smog that these trucks are putting out here as they get going. It's well, let's just say any environmentalists you might want to turn off at this point of the broadcast.
Yeah, now the run down onto turn 15. They'll try and see if they can pull these trucks up. Look at the body roll as they come through the loaded part of the circuit as well. Highest speed portion. GT3 is not brave. Not even a worry about lifting off down through this section of the track. These guys are barely touching the throttle as they try and take some of these corners. It's about bravery. It's about commitment. It's about making sure that you survive the end of that lap, but you do so at speed and still wiggling the rear end of that car around. So the 98 of Wutipat. It's Supercorn who's managed to make his way up into P2. P3 was held onto by Krekpong. Ritsana. The dropping in place from 2nd back to 4th in the opening lap was Tirasak, and 5th place will be held by Chayapon as well as they make their way down the start-finish straight. It was an awesome start for that number 4. He's immediately just being gapped by the 98 machine who has disappeared off into the sunset.
Yeah, my other thing is, after watching that Super Eco race, my word, the sense of speed these cars give off down the straights, and then to get these cars stopped and pulled up for turn 1 and turn 2 is going to be huge. As a message from race control, by the way, that came in about 30 seconds ago, the race start is under investigation apparently here in the Super Pickup race. So we'll have to find out if anything happens from that.
Super more than likely, because he got such a good start.
Such a good start, yeah, it is true. maybe, hopefully, we'll see the race start on highlights if anything about it happened, and maybe we can try and show exactly what went wrong there. Because yeah, it makes sense that if anything about the race start's going to be under investigation. Supercorn going from 6th, remember, to 2nd in the space of, well, the start line to turn 1. There's certainly points to make here as we watch them fan out of it. Look how gentle they have to be through the monument section as well. Just like, yep, got to ease it in and then back out again. And also note here, I think, yeah, these cars, I think most of them move on for 2nd place. This is for.
The 9 gets down the inside and the number 4, and look how wide they both have to take the corner, and then immediately covers it off. So Krokpong not hanging around. He's not going to wait for any penalty to get issued by race control. He's immediately going to go out and get that spot back. He's up to 2nd, and now it's going to be Supercorn's responsibility to see how he's going to earn that one back off of him. I can tell you, fastest Sector 1 was the 97 machine in 12th place. Dan, 12th place. Fastest Sector 2 was Krokpong.
Yeah, he was quick in the middle part of that last lap there as they head down the start-finish straight once again. Gap up now because of that fighting here for 2nd place. Look, it's up to 5.7 seconds. Woodappat is happily running away with it here. Bit of slipstream, it seems, for these trucks, given that, of course, they're quite big cars. They're going to be making a big hole in the air for the truck behind. Supercorn gets a little closer, but then has to back off for turns 1 and 2 as they climb the hill once again and try and get up to speed. I'm saying that, number 9, a little loose there, not so good. Follow-up message from Race Control, Scott. Anyone who's a fan of Supercorn, good news. Race start given the all-clear signal. So that was just basically the perfect launch, it seems, for your race leaders. We see here lap times on the screen now, and you can see that fighting really cost Krokpong and Supercorn. Krokpong, sorry, and Supercorn. Make sure I get these names right. It's Woodappat there, 202.9. Fastest truck on track by basically a 2.5 seconds there.
Even worse, there actually might have been an incident actually out on the circuit at this point in time. We're missing, I think, a couple of cars. Something's going on at this point in time. Not necessarily 100% clear. Oh, yellow flag. Safety car boards have been deployed.
All right, now that is interesting. I'm just seeing on my timing screen, I cannot. The number 18 truck and the 18 has carried on, has it? No. We've lost the 18 and the 67 somewhere up near the hairpin at turns 6 and 7. So, see here if number 18 of Kisipong, 67 of Somnuk. Now, before the safety car was called, they were in 9th place for the number 18 and 19th place for the 67. So, yeah, we're not sure what's going on just yet, folks, to bring out the safety car. Hopefully we'll find out in a second where those trucks, I should say, have come to a stop. And but somewhere presumably up around the hairpin as the rest of our field works their way through turns 18 and 19. The second hairpin here on the circuit. And get picked up by our Toyota Prius safety car. And once again, yellow flag. Caution needed here on the circuit to sort things out. There we go. Safety car thankfully being able to get out ahead of our race leaders, so not much of a fuss. We'll form up behind that safety car this time.
We discussed this yesterday, Dan, but I think it was the race that ran this morning prior to us actually coming on ran without a safety car. I think over the last day and a half that we've sort of been commentating, that's 2 races that have actually gone without a safety car. And confirmation there of the 18 parked by the side of the road. And
that, I believe, is somewhere up on in Sector 1, but I believe it's on the way up towards the hairpin at turn 6. And in fact, well, I can say now that there's a message from Race Control in the there's been an incident at turn 3, which is the little kink over the first of the jumps after turn 2 that the drivers are coming up to now. There's an incident that is under investigation, and well, the number 18, I think we're going to see, once the camera switches here, will be parked off to the right side of the circuit in a moment's time. Still the 67, also unaccounted for, so I presume is parked up somewhere here as well on this part of the track. Get a look here at turn 2 for extended moment. You can see here, it's a very interesting corner. I mean, well, it looks simple there with a 90-degree bend, but the fact we've got turning uphill, got that curb there on the inside, which bobbles the car a little bit, I think. Or in this case, these trucks, gets them a little unsettled. There's a fair few things you have to notice about. Unfortunately, didn't get a chance to see the usual cameras up the hill there towards turns 3, 4, and 5, but looks like the field coming through to turn 6 at least without any troubles as we look here at the pit lane for the time being.
Well, it's interesting, we actually didn't get any shots of that section of the track either, so there's sort of a lot to sort of see if we can try and unravel. In the meantime, I'm just sort of browsing away. Not a huge deal necessarily going on in this one. Like we said, that cars was just finding their way in there. But worth noting as well, Dan, compared to the lighter cars that we've seen so far this weekend, a lot of race car, a lot of heavy race car, and soft suspension. So the opportunity for something to go very, very wrong, difficulty pulling, once cars sort of get out of shape or there's issues, a lot of car continues going, a lot of car transitions that weight very, very slowly as well. So something could have happened and then it's sort of unfolded into chaos. But at the same time, you know, when they do hit the barriers, it's going to be quite a heavy impact. Albeit if it's in the middle of a corner, it's probably going to be low speed unless there's been a brake failure of sorts. So.
Yeah, a lot of questions, a lot of possibilities there, that's for sure, as to what has happened to unfortunately bring out the safety car. And at this stage, we're going to have to just keep having questions and leave it at that for now as we get this nice overhead shot here at turn 15. Watch the trucks make that left turn onto this beachfront section of the track and run back down towards the end of the lap. As see, the wind is certainly up again today. Scott flapping there on that temporary tape just past the fence. Also the tree leaf, the palm leaves above, also starting to blow around a bit here.
Let me go refresh the radar for you, Dan, and scare that rain back away for you.
I mean, we don't need to scare rain off, but it certainly has no intention of showing up. Is what it seems to be the case as well. As we watch the trucks continue on here behind the safety car, and hopefully we'll have the racing will get underway soon. We have 6 laps to go. Now they've just crossed the start line, also the finish line, I should say. We're here at about the start line with this marshal with the safety car flag or board and the yellow flag, just to make sure we can get the cars to fit here on the standing start grids for the classes that use it. As we've been saying when looking at the track maps, the fact that the finish line is closer to turn 20, so they had to move the start line a bit further down the straight. Also shortens the run to turn 1 by a couple hundred meters, which probably helps with cars then coming in here not so fast. As a result, went on the wrong cold tires and such.
I love this braking zone, turn 1 and turn 2. It's just an awesome thing, because if you're deep at 1, it puts you on the inside for 2 and you sort of pull the car up. But that also makes a really great overtaking opportunity at the same time. But then again, you go too far out in turn 1, you're on the yellow lines on the run into turn number 2 as well, so not the easiest. Updates coming through as well from those of you who are following along the GT3s over the weekend. We already mentioned that car 25 has been actually repaired. It was out in the warm-ups again this morning. Well, good news, we'll actually have a full roster of GT3 cars. We were worried about that Ferrari 488 driven by Carlo Van Dam, and they are repaired as well. They were running out in this morning's warm-up session as well. So both cars are out there, are functional, and we will have a full complement of GT3 cars this afternoon. And then finally, got a question actually for our fans sitting along at home and watching us on either of the YouTube streams we're going out to this morning. We've now seen just about the breadth of the categories so far this weekend. We're still missing the higher rated super pickup drivers. What's your favourite you've actually seen? Because we've had Super Compact, we had that hour race yesterday. We've now had Super Eco this morning. We've got the pickups out here. We've seen the GTM GT4s. We've seen the GTCs and we've seen the GT3s, so we've seen just about everything. Dan, any preferences?
Ooh, which ones would I have? I have to say, it's been interesting watching. I think one of the ones I think I enjoyed quite a lot, the GTM GT4 race yesterday was pretty interesting to watch because it was such it seems like a very unusual mix of cars, but they've been there is a bit of balanced performance applied to try and make them somewhat even, but yeah, the fact that we had different generations of Porsche 911 Cup car, two different Lamborghinis out there racing. Did have a Lexus as well. It was I think slightly detuned from GT3 spec to what they call GTM for that category there, but also a couple of GT4s that were sharing the track as well that that mixed things up. As there we go, message at the bottom of your screen, safety car lights out at the end of this lap, and there we go. We are about to get a race restart, and we will have 5 laps remaining when they get to the finish line. So half the race complete at the end of this lap, Scott. Halfway to go as they make sure to get themselves formed up and ready to race here. Unfortunately, yeah, we are now down to 18 trucks out of 20. And there you go, Woodapat backs it off through 18, checks the field up, but then puts the foot down. And we're getting back racing here in the Thailand Super Pickup.
Yeah, it's the run back down to turn number 1 that will sort the men from the boys. Who's managed to get the horses all wound up? Who's got their cars back in the right position? It's going to be, yet again, the 98 that leads us back underway from Woodapat, but that advantage has now been eaten away, and here come the cars in the background as well, already 2 by 2 as they file their way down into turn number 1. Who's brave on their now cooled off Hankook tyres on the run through turn number 1? Who is going to take it deep at turn number 2, and one car miles offline? We're going to try and get down the inside. Now it's the run up and over the jumps, the run to Monkey Hill as they'll settle themselves in, try and get single filed out. The stake at turn 1 manages to get things settled in. I think we've actually locked our cameras actually up between turn 3 up along all the way down to turn number 6. We won't be able to give you the best coverage. That tells you on screen there. Look how tight that hairpin is down at turn number 6. There's a reason that you don't go overtaking there.
I haven't seen this shot much, if at all, this weekend, so great to be able to get that one up on screen for you there as we watch the leaders work their way down towards turn number 8 here. Full speed ahead for these drivers. And look at this here. Krekpong defending the middle of the road from Supercorn for that hold on to that second position. And then closely followed now by Tirasak in the number 19 machine. So it's an Isuzu D-Max leading Mitsubishi Triton. And a second D-Max in third place there with the Supercorn. And then fourth place, first Chevrolet Colorados as they come around and up towards turn 15 is eventually on for the lead for a moment there, but these are big cars. You're not going to get a move done there at 15. But Krek Pong looks aggressive and fast at this part of the race. It wasn't looking too great on the initial part of the restart lap, but now challenging for the race lead potentially here as we head to the brakes to 18 and 19 here. Full laps. Look at that over there. Woodapat, he's pushing on. And it looks a little unstable under brakes as a result.
Yeah, he's not comfortable right there at the moment. He had that lead, but it was over Supercorn previously, and those two battled out. This time, he's going to have to defend for all his money. He's going to go out and have to earn those points today, ladies and gents. It's been an awesome race thus far. The Super Pickup never fails to deliver from the Thailand Super Series, and this race has been a cracker yet again. The 53 is now starting to buy his way back into the argument as well for a Poramate. Tirasak, I believe, has just been passed by the 89 machine. I think he's actually just lost that spot. So it'll be up one spot, I think, for Surachai. But settling themselves down, and look at the field as they stretch themselves out already. Massive gaps back down the field as everyone's sort of trying to grab that advantage on the opening lap after the safety car.
Yeah, and indeed, I have to say it. You mentioned that we might have lost cameras in that first sector in the run-up Monkey Hill. Oh, I can tell you also, looking at our timing screens, the drivers are actually are dropping off timing on the exit of turn 2 and not reappearing until they hit the sector 2 marker. And I think that is certainly playing, well, it explains part of the issues there if we're losing timing as well as timing and like GPS tracking and such, as well as cameras in there. So unfortunately, issues there preventing us from showing you what we normally get to see through that part of the circuit, which in these cars would definitely be interesting. With the way that they sort of roll around through the turns and over the bumps on the exit of turn 2 in particular. But up here through this repaved section of the circuit, you can see lap times on screen now. The 4th place truck 53, Poor Mate, fastest of everyone, 2:01.0. And a bit of clean air here as we watch the top 3. Sort of pretty even there through turns 16 and 17. Watch out for that number 53 to close up perhaps as they're working into 18, 19 once again. That time a little more composed. Woody Pat there in the number 98. Didn't need to feel that like he needed to defend that one as much, it seems. And then they sweep around here, turn 20 and on to the front straight once again.
They will try and pick themselves up, really try and get the motors turning as they run down through the start-finish line once again. And now it's going to be overtaking, I believe that's actually a lap truck that's just got itself out of the way.
Yep.
Might have had an issue on the most recent lap, but now Supercorn's responding by trying to go down the outside of Kirk Pong on the run at turn number 1, gets down the inside at turn number 2, gets that spot once again off of Kirk Pong, and Woodapat again looks to try and run away from these guys, but it's brought Pora Mate back into this battle pack as well. So those 3 trucks now just about nose to tail as they head their way down into the turn 6 hairpin.
Here we go now, single file as you can see. I think that yellow line on the road might mark where the yellow flags start, to give you an idea of when they have to go single file. I think that line and the white line on the road is when they can start passing again. Messages from race control in the meantime whilst we've been watching the race here. First of all, 2 drivers have been given drive-through penalties for excessive smoke, I think. Well, the message is drive-through penalty, black smoke. And it's for cars number 69 and 42, which are Wutachai and Witaya, who are 9th and 10th place in the race at the moment. And then in addition, car number 90, Sung Chai, down in 12th place, currently one of our Chevrolet Colorados. Drive-through penalty for driving contact turn 3. And maybe
that's what the
maybe
18,
that's another car that's gotten involved in what brought out the safety car, yes.
Because remember, the 18 was right around that point on the track as well. Like he was effectively in battle, so that would effectively tell us what happened at turn 3, turn 4 with Kittapong from the Team J1 Donut Racing entry. In the meantime, ladies and gents, race still controlled by the Scheffler Racing Team entry of 98, Woodapat, and the Armone D2 entry, Supercorn and P2 Croak Pong from Singer TT Motorsports is number 3. But the overhead shots have just been awesome from over the top. And now we'll try and line ourselves up and listen to the tyre squeal as these things, they shift about on their tyres down. They move away under braking and everything, constantly trying to grab grip. Heavy cars, trying to pull them up. Heavy braking zones, lots of body roll. And now Croak Pong not able to go with Supercorn. Supercorn was the slower car in the first half of the race. Now that's switched back, and Supercorn has found something extra for the number 9 machine.
He has, but fastest lap goes to your race leader of Woodapat, 1:59.5. So first of our trucks here in this Class C category for Super Pickup to go faster than a 2:00.0. As we watch them exit the turn 6 hairpin once again. It was 2 laps to go at the start, at the finish line, as they work their way now to the halfway mark of the lap as they're approaching turn number 8. Another message from race control. It was an incident that we missed down at turn 19 that is currently under investigation. So that's going to be something to watch out for. We'll have to see if we get a message about that via the race control channel before the race is over. So hopefully have information about that there for you as we continue to watch our race. So you can see even there up through turn 14, he's having to wrestle the truck, Scott. But there's also he's not slowing down, losing the lead by 2.8 seconds, which might have grown here on this lap. Well, actually, maybe not. Sector 1 and Sector 2 timings on this lap a little slower than Supercorn in second place, but healthy margin as he comes up to 18 and 19 for the second last time in this race here.
It settles it down, gets the power down coming out of second last corner, back through the right hand, and it is turn number 20 and the run down the start-finish line. It's 2 laps to go, this time by, it'll be 1 lap to go for Woodapat. Can he sign, seal and deliver the final race of the weekend for the the slower of the two classes of the super pickups. He's in good position in the 98 entry. He's a long way ahead. It's going to take a major mistake. Supercorn has managed to massively pull away there from the number 9 of Kirkpong. Something's happened to Poromate. Something's happened to Poromate. He's not attached to these guys. Is that him all the way back down there in P4 at the moment? He's come a mile back to Surachai. I'm wondering whether or not he might have caught the barrier. Indeed, Surachai is actually starting to come back at him. So there's a battle on now for P number 4, or whether or not he's had an issue with that car as well.
I can tell you, Poromate's last lap time, 2:09.9. He's had a big incident on that lap somewhere. Thankfully, he's been able to keep going. So hangs on to 4th place, but as you said, only 1.1 seconds at the finish line to Surachai in 5th behind him. And I get the feeling he was losing a little bit more time in the process. We keep watching your race leader navigate turns 8 and 9 and then set up for the monument here for the final time here. It's nice and gentle for that number 98 machine. Get that Schaeffler Racing Team truck back home in one piece, and then you can see good amount of speed up through turns 13 and 14. Turn 15, it's been a tricky place for quite a few trucks, but looks like, for Woody Pat, plenty of control, no problems there. He is now down and through the corner, and he has just 4 corners, I should say, left in this race.
Yeah, he's got control, and you can see all the ease in the world he's taking, not pushing. No reason to risk it for the number 98. The Schaeffler Racing Team driver, Woodipat, is about to come out of the hairpin for the final time. 18, 19, 20, short run to the line. He's managed to have control of this one, got the initial start, controlled the restart, and what a win for the 98. Isuzu all-new D-Max as he crosses the start-finish line. Wins race number 2 of the weekend, race number 6 of the championship. Supercorn does no harm to his championship standings, coming home in P number 2, and Kirkpon as well is going to pick himself up P3. Poromate's going to manage to just barely hang on to that P4 spot over Surachai. And Tirasaku was battling quite well away with Surachai in the middle of that race, has fallen fair way further back down on there. Ladies and gentlemen, there was a late drive-through penalty issued to the number 1 car as well of Akalak. And that was for contact at the turn 18-19, so that was the incident that we didn't see. That's confirmation, ladies and gents, of the race results for Super Pickup D2 class. And Woodipat comes away with that race victory down 59.593, his fastest time of the race and the only driver to get into the 1-minute 59s from the D2 race number 2.
Yeah, it was a pretty dominant performance from Woodipat at the end of that race. Can actually tell you that it looks like on our timing screens that a number 1 truck of Akaluk actually did get into the pit lane and may have served that drive-through penalty on the final lap of the race. Based on what the timing said, but he hasn't gotten back out to cross the finish line. So it's a question of whether that has been converted into a drive-through penalty or not. We unfortunately can't say for certain there, but another chance to look at some highlights here this time from the Thailand Super Pickup D2 race, and beautiful scenes there from the chopper shots that we're able to get here at the Bangsan Grand Prix. Once again, plenty of enthusiasm, plenty of drivers looking forward to a good race. I'm sure they were hoping for, at least here, as they got ready to go racing. And then we got underway, and look at that jump again for Supercorn. 6th place start, and just immediately up the right-hand side of the road, jumps all the way to 2nd before they get to turn number 1. It was basically a perfect start for the driver in his position.
Yeah, it was Suachai, I think it was, that was actually 2nd on the road on that side of the road, but out of the way, I'm coming through, said Supercorn. Did a great job with that one, but how about the response that came back from Kirkpong? Found some speed whilst the tyres were still coming up to temperature for the number 4, managed to get by him at turn 15. The safety car was deployed for this incident featuring the 18, and that is the car being driven off the side of the road down the turn 6 hairpin. We went back green flag racing, and into the sunset was the 98 entry of Woodipat, disappeared up the road. It was going to be a couple laps right there before finally managing to get back by was Supercorn, grabbed that 2nd place away, and then he never looked touchable once more from Croakpond. Completely nullly drove off into the distance stand, and that's just about how she all finished from most of that drivers in the D2 class of the Super Pickup.
Yeah, comfortable race win. Things are looking interesting towards the back of the field, but as it so happened, most drivers sort of went their own way about it here. We'll take another quick break here on the English production of the B-Quik Thailand Super Series for 2023, second day of coverage from Bang Sen. Coming up next in about 15 minutes from now is Thailand Supercar GTC for their second race of the weekend. Stay with us here.
Hello, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. In the small gap that we've got here between the D2 class of the Super Pickups, just before we head across to GTC, there was an incident yesterday which left debris on the track that gave issues for Jalen Robotham. We managed to catch up with him yesterday after the race to talk a little bit about his weekend, what went on with the car, what went wrong, and what his prospects are for the weekend.
Right, here we are this morning with Jalen Robotham. Had an interesting race. Jalen from Australia, supercar driver, double hatting in multiple categories this weekend. Jalen, GTC race 1 this morning. It was going well. Tell us what happened.
So we had the pole and from yesterday, and got a good start and had a little gap to the car behind, and then I noticed some smoke coming in the car, and had a little fuel leak, and then also the brake caliper seized. I didn't seize it, sort of was going on and off, and then it sort of just broke off, and one side of the brakes in the rear was locked on, so I had to come in. Bit unfortunate, but we're starting off pole again tomorrow, and then starting off P2 in the pickup as well. So a bit of positives to take out of it. The cars are quick, so just got to keep it at the front this time.
Perfect. And look, this event, you're familiar with Thai Super Series, but how would you explain Bang Seng Grand Prix to people back home?
Yeah, it's I don't know, it's like the Thai Macau Grand Prix. There's so many tight corners, and you really can't compare it to anything else really. So it's good fun. You you got to drive a little bit within the limit. You can't really push it too much, and consequences are pretty bad if you do. So it's a cool place. It's there's a permanent yellow with a U-turn, and then the next long straight, and then there's no runoff on the next corner. So it's just just trying to keep it on the black stuff, and you go offline a little bit. There's some sand on the track, so you got to be real cautious what you're doing.
Fair enough. I guess sand on the track is a small price to pay for being right next to the beach from the pit lane.
Yeah, it is. So it's a cool place. There's no, you really can't think of any other track that's on the beach. So it's it's an awesome place, awesome atmosphere as well.
Fantastic. And look, we know we've got to let you go, but running 2 categories this weekend. Physical track, how's the heat, how's the humidity?
Yeah, it's always hot here. Doing both categories is hard, especially when they're on the same day. You feel like you don't get a break in the suit. So, but it's good. When I go back home, I was sort of a bit more, I find it a bit more easier in the car after being in the heat over here. So it's good for conditioning back in Australia.
Brilliant. Well, look, have a great rest of the weekend. Best of luck with all the results, and we'll chat to you afterwards.
Thank you. Cheers. So hopefully today we can, keep it in front.
Right, today hope so to do the fixing.
Yeah, it's all fixed. So.
Yes, okay. Leave a comment to Thai people to supporting you for Ford CRE Laudotech.
Swati Cup, thank you. Lon Man Cup, is that say?
อะไรนะ
Thank you.
again
Lon Man Cup.
อะไรนะร้อนมากครับร้อนมากครับ
Thank you.
Okay, how long have you been in Thailand?
Since last Monday. So.
Oh, last month?
Yeah, Monday.
Oh, Monday.
Yeah.
All right. Okay.
Thank you to all the sponsors, Lanatech, Liquimolly, Ford, Corliss Race Engineering. Hopefully, we can keep it at the front today. Thank you.
Okay, best of luck.
Thank you.
ครับก็เจริญนะฮะก็อย่างที่บอกนะครับเพราะว่าเมื่อวานเขามีปัญหา
So incident yesterday, weird debris in the brake caliper and the seats. We noticed that during the race, Dan. Like there was something wrong with that car straight away. We thought, mechanical failure, something's going on. There was a lot of smoke at that left rear corner of the car. Turned out it was actually debris in the brake caliper and issues there. I mean, frustrating weekend for him because he showed his pace, but he gets another opportunity to go at it here. And Adam Putera managed to take that race victory yesterday in the Porsche Cayman, and they'll be back at it yet again today.
Yeah, and this is one of the great one of the great cars. Yes, so we have 7 cars on track for this one today. But it's a really interesting mix. It's sort of Jalen Robotham. He's driving a Trans Am TA2 spec Ford Mustang. As we see here, Adam Patera in a Porsche Cayman GT4 racing here alongside him on the grid. You then got a second Trans Am Ford Mustang. Robotham's teammate Jack Lemvard. And then we've got another GT4 in the field with Tanapong Pang Sutamno in a McLaren 570S GT4. So it's a great mix. And then one of the cars that I was not ready to see, but hopefully we'll get a chance to see it here on the grid. It'll be over on the left row, and it's an absolute beauty. Ford Daytona GT Coupe that is being run also in the blue and orange Golf colours with Rafael Galina driving that car this weekend. We've then got a Nissan GTR there at the back of the field, and then another Ford Mustang. I believe it's also another Trans Am spec car. So there is the McLaren number 46 at Tanapong Pang, starting this race in 4th position. And you can see the second of the Trans Am Ford Mustangs on the left of screen there for Lemvard, who'll be starting 3rd. And he's got the Ford Racing, the colours on that car there. And I just want to be able to see if we can get a chance, Scott, to hopefully get eyes on. If you missed the race 1 of Thailand Supercar GTC or haven't seen this category race before, Rafael Galina's Ford Daytona GT Coupe is a car that you do not want to miss out on as we watch the drivers and get ready for the race. But also you can see here plenty of action on the grid as fans, officials, basically everyone allowed to come and check these cars out up close, it seems.
I've got a big problem with this race. It's the fact that look how good all these Ford Mustang Trans Am, well, they TA2 spec Trans Am cars are. Look at how beautiful they are. Then there's a Porsche on P2. Okay, well, I'm a big Porsche fanboy. Who do I cheer for out of this one? Well, Jalen's Australian, but I'm a Porsche fan. How do I deal with this one? I don't know, Dan. Don't know who I'm going to cheer for. And then there's a beautiful McLaren on the field, and then you've got that Daytona GT Coupe as well. Like, this class is just, it oozes cool car, right? You know, expensive toy. I want to get this thing out on the track. And there's a Nissan. There's a Nissan GTR R35. Are you kidding me? Like, I want to be in Thailand right now. I want to be I want to be walking around these cars. That is Jalen Robotham's car that's going to be starting out of P1 for this one. I want to be sticking my head in there. I want to be just enjoying the local category. But we can't. We're trapped back here in Australia just providing English coverage. So I guess I'll have to settle for that.
Yeah, we will have to settle for that, for sure. You can see there plenty of fans are going to get a chance to say hi to Jalen, and great to see the access that fans here at the series get to have before we get this race annoyed. Actually, you know, one thing I've just sort of realised that technically there is a TA1 specification of Trans Am car in the modern era. I didn't actually think about whether, I just sort of yesterday said it's a Trans Am TA2 car, but I suppose it could be a Trans Am TA1, because other thing to consider is they're running paddle shifters on those cars, whereas the TA2 spec cars that we have here in Australia, because we do have a Trans Am series in Australia, has a manual gearbox with a stick shifter, H pattern. Yeah, so maybe we're actually seeing these at TA1 specification, which actually would make a lot of sense because the GT4s, obviously, well, they don't have the straight line power, but they do have the ability to keep up in the corners. We'll see that again later today as well in the GTM/GT4 combined race because, well, if you missed that one yesterday, that one's going to be interesting as well, given the mix of cars that make up that combined category of racing.
Yeah, and what you're about to see when these cars actually roll out and onto the track, there's been just so much support for this 44 car. This has just been a fan favorite. The amount of support for Jack Lemvard, out of who's the leading Thai driver in this class, and look at how much fun he's absolutely having across the weekend. You can see grin from ear to ear, just enjoying the event, enjoying the atmosphere, enjoying everything that's going on. Now he'll turn around and he'll put his race face on. Look at the change immediately. I'm starting to think race. I'm starting to think what's going on. I've removed myself from the world around me. You know, it's race time. The correct term is in the local. What am I thinking of? The local vernacular out here in Australia. Nut up or shut up. It's about all he can do at the moment.
Yep. Well, we'll look forward to seeing what these guys can do. They will have a 12-lap race here in a moment. It'll be their 4th race of the season for the B-Quik Thailand Super Series in 2023. It looks like we just heard a buzzer in the background there, and immediately everyone starts clearing out off the grid as it's almost time to get the racing action underway here as we zoom on back down the field. That there is that Ford. And how about this? I thought that was a cover on the car for a second, but no, Scott. Unfortunately, that car did find the barriers at turn 15 in yesterday's race. And in fact, look what they've done. They've had to actually get a spare part on, but unfortunately it couldn't be painted in the matching blue and orange, almost golf wheels-like colours there, as we see Rafael Galina get set and ready to race. He'll jump in the car now, as it's almost time to get underway here for this GTC action. Race 4 of the season, race 2 of the weekend, and not long now until we'll see these cars head out on track.
Yeah, so obviously there was an incident with that Daytona coupe yesterday, or on the run down to turn number 15, was slightly offline heading into turn 15, the braking zone for turn 15, and just no opportunity to pull that car up. Reasonably heavy contact with the barriers down at 15, the Tech Pro on the outside. But they did manage to back that car up, and it did drive back to the pit lane under its own steam. So generally, mechanically, most things are okay. It was just sort of the car did its job. It bent where it was supposed to bend. It buckled where it was supposed to buckle. Driver safe, engine safe, everything a-okay. Adam Patera, another opportunity to win a race today. It was a phenomenal battle between him and Jalen Robotham prior to that brake failure in the left-hand rear corner of that car yesterday. It'd be interesting to see whether Jack Lemvar can actually go with these guys today. He had a phenomenal battle as well with Thanapong Sutamno in the McLaren. It was sort of one Trans Am car versus a GT4, and then the other Trans Am car versus a GT4 was basically how that one ran. It was interesting to see this car out and circulating. Wasn't on the pace, and Raphael did his absolute best, and like we said, he was just out of line on the run down into turn 15, and it was in a phenomenal battle with the GTR. And, they'll be at it again, Dan.
Yep, and then the third of our Trans Am cars here with Cem Yilmaz behind the wheel of the Turtle Monster Garage, number 35 Ford Mustang. Safety car ready to take these drivers around the circuit for their rolling start, or their formation lap, before they will have a rolling start. Indeed, they head off the pit lane now to get themselves reacquainted here with the Bang Sen Street circuit. And we hear in the background there the V8s of the Trans Am cars roaring to life there out of the pit lane. 3 of them here in this race. They're going to be the cars we probably hear the most of. Maybe a bit of sound out of the Ford Daytona GT Coupe, but that'll be so the Trans Am cars. They do dominate things, as we see here. Slick tyres on these cars, and no surprises there in that case, given the power that we see here. But of course, Hankook, as always, supplying all the racing rubber that we need for the Super Series here in 2023, as get ready to walk you through the grid once again for race 4 of the Thailand Supercar GTC category here in 2023.
It'll be quick overview of the circuit as we get underway. This one cannot stress enough how tight and tricky a lot of these corners are. I had to open up that Monument hairpin. It's a little bit more open than it may necessarily be. A lot of curbs, that 10, 11, 12 combination. Turn is incredibly tight. Slowest corner on the track, one of the slowest in global motor racing. Robotham will start off from pole position in the Trans Am car. Adam Patera will be off alongside of him in a Porsche Cayman. Then we'll throw it back to P3 with Jack Lemvar in another Trans Am Ford Mustang, off alongside the McLaren 530S Thanapong Sutamno in the GT4 McLaren. Rafael Galeana in the Ford RR Daytona GT Coupe did not score points yesterday, looking to score points yet again today, and always enjoy that beautiful, beautiful car, off alongside Manuel Rafael Caceres in Nissan GTR R35. And finally, Sam Yilmaz at the back end of the field in the Ford Mustang. And one of the big things that's worth noting here as well, Dan, widest breadth of nationalities in the field, I think, of any category across the weekend.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, we've got Jalen Robotham from Australia, Adam Patera from Malaysia, then Jack Lemvar and Thanapong Sutamno from Thailand, Rafael Galeana, as you said, from France, and then Manuel Rafael Caceres
from the Philippines.
The Philippines flag, I believe, yes, and then Cem Yilmaz from Turkey. So indeed, as I said, it's a very interesting mix here. The fact that we have 2 drivers from Europe here in this category. As I said, plenty of technically strong in terms of the Thai representation. And Oh, that's very neat indeed. Lovely. I'll keep that in mind for future reference. But that's not to worry about now, as 2x2 grid formation as they head round to turn 18. And will be in the hands of the lights and the flag orders. So the instruction apparently is here for rolling starts. They need to wait till they see the red lights extinguished up at the start gantry, which remember it's about halfway down this straightaway here. So holding for the race start here in Thailand Supercar GTC. You see the Lemvard on the back bumper of Robotham. They get the signal and they're underway here for our third race of the day. 12 laps.
Have a look at Semler Delmers, who's immediately trying to get his way around that Daytona Coupe and then immediately past Nissan GTR as well. So he's not hanging around. He's got to get past these guys nice and quickly with all the legs and all the horsepower he's potentially got. McLaren will jump in 2/3. So it's going to be Jalen Robotham, it's going to be Adam Patera, and then it's going to be Thanapongpan get past Jack Lemvard, as those guys will duel. And then the Skyline back past the Daytona Coupe, and Samuel Dolmaz is back to the rear of the field by the time they exit turn 2. No, he did get by. He still got the spot.
Yeah, careful here. Their timing sectors haven't updated because they haven't got to the end of sector 1. As Yilmaz possibly into the wall there on the exit of turn 6 as the field puts the foot down here for this first run towards turn number 8. Everyone seems to get it pulled up nicely from the top 3. At least we see there are 2 GT4 cars of Patera and Lemvard working their way through turns 8 and 9, sticking close together. Then the second of our Trans Am Mustangs. Probably again, timing sectors are not up to date yet. It's Robotham from Patera, and then Lemvard, and then Thanapongpan. I've just got it wrong again. I'm reading it and it's literally wrong. Robotham, Patera, Thanapongpan, then Lemvard. And there we go. It updates as they coming up towards the end of the lap. So that brain fart done. I'm going to hand it back to you here for a second, Scott.
Look, the brain can't work properly the entire weekend worth of coverage, 2 days worth of coverage. Yeah, it'll certainly wear on you as we start to head towards the latter stages of the Bang Sang Grand Prix. It's been a long Saturday. Now it's going to start being a long Sunday as they head on to the long front straight. And now the McLaren's starting to come back at the Porsche Cayman. So all of a sudden, Thanapongpan's found a few extra gears in that McLaren 570S GT4 spec. GT4 cars going toe-to-toe. Little wiggle under braking there of the Porsche Cayman of Adam Patera. And this one is going to be on for the ages. Cars are effectively as even as they're going to be within a GT4 spec machine. And have a look at those rear brake lights. The McLaren is such a beautiful car when looked at from the rear. Rare cars to see. You'll see a lot more Cayman GT4 specs than you'll ever see that McLaren rolling around on the streets. And always an opportunity to get the big toys out, enjoy the big toys, and for us to just celebrate car culture right the world over.
So watch them here heading on down to turn 8 once again. The straight line power of these Trans Am Mustangs on display here as Robotham extends the margin down the straight, and then he'll lose a bit of time, of course, through here. Such as the monument, you can see he's getting a lot of confidence, a lot of speed through the monument as, there we go, safety car's been called out in the meantime.
Yeah, Caceres has gone missing.
Yeah, the Nissan GTR 35, indeed, as you said, off our timing screens, was last seen in Sector 3, apparently. So that's actually been a little while off our screens. It didn't even complete the first lap. So
he's having issues with
sign for Jose. Oh, there we go. Just as we're coming up to turn past 17 to turn 18. There's a sign hanging out. Make sure you go to the left side of the track. And unfortunately there for Manuel Rafael Caceres, that Nissan GTR is looking a little damaged. And looks like we will find out what happened. Has he hit the wall at turn 17, Scott, and therefore bounced out here to the right side? I would think that might be the case.
He's not under control of that car. He's already out of control. I thought there was marks there on the left-hand side of that shot, which would be the right-hand side here. But he's out of control by the time he gets to 17. So whether or not he's tagged, I reckon he might have tagged the fence at 15 and 16. And then he's just going to go down into 17 thinking nothing's wrong. It was this light tap of the wall. And then, yeah, he's out of control at 17. He's in deep at 17. When we're talking to Daniel Bilski about the hot lap, we should probably actually review again after this race. But it was be brave on the throttle through 17 if you dare. Hold on to the throttle if you dare. And apparently in that Nissan GTR, you cannot hold onto the throttle. And indeed, more than that, something's wrong. There's no way that you would go in the barriers like that. So whether or not it's contact earlier, in too hot, we can't do much but wait for further instruction.
So unfortunately, we are now down from 7 cars to 6 as we say goodbye to that number 95 Nissan GTR is on board here with Jalen in that Trans Am car. You can see lets the steering wheel go to allow it to turn on the lock and then open and let the steering end flow back through the hands on the exit of the turn 6 hairpin here, and then make sure to get tyres up to temperature. Hopefully, if we're lucky, we don't even get a chance to get one of these onboards during at racing speeds. Just try and get a feel for how the drivers are taking the track here at the moment. But a chance now for the third of our Trans Am cars in the hands of Cem Yilmaz, who was a little bit further back behind the field, to maybe have another go and see if he can hang with the top 4 here of Robotham, Patera, Tangapongpang and Lemvard as on this once we get this race going once again. Might take a little while here to clean things up, but thankfully down towards the pit lane at just after turn 17 should be fairly straightforward, all things considered. I'd say, Scott, once again, treat ourselves to this view here. Looking down at turn 15 and then the run along the beach back towards the pit lane.
Yeah, so it's important to note that incident happened on lap number 1, so tyres would not have been up to temperature quite yet. So, I mean, it could have just been cold tyres and the run down in there. And that's what the onboard of one of these Ford Mustangs look like. Such a huge incident. I'm actually kind of concerned for Manuel. I want to definitely hear that he's okay, because that was such a huge shunt. There's no padding on the wall. There's no Tech Pro where it went in there, so all of that would have been translated directly into the car, and that car's not going to be driving back to pit lane. Was there damage on the front end of that Daytona Coupe? Was that a cracked splitter I saw?
Not sure if I saw that too, unfortunately. Wish I could tell you what that was. The answer is
okay.
I can't. It might be deceptive given the fact that, yeah, it's all black nose. Not quite what we're expecting. But it makes for an impressive two-tone look almost, if you will, on that car as we start technically what is lap 3 of this race, although we are still under safety car, of course. You see down here in the pit lane with some of our guys with Ford CRE Lanatech Liquimoly Racing watching on to hopefully see Jalen Robotham get the win that he probably wanted, was on track to get yesterday, Scott, before, as we heard there before the grid walk. Fuel line leak, seized brake rotor that caught on fire. If it could go wrong, it almost did go wrong for Jalen. Thankfully, he got the car back to the pits in one piece before an incident caused him to have an accident out on track. So just meant that he ended up retiring. But as a result, you can see here, car is back on track and ready to keep on racing. And so far, looking so good, despite only getting about 2 racing laps to this point. But
well, I'm just looking here, Dan. These guys will be heading to the Sepang round in another couple months' time, off to Malaysia. But I'm looking at the previous race results. So Adam Patera, after yesterday's win, also won race 1 of the season. So what it seems to be is Adam wins the first race of the weekend, Jalen wins the second race of the weekend. Not obviously confirmed yet. Jalen's still going to restart to get through, but he was looking quite solid there on an initial start. McLaren was actually starting to come back a little bit at Adam Patera, so I wonder whether or not he's just protecting a championship lead just a little bit. Jack Lemvard is actually in P2 in terms of the points. He actually 2 second places across the races at Chang, Barum International Circuit. And then the third place yesterday, with Thangapongpan managing to take away second place in that McLaren yesterday. Thangapongpan finished 3rd in both of the races at Chang Circuit, so he's been really, really consistent. There's a 4th place finish, or I think a 5th place finish actually there from Adam Patera at the second race of Chang. So he's had 2 wins and 1 average finish. As everyone else has sort of been really consistent. But it's not been a good championship for Jalen because he's obviously had issues in race 1 back at Chang as well. He finished last of the cars that were actually in that race in round 1, and then won race 2. So it's just been the consistency. I think for him, he's had. I know that he had car issues actually in that first race, but race 2 was exactly what he wanted to get out of the thing. But yeah, such is life.
Such is life indeed. Yeah, unfortunately, not everything can go your way in that respect. So I'm just having a look to get my head around the standings and such for this series as well. Actually, interestingly to see here is that Thailand Supercar GTC technically by point standings actually doesn't count these the Trans Am cars such as no, that there was Jalen. So there's several different there's, if I may, just because there's several different divisions of the point standings for it. Is what I'm getting at. The overall point standings are actually identified as Thailand Supercar GTC /TAV8, and that's where we get everything there. And yeah, be curious to see what can happen in this one because as you said, Jalen Robotham, the car looks fast. It just obviously needs to hopefully not have any issues here in race 2.
Yeah, so the standings that I'm talking about is actually, sorry, we just should clarify. I've just realised what you're actually looking at. It's the GT Sleet / Trans Am V8 standings.
Yes.
Because
if you look at
the
purely,
next page, it's just GTC, you're right.
Yep, and then you scroll on further and you get the GTC non-homologated standings, which includes the Nissan GTR and 2 other cars that we don't have here this weekend, so unfortunately I can't tell you what they are. And then finally, the Porsche Sprint Trophy for Thailand GTC, which is, at the moment, only being contested by Adam Patera. So the fact is, in this one race, we technically have 4 different champion drivers' standings being tracked and scored.
That's what
she's a little interesting.
It's a little bit of a mind muddle for us, obviously trying to figure everything out. But effectively, this is sort of, we've got a few different classes, and basically people that contact the series owners, there's a little bit of interest in these cars. Obviously, the Trans Am, we've got 3 of them here this weekend. A little bit of interest in the GT4 cars, but you don't really have enough interest for both of them. So you just find ways to piece classes together. All of a sudden, you've got a reason to take these cars out and go racing with them, right? So instead of having 2 separate races for 6 laps where you got 3 cars going around the track, now we've got 1 race with 7 cars in it.
Yeah. And I think
they get 12 laps, so yeah.
As you said, we see that in GTM, GT4 combined, and then just through balance of performance tweaks to the cars to try and get them all about even. It makes for some good racing, even if the numbers for the individual car itself are low. We can sort of put them all together, make them roughly equal, and then the drivers have at it in these races as we continue under safety car here in the GTC race. It'll be 7 laps to go once they reach the finish line at the end of the lap that they are currently on. Just wondering, we'll have to see once we come around here to turn 15 if things are cleared up a little bit or if we are still recovering the number 95 Nissan GTR. That's unfortunately lap 1 accident. Found the wall all by itself on cold tyres. As you then get a look here at that Ford Daytona Coupe.
I don't care if that car is in last place. I like the 2 cars I was the most excited to see because obviously we see a lot of action on the commentary of all the other cars that are up front. We see a lot of Jalen Rothroth, we see a lot of Adam Patera. If I was down there at the event, the 2 cars I've been sticking my head in the window of is, well, the one that we're about to come past is against the fence, unfortunately, because it's interesting. I love watching guys who pull bits and pieces off cars and repair that. That's actually really, really interesting, but that's a very pretty race car. As it stands, because it's a Nissan GTR R35, big Nissan GTR fan. But then also that Ford RR Daytona GT Coupe, actually getting word in from a few different people. It's actually a replica of the Shelby Daytonas from the 1960s as well. So it's not an out-and-out race car built by Shelby, but just replicas rebuilt up to that sort of spec. But there's so interesting cars like that because generally to be somebody that builds or collects bits and pieces like this, you've obviously got to have a budget. So the benefit of that is it means the cars are going to be really, really well looked after. But the guys that go and find those sorts of cars, obviously, Raphael's not necessarily the fastest. Maybe he is absolutely screaming that thing out, but it's just not competitive in necessarily this class. But he's got to be a mega car fan. And what that means is you go down and you have a talk to him in the pits, he's going to be back and forth talking to you about his car, about his passion for cars all weekend. And that, again, that's where the real entertainment value is. I mean, you can go to one of these events right the world over and just talk to people about cars, or you can go and watch the cars. But the real entertainment is getting involved in the local car culture. We're effectively we're trying to encapsulate the car culture of Bang Sen and of Thailand in general into a motorsport festival because I have so much racing right throughout the week here. But you've got to go down there, you've got to engage with it. It's not just one part of the race weekend. You've got to get down there, you've got to engage with it as well. And the biggest thing that's on my bucket list for this year that I'm looking so forward to, we get to see these cars at Sepang. Sepang is my all-time favourite track. I'm so upset that it's no longer on the Formula 1 calendar. We get to see it with these cars. Are you kidding me? A Ford Daytona RR Coupe replica Sepang.
That will be impressive to keep your eyes out for the next round of the B-Quik Thailand Super Series here in 2023. Heading from Bang Seng to Sepang in Malaysia. Good to see there the message from race control that the safety car will be lights out, which means it'll head back to the pit lane at the end of this lap, and we will get 6 laps of racing action. How about there? I just noticed on the left side, the left wall. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, confirmation down in the pit lane, thanks to one of the officials down there with the boards that we are going to restart this race once they get to the end of the lap, and Jalen Robotham will get 6 laps to try and get away and restart this event and try and get a win on the board. Anna Patera, though, would be certainly keen on trying to get that Porsche Cayman back in front to make it 2 race wins for the weekend for the AAS Motorsport machine. So they come on up to turn 15 here, and they'll form up behind Robotham's number 88 Ford Mustang. The safety car will pull away slightly from the field, and then it will be in the hands of Robotham to restart this one here, Scott. You can see they slow right down here about now. Robotham will slow the car right down. Everyone will get right up behind each other, nose to tail. And then we'll see how early does he go. Got big old engine under the nose of these cars. We can probably get right here. Nice wide entry to turn 18. But he waits. Oh, he's going to wait there for a moment, but then puts the foot down the exit of turn 19. Gets this race restarted. 6 laps remaining here in Thailand Supercar GTC.
And that's a smart move. A couple of reasons for that is he actually wants Jack Lemvard to come up here and put a little bit of pressure on the Porsche Cayman. But look at the legs on the McLaren. Obviously a missed shift. Something gone wrong there for Adam Pizarro. And immediately it's going to be all under pressure for the driver of the Porsche Cayman. In the meantime, Thanapon Pransutamno grabs P2 of this race, and he's looking to try and score as many points as he possibly can. And here comes Jack Lemvard as well, side by side on the run down to turn number 4. It's the kink at turn 5. Get it sorted out. Get it single file. It's turn 6, Dan Yeaman. We got a race on our hands.
We do indeed. Lemvard looking aggressive there, but had to back out of it before he got to turn 5, as per the permanent local yellow rules here at the hairpin. And once again, Robotham stretching the legs on that Trans Am number 88 machine at the front of the field. He will get ahead, but at the same time, again, Tana Pongpang looking really strong under brakes there in that McLaren here on the restart. The number 46 machine, honestly, if he can stay close here through the middle part of this lap and then through the end part when, it's a bit more twisty, a bit more braking, a bit more turning, could challenge maybe for a run down the front straight if that McLaren's got maybe a little bit more of a straight line advantage than it was a bit faster in a straight line versus the Cayman was. See this Trans Am versus GT4 battle heat up here in the final half of this race. You can see through the second half of the lap, our top 3 really stretching their legs compared to Jack Lemvard. Yeah, that sort of shows a little bit of the track knowledge and confidence in the car at the moment here as we look here at Lemvard in that 4th place for a moment, and then back to your GT4 cars. They round 18 and 19 once again, and onto the front straight here but the gap is definitely advantage Rowbotham as they come across the line. 1 second is the gap between the number 88 in the lead and the number 46 in second place.
Listen to all those horses just get wound up as they come down the start-finish straight. The V8 engines, little bit sideways as he entered turn number 2 there. He's got to stretch. He's got to get on power here and see if he can run away from Thingapongpan. Patera is struggling with that Porsche. Something not necessarily 100% quite right. Couldn't get that Porsche Cayman all the way wound up on the run to turn number 1 on that restart. And that's allowed Thingapongpan to get straight past. Now, Robotham's trying to just run away down the road as far as he possibly can. Bank in points. See if he can start to overhaul Adam Patera. I can tell you who is excited about hanging to Sepang later on in the year for this series. It'll be Jalen Robotham. Good weekend there in terms of points, and he might just about be back in this thing. GT4s, more downforce, more grip through the corners, but more American muscle going the way of Jalen Robotham.
Yeah, plenty of opportunities to use the straight line power, but in exchange, there's a couple of pretty long, tricky corners at a track like Sepang. But let's not worry about that for now. If we can, 'cause I think we've got plenty to worry or focus on, I should say, here at Bang Seng. As you actually see on the track map, the driver's really spreading out here. Unfortunately, for cars like Rafael Galeana in that Daytona GT Coupe, not quite up to speed, it seems, at this point in the race. And again, may just be making sure to bring that car home and basically having to shake it down as he goes, because it did go into the barriers at turn 15 in yesterday's race for this class, and maybe just something not 100% right at the front end, despite the team's best efforts, given that they are working here trackside and not much in the way of permanent facilities. Again, as you said, Scott, Lemvard close, but not quite close enough to take full advantage of the power of that Trans Am Mustang down into turn 1.
There was a lot of bumps down there on the run down into turn number 1. You saw Lemvard jump on the brakes and then just immediately just struggle to get the car to pull up, wiggling all around and underneath him. But it's so good watching the race between these front 4 because they're all so close, despite being the only 2 cars that match each other. The first place, Jalen Robotham, and the 4th place, Jack Lemvard. Everyone else is in something different. Different architecture, different suspension, different design, different ways that it sits on the road, different camber, different wings, different levels of downforce. Look at the narrow Porsche, look at the wider McLaren, and then listen to the V8 power that is the Trans Am V8s. They're all such unique cars. They're all eclectic. They're all icons, and they're all having a bang-up time turning laps around the Bronx Sang Grand Prix circuit.
Winding their way back up through the monument once again. 3.5 laps to go in this race to conclude the weekend for Thailand Supercar GTC. Watching Lemvard here try and catch up to Patera as he works his way into turn 15. A little bit of a wiggle there on the exit of the corner. No stranger to putting the power down, it seems, and really trying to hustle. Because, I mean, the sooner that Trans Am car is on the power, the faster, the better it's going to be lap time-wise. And indeed, as you say, Scott, there he is coming. Gets nice and close here turns 18, 19. Is the challenge of getting the car around that hairpin going to struggle and hurt the chances of a move? Maybe, but we'll see here. Straight line out of turn 20. He's close, Scott, and Patera moves to the left. To the right, cover off the inside for turn 1. What's Lemvard got for us here? Outside for turn 1 is going to be ambitious. Can he stay around the outside? Set up turn 2. Look how wide they both drift. Patera in defense. Lemvard trying to stay on the attack. They stay as they were, 3rd and 4th, though. But look at the lap time difference as well between the 2 of these cars. And he's all over the back bumper off the drive. Something, I think, as you said, Scott, not right with that Cayman. It did not struggle this much in a straight line yesterday.
Well, I don't necessarily think it was struggling in a straight line. I think he's having issues with just trying to get the power down. I think it's not necessarily that it's turning quite well, but it's getting back on the gas, I think, that's struggling compared to yesterday, because it had that extra 5 or so kilometers an hour coming out of the corners. It just doesn't seem to have that today. And now it's going to be Lemvard that it continues to try and crawl all over the rear bumper. This is where the Porsche is strong. Down to turn 8. Now they'll set themselves up back to the right-hand side. Flick it back to the left. The twist, the turns. Now we're onto the monument chicane. So flick to the right, back to the left, crawl all over the curbs. It's a long, long lap around the Bang Seng Grand Prix circuit. And there is just about no point throughout the lap where there's an opportunity to rest, reflect, think about how you're getting it done, and the response from Adam Patera has been mega. Immediately just starts to put it down and drive away from Jack Lemvard. He's starting to find something, starting to find a response. And all of a sudden, Lemvard is running out of time to get closer. 3 laps left to go, with more like 2 and a couple corners. It'll be 2 in just a few moments.
Strong there at the end of the run into turn 18. So, again, certainly the Cayman strong through the corners, strong under brakes, and seems okay at initial acceleration of the corner. But it just looks like, I mean, yes, the Trans Am car has got so much power. This time, Lemvard knows the inside is what he needs for turn 1, but he's forced to the outside. Side by side as we come into this fast right-hand kink. Bumps aplenty. Can he stay in line? No, he can't stay to the side of Patera, but he forces the number 5 car to defend aggressively into that second corner. And then again, all over the back bumper on the run up the hill here to turns 4 and 5, but cannot find a way around. The Trans Am car is so big, it's actually, I think, working at a disadvantage. And at the same time, as you say there, Scott, Tanapongpang, second place in the McLaren, had a pretty bad lap last time around, 1 minute 45.5. Was slower than Patera in a 144.8, who was slightly slower than Lemvard on a 144.7 as they head down to turn 8 once again.
Porsche's weak. So the thing we've got with this, Dan, is that the Porsche's weak in a straight line. He's going to get, this time last lap, he was really stretching the legs out over that Trans Am car of Jack Lemvard. Now he's held up by the McLaren. Now he's not getting all the downforce. We know in GT3 spec how much that cars right the world over struggle in dirty air. Struggle. His temperatures are going to come up. He's already got some sort of problem. Something's not quite right. Lemvard is so desperate to get closer here. They're going to come down. They've only got 1 and a bit laps left to run, ladies and gentlemen. And Lemvard was closing. Little mistake at turn 15. He's managed to recover. He's still there. But this time that Porsche's not quite as far ahead. He's going to get the horses down. The Porsche's going to look for a tow. And the problem is, I don't see where Patera can get past Thanaponpan because he needs that straight line. He hasn't got it. McLaren's gone. He's just come off that last corner and disappeared. Here comes Jack Lemvard. Has he got enough horses? He's further back here, wiggling all over the road, feeling that rear view mirror. As the Porsche made a mistake, he sails in so deep to turn number 1, pulls it up at turn 2. The flick back, not getting to the power. He's struggling now. The tyres are overheated from Lemvard. That was his opportunity. It's going to take a mistake now from Patera. Does he have the defense he needs for the rest of this lap? Robotham's gone. Race just about assured. Short run to the finish. There's been a huge response from Daniel Ponpan to step out and away from these guys. He was in trouble at the start of this lap. He was just about in reach for both the Porsche and the Ford Mustang.
How the tables turn there, on that last lap, Tanapongpang looked like he slowed down massively. Maybe he needs to just give the car a moment there to back off a bit, but then puts the foot down at the end of lap number 12 and pulls that gap on Patera. And same for Lemvard because he struggles there through that run out of the hairpin, even though it's a nice long straightaway, but then just turns 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Having a real handful of the car here, but at the front of the field, he got a nice gap yesterday. Unfortunately, mechanical failures hurt this car, but looks like today here in the second race of the weekend for Thailand Supercar GTC, Jalen Robotham will not be denied his race win. Comes around turns 18 and 19. The right-hand sweep out of this turn 20 to finish off the lap, and Robotham will take the win in the number 88 machine, comfortably ahead of the field as we wait for the rest of the drivers. Tanapongpang will hang on to second place in that number 46 ahead of Patera in third. Jack Lemvard, a great fight there, but unfortunately the handling, the braking, the cornering of those GT4 cars enough to deny him a chance at the third place as they will now circulate around for the in-lap here. Chem Yilmaz brings home the third of the Trans Am Mustangs in fifth, and then it's just Rafael Galeana who will be bringing around the Ford Daytona GT Coupe to finish off this race here. But as we see here, our race winner, Scott, who we didn't get a chance to look at all that much during the race, given the way he checked out and ran away from the field. Looks done a nice job, although, hello there, puff of smoke. Are we seeing the same issue appear again there, perhaps, just at the end of the race, thankfully?
At least it lasted long enough. I mean, for Jalen Robotham, it's been 2 race victories from 2 whereby he's had a car underneath him to support him. So the pace has definitely been there from Robotham. And the Daytona Coupe from Rafael Galeana. The French driver will come across and gets the style points for best car in show, I think, this weekend. But I tell you what, that was action-packed. How was the defense from Patera? Just covered it every single time. There was even a whiff of a challenge coming his way from Jack Lemvard. Had to cover it, had to run it deep at turn 1. He was comfortable. He nearly got overtaken. I tell you what, if there was probably another 20, 30 metres up and over Monkey Hill, I reckon Lemvard would have had to go before the forced yellow flag zone. That was probably one of the best races. Well, that's definitely the best race those guys have had actually this weekend.
Yeah, it sure is. And you see there, 1 minute 42.8, the best lap set by Jalen at the front of the field in that Trans Am Mustang. Slowed back down to a 1 minute 44 once the race was all wrapped up and under his control. But certainly, those Trans Am cars, when you get them in clean air, it seems, and you give them the freedom to run here, they certainly do the goods around the Bang Sen Street circuit. Let's go have a look here at our highlights. The Thailand Supercar GTC, just like every other class we've seen, plenty of energy and enthusiasm on the grid. And as we got the green flag, it was certainly an aggressive run towards turn 1. You're again watching these Trans Am cars stretch their legs, and then the fight there between Thanapongpang and Lemvard saw the two drivers their exchange positions as Thanapongpang got the McLaren up into third place. Scott, top 4 will start to break away, but unfortunately only temporarily, as we see there, the 95 Manuel Rafael Caceres find the barrier on the exit of turn 17. That would bring out the safety car for the opening half of the race with heavy damage and the time it would take to get that car retrieved. Meaning we go, a lot of laps under the safety car, but unfortunately that is racing around here, it seems.
Yeah, lots of incidents right throughout just about every class this weekend. We've only seen 2 races go safety car free thus far this weekend. It was the restart. The Porsche Cayman was caught napping, and Thanapongpang did not hesitate whatsoever. And nearly that door opened there as well for Jack Lemvard. And that was the battle that we would just about keep our eyes glued to for the remainder of that race. Thanapongpang, something happened to him at some point late on in that race and lost a little bit of time. Nearly got brought into a 3-way battle. And Lemvard was pushing everything he could out of all 8 of those cylinders. A lovely, lovely sound as the Trans Am machines wind their engines up, run down to the final corners now for Jalen Robotham. When he's got a good car, when he finishes the race where he should, it's been on top of the podium. But how long can that Trans Am car last? We'll have to find out for the next round at Sepang.
With that, we'll take another short break here on the English broadcast of the B-Quik Thailand Super Series. Sunday's action at the Bang Sen Grand Prix. Next up will be Thailand Supercar GTM and GT4 combined. About 20 minutes to race start. Stay with us here for the English feed, either here on the Thailand Super Series or Speed Cafe TV YouTube channels.
forget your father's goodbye. Guess I didn't fit in that frame of your life, but I hope that you find all that love in your kids and your wife. Now you're playing with the big boys, finally got some big toys, making all your girls spoiled. Daddy's got it all solved. I was never your choice, but I hope you're happy. I hope you are happy. Now you're playing with the big boys, finally got some big toys, making all your girls spoiled. Daddy's got it all solved. I was never your choice, but I hope you're happy. I hope you are happy. This is not my first song about you. Crazy how I'm still thinking about you. This is not my first song about you, about you, about you. I feel like I'm still the same. How about you? And what if we ever meet in our kids' school? And you say you've been thinking of me too. Now you're playing with the big boys, honey, got some big toys, making all your girls spoiled. Daddy's got it all solved. I was never your choice, but I hope you're happy. I hope you are happy. Now you're playing with the big boys, honey, got some big toys, making all your girls spoiled. Daddy's got it all solved. I was never your choice, but I hope you're happy. I hope you are happy.
Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back. We've actually got an interview coming to you related to the number 88 car for the mix of GTM and GT4 cars that'll be in our next race. And it's Bo and Bon with the Porsche Cayman GT4.
Okay, we're here with the drivers of Porsche Cayman number 88, Boo and Bom, after race 1 today. Great P2 result. Boo, you had the first stint. How was it?
Yeah, first of all, thanks a lot to give the speech. The race was really good, I think, was good. We were a bit unlucky with the safety car. We could maintain the first position before, after changing to bomb. So yeah, I think the first 30 minutes was good, and the second 30 minutes, the second half was good also, but safety car came out, so yeah, was unlucky.
The challenges of racing on a street circuit. Bom, after the pit stop, you took over. How was your stint?
Well, my stint is much straightforward than his because I have no traffic and basically driving on my own, try to get it as fast as possible. But we have some incident, like faster car trying to get by, but you know, street circuit, there's no space, so two cars trying to squeeze into one space, and you get that. And also we unlucky with safety car, which is why we ended up second, but that's racing. We are happy with the result so far.
Perfect. And the event itself, how's Bangsan for you being this year after stepping up into the GT4?
Oh, it's been great. The track is always amazing. You couldn't get any track like this anywhere else. And yeah, with faster car, obviously it's a lot more exciting, and we're happy to get back here. And
Perfect. Well, look, guys, best of luck for tomorrow, and we'll catch you after the weekend.
Welcome back, ladies and gents, and thank you once again to the team on the ground over at Bong Sen for getting us the interviews as they come to you guys. So Bowen Ben and Daniel Bilski there with information on the Porsche GT4 car. And now we transfer back to the gridding up of the GTM and the GT4 class. Obviously, yesterday we did see contact for that Porsche Cayman GT4. It was on one of the marked cars that's actually made its journey over from Australia, Dan. And I don't know, it was a tricky decision whether or not they should have gone for that move. It was, you know, they'll be sitting there, they'll be regretting it, you know, whether or not they should or shouldn't have made that move, but it put the marked car out of the race. That's the end result.
Yeah, it did, unfortunately, there. Yeah, the Ford Mustang, prepared by Mark Cars Australia. It is a specialised car that's designed for endurance racing primarily. But it does see some action here and there around the world. And, quite interesting to see it here this weekend at Bang Sen. Unfortunately, I'm getting entangled there. It is actually on screen with you now, the number 37. So yeah, signature blue of Ford colours there. It looks like they've got Craig Corliss who'll be starting that car off here this time out. See, hopefully that car get through to the end of the race in that case. And see the drivers getting ready to go up here. The two Lamborghinis there going to be sharing the front row. Or not quite, they'll be sharing the second row, apologies. The two Vitana PSC Motorsport cars. One Huracan Super Trofeo and one Gallardo FL2. Very different generations of Lamborghini, Scott. But it was the older Gallardo that showed the pace with Pitsanu and Nakahiro sharing that car over Saravut and Afik in the Huracan yesterday, until unfortunately troubles for the 28 mechanically ended their race early.
Yeah, and I mean, just keep an eye on things up and down pit lane sort of as the weekends progress. I mean, what we're seeing, you know, and what we're learning about up here in the commentary booth, as opposed to probably some of the more Thailand Super Series veterans that are up and down the lane, it's just the team groups that go on. Obviously, such a big representation from Ford, CRE, Lanatech, Liqui Moly Racing, representation from Toyota Gazoo Racing Team Thailand, obviously with their success in the 24 Hours of Nürburgring. We saw that dedication yesterday. We've got the Porsches that are out there and racing the 992, the Porsche Cup cars, popular right the world over. But also, you know, I think it's really important to just zero in on the B-Quik crew, because they're such a big crew and they're just about every class. And then the Sunoco cars that are in so many different classes as well. So, you know, big support from just about every single category that we've got available to us here, and it's teams that are not just in one class, Dan. They're in this class, they're in that class, they're in racing bits and pieces and things. You know, it's such a big. Again, we refer back to the cultural environment, but it's teams getting out there, getting racing, going out there with their friends, and having fun, and big groups that make that possible.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, yeah, as you said, B-Quik Absolute Racing represented across a large number of categories here this weekend, and I mean, as you were saying, some of the stuff we've been able to get thanks to Daniel Bilski at the team, and helping us out with getting some extra information, things like those interviews in English for us. Yeah, really awesome to be able to sort of get an idea, so things like and get an idea of what's up here in this part of the world, and sort of understand things like the fact that that B-Quik, the mechanics and who race and drivers who work on the cars, they're working in B-Quik stores and allow that kind of that race team and spectator interaction well beyond the race circuit as well, and just integrate that interest and passion for motorsport in with parts of everyday life for Thai people. As we have a look here at the Bang Sen Street Circuit map once again, Scott, and just allow you to get up to speed if you haven't seen the track map at least yet today, if you're joining us just now for the Thailand Supercar GTM and GT4 cars as we get ready for their race.
Yep, and confirmation again of the Hankook official tyres as well, utilised by all the classes just about right throughout the weekend, but the Supercar GT classes, all different split outs of the Supercar classes on the different variations right down there at the bottom. The Ventus F200 from Hankook is supplying the rubber. Moving to race number 4 of the season for the GTC GT4. Sorry, no, my apologies. It is the GTM. Had it right the first time. GTM GT4, and this indeed is going to be our starter grid. It's going to be Counter D off of pole position with the number 17 Porsche 992 Cup, Sean T in the 10 Fire Monkey team car. A Akihiro and Afik Y in the second row of the grid in both of those two Lamborghinis. Nana Vude in the 24 Toyota Gazoo Racing Team Tyler Lexus alongside Jack Rafan D in the 33 car. Craig C will be taking off in the Ford Lenatech car, the Mark car, and off of the 8th spot, the 99 machine of Jetchaton in going to be the Porsche Cayman. And finally, 9th and 10th, Natapon in the Toyota Gazoo Racing Team Thailand Toyota Supra, and Shannon in the B-Quik Absolute Racing entry that is going to be in, I believe that's the Porsche Cayman. It was there, so it's a Mercedes-Benz Sunoco car is the 99 car. The 3 cars in the GT4 category coming our way.
The 10 cars total will take to the grid for this the first 60-minute race of the day, the final race of the weekend for Thailand Supercar GTM and GT4 combined. As we head around turns 18 and 19, get ourselves in the grid formation. The GT4 cars holding back to ensure that we get this thing underway. All of our GTM cars lined up, waiting for the green flag signal to drop as they come past the finish line there. As we get ready, waiting for the race start there. Over the bumps we go, and there we go. The front splitters up in the air. We go green here for 60 minutes plus 1 lap around the Bang Sen Street Circuit in GTM and GT4, and they race up towards turn 1 here. Our Porsche Cup cars going to lead us through here. Then GT4s, look how quickly they catch up under brakes to the back of our GTM field. And there we go. The Supra up the inside of that Ford Mustang is going to make sure to take a place away early. And then you got the other 2 of the GT4 cars, the Porsche Cayman. We saw actually get entangled with that Ford Mustang yesterday. Have to be careful that doesn't happen again, unfortunately. But at the front of the field, top 6, going to be our GTM cars that get away there. And then you see it quickly, that Supra looking a little bit more racy, I have to say, today. Scott, yesterday, unfortunately, it didn't look like it had the pace of the other 2 GT4s, the Mercedes-Benz from YK Motorsports BBR and the Porsche Cayman GT4 from the B-Quik Absolute Racing stables. But looks like on this one today, it has jumped out of the gate and it is pushing on quickly here as our drivers round turn 8 for the first time here as the clock ticks on down.
Yeah, and we've got to keep an eye on that Mark car, whether or not it is actually able to be passed with the rest of the GT4 field. That's going to be causing a huge issue for the Sitapong Natapong combo in the... Sorry, that was the Toyota Supra. They've already cleared it, so they've disappeared down the road. And it's going to be the remainder of the two GT4 cars, the AMG and the Porsche Cayman, that are going to be in trouble trying to find their way past. And they will be held up. They've got to get by him nice and quickly. Once that Mark car comes up to speed, might not be too bad, but it was the real cork of the bottle yesterday for that Cayman incident, that early safety car down at turn number 15 yesterday that triggered a whole host of issues for that Porsche car. It was the Fire Monkey entry, and then of course don't forget all the debris that we had on track. We had cut tyres. It was the 991, the 33 car that led the way early yesterday, but now it's right down towards the tail end, and it's going toe-to-toe with the Lamborghini Gallardo round the outside from the 991 on the run down to turn number 1. Porsche versus Lamborghini. Older spec cars. Porsche on top this time by.
Yes, out just ahead there at turn 2 as they make their way up and over the hill here towards turn 6 once again. And I can tell you on that opening lap, 77, the Super Trofeo Huracan gains a spot, or gains spots on the lap, as did the 33 Porsche Cup car there. But 28 Gallardo, and of course number 24, well, not of course, but as a result also the 24 Lexus RCF from Team Gazoo Racing, Toyota Gazoo Racing Team Thailand. It's a mouthful to get out right, and apparently I'm thinking about which words starting with T come first. Anyways, so there, the 28 and the 24, that's what I was really is the summary of this information. Those two cars lost spots on the opening lap. Of course, you had the 90 and the 88 actually making spots on the start of this one, and it looks like from our timing screens that all the GT4 cars have passed the Ford Mark Mustang, and it's dropping back quite a margin here, which may be a case here with Craig Corliss behind the wheel, that maybe the car just not quite feeling quite right yet, and just maybe need to ease it in here in this race. Unfortunately, it will mean that they are now, as you see on your timing screen, 10th and last of all the cars that are currently out on track as they head round past the finish line once again, and their last lap times are on screen and at the front of the field. That 992 spec Cup cars today, Scott really checking out with some, compared to comparatively speaking, blistering speeds there.
It was the Fire Monkey car that we actually saw in the barriers as they run up through this next section on the left-hand side. It'll be the top right-hand corner, sorry, right in the center of this shot. Right up there, all the way up at the back on the right-hand side. Cut tyre in the fence, finished the race under caution yesterday. They red flagged the race actually to finish it. The session will not be restarted because there's damage, extensive damage to the barriers. Went in there with a cut tyre. Lots of issues in terms of this one yesterday. In the meantime, that 33 car is pressing on. We know how quick that Lamborghini Gallardo can be once it's got clear track. The higher rated of the two drivers, reminder, ladies and gentlemen, start this race today. On the first race of the weekend, it'll be the lower rated drivers that start, but because we're now on Sunday, final race of the weekend for the class, it's the higher rated drivers that will start 25 to 35 minutes into this race. 10-minute pit window. That one is going to open in about 20 minutes time, Dan Yeaman. Spicy. And we've got compensatory times coming through as well for this class as well.
Yeah, so if you aren't aware, with that compulsory pit window, the drivers do their swap. Teams are able to change tyres if they feel they want to, but critically, all the cars must pit for a minimum number of seconds. So for all of our GTM cars here at the front of the field, their minimum time before any adjustments is 100 seconds. But then we start looking at things like, for a couple of the cars, 4 of them, the 17 and the 10 at the front of the field, those Porsche 992 Cup cars, plus the number 28 Lamborghini Gallardo and the number 37 Ford Mustang from Mark cars. They all have to add 5 seconds as a balance of performance time value. Then you have the driver pairings. We'll talk about pit stop times later on, because the 99 Mercedes Decker Thorn behind the wheel has found the barrier somewhere. Exit of 17 maybe, Scott? It's run a bit wide and brush the barrier down there, or clip the little kink. Oh, there we go. It's now ejecting all those parts out across the track from that front right corner. That's going to be nasty debris there all the way up from turn 2 to turn 5.
Well, there'll be damage because that tyre was rubbing as well, so there will be damage to that front right tyre. For the 99, entry is still shedding bits and pieces of the car. Would not surprise me to see mechanical black flags tell that car come on into the pits. You need to repair that damage because they'll be worried about that debris. Remember, cut tires yesterday in the race, so certainly something that they're worried about. But yeah, that car looked strong yesterday. The Sunoco entry, look at it, just shedding parts on the brake. Because as soon as that front end of that car gets loaded up, that splitter gets dragged back into it. There's already debris on the circuit. What was that, round turn 8, turn 9?
That was turn 9. So has this car...
Has he
hit the wall at turn 8 in that case, perhaps? And because just look, it's bits and pieces. Now, thankfully, most of what can be broken and spat out of this car has been launched out of the car. But this is going to do it no favours at all. You can still see it lapped. It was 4 seconds down last lap as a result of whatever happened to the other GT4s that are ahead of it on track at the moment. But yeah, you can see there's a couple little bits there that could fall out or could get broken and splinter and fly out of the car. So yeah, I get the feeling the race control team, which is headed up by the Repco Supercars Championship race director of James Taylor from Australia. As you look at that there down the front straight, it's got more parts at high speed, flap, break, or fall off, but they also start breaking apart into small fragments. That'll be nasty indeed.
I'm also concerned for bits and pieces feeding to the brakes there as well. And we saw 3 separate tyres flat. We saw the Lamborghini Gallardo have a puncture as a result of debris yesterday. Then we saw both of the 992 spec cars end up with punctures. Were the 3 cars that we saw have issues yesterday. So whether or not this is going to continue, whether or not this class will have an issue, they may. I mean, it depends what options are available to the local race control team. Do they have? I haven't seen a street sweeper out there so far this weekend to sort of pick up and gather a whole bunch of the bits and pieces of junk. So it's going to have to be people driving around in the course cars picking up those individual pieces of debris. Whether or not we get a safety car here, as soon as we get one, I'd be immediately just throwing a course car out there. You've got to go and check the entirety of the track. In the meantime, racing's got to continue, and Company's sort of started stepping away. Look at the bits and pieces just offline there out of turn 2.
Yeah, that's going to be pretty nasty. Their driver's going to have to make sure they know to not run all the way out to the right side of the circuit, and when they try and get the power down out of turn 2, as you called it there, as we continue to watch our race leader with the second place car there. It's 2 of the Porsche Cup cars there, nice and close together. It's number 10, Sean Tong, looks like, according to our overlays there, who started that car for this race, and we'll hand over to Simon Chan, the Fire Monkey Motorsport drivers from Hong Kong, racing that one here today, as we check in with your GT4 race leader as well, Nata Pong, in that Toyota Gazoo Racing Team Thailand Supra, which really does look like it's picked up a solid amount of pace since yesterday. Because just remember, it was yesterday's race here in this category was entirely between the 88 Porsche Cayman and the 99 Mercedes AMG, whereas in the Supra, quite frankly, Scott was nowhere to be found here today in this second race. Tuned it up, maybe just a bit more preparation from the drivers. Honestly, wish I could tell you exactly what the story is, because they're out there and they've got a 5.8 second margin over the 88 car in second place in class.
Remember that it was the Mercedes that won the race yesterday out of that class as well, after the issues for the 88 machine. The Porsche Cayman. Yeah, so ultimately, at the moment, it's basically like somebody's taken that GT4 order and just flipped it.
Pretty much. But it is almost exactly flipped. You will take the exact order you put for the 88 and the 99. Indeed, as we watch once again, look at that there. It's actually coming up to lap the Ford thing that's in GTM, the Mark Car's design. So unfortunately, there for Craig Corliss, off the pace at the moment. He's lapping in 1 minute 54s. Now, unfortunately, the car did get damaged yesterday. And look at that there. We've now got warning flags down here at turn 8. That was actually red and yellow, which usually is indicating debris, but also a spill of some kind on the circuit. So that could be something to watch out for here as well. As back up to your race lead and look out there, just around the corner there, 37 of Corliss in that Ford Mustang. Yeah, unfortunately, not on the pace today for GTM. And you can see, unfortunately, nearly 20 seconds off the pace last lap compared to our race leader, who will immediately fire that one up the inside for turn 18. And yeah, with 48 minutes on the clock, unfortunately, for the team at Ford CRE Lanatech Looking Morley Racing, they're now a lap down. It looks like that's not going to change anytime soon at the rate that he's being gapped off of the corner there.
Yeah, so the 17 of Kansas City, the 992 Porsche Cup car, has control of this race. The gap that the battle that I want to sort of keep an eye on actually is the 33 machine's actually just been passed on that most recent lap by the Lamborghini Gallardo. So the 991 car has been overtaken. The Lamborghini Gallardo finally managed to make its way through, and most recent time by found a whole bunch of pace as well, 3 seconds faster than the Lamborghini Huracan. And now they are going to be ranging up on them. They're about a second behind. Yeah, see, that's those two cars I was just talking about. And off in the distance, that was the 991 spec car. No longer holding them up. 42550 for the 991 Porsche Cup car. The yellow one up in the background for Alpha Factory Racing team by Pulsar. But these two ones on screen run both out of Vitana PSC Motorsports. So obviously big Lamborghini fans out of Vitana PSC Motorsports. And now their two team cars will be going toe-to-toe on the road. Team orders, do you think? I want to see that Gallardo go off and chase down the leaders. I think he's got the pace.
Oh, maybe. Let's see if we can get a read on here, how things are looking for these cars in the championship. The number 33 actually leads the championship so far. Actually, sorry, that was Porsche Sprint. No, my apologies. Let's scroll up to its AM driver standings. Do I have overall driver standings? I do. That's much better. So actually, yeah, overall standings. The 33, that Porsche 991, currently leading the overall driver standings. You then got, and this is, mind you, I'll talk about that later. A nice move up the inside of turn 15. Both of the Vitana cars do have to slow down a lot there, Scott, to make sure nothing too crazy happens there. But Akihiro gets the move done under brakes there for that left-hander. It does bring Jack Rafan in that Porsche in the background a little closer now to Afik, and actually see that Lamborghini again before it turns around the hairpin here and check out down the straightaway. But I have to say also that Gallardo is looking a lot more. Well, look at the ride height difference between it and the Huracan. It's quite impressive, or quite interesting how different the two cars present. But also, yeah, see the bumps for turn one. It's certainly no easy feat, at least in that Gallardo. I think the Huracan is struggling almost just as much, despite the different ride height. If I get a moment though, drivers' standings after yesterday's race. The 33, the Porsche, Falpong and Jack Rafan actually leading the championship on 68 points. Nadavude in the number 24 Lexus RCF Toyota Gazoo Racing Team Thailand is currently second with 58 points. Then you've got Nadachak and Kantahi sharing this number 17 Porsche 992 Generation Cup car, third place on 42 points. Now for Supercar GTM, it's a different point scheme. 25 points for your race winner, 18 for second, 15 for third, 12 for fourth. You might be sensing that this one is slightly built off the Formula One points scheme here, and I would suggest that is the case, as we see here your race leaders catching up to that strict, well, damaged and slowed slightly 99 Mercedes as they round off of turns 2 and up the hill here. See, he can get by before turn 4, so job nicely done there by Cantor D there, Scott, in the 17.
Yeah, it's important to note that generally we see from these multi-class sort of series, traffic's going to be a big thing, particularly when you come to a street circuit. So for the Fire Monkey entry, the 992 Cup car, they've caught this GT4 at just about the exact right location, straight across the left-hand side of the track. Right, no issues whatsoever, and they will crack on with their race. So a little bit of time lost there for the 17 992 Cup car of Kansas City, and they will settle their way back down on and in. So immediately after getting by, that Lamborghini Gallardo goes to a 1:41.4. So not necessarily its fastest lap to the race, not taking time out of these 33 seconds of the Porsche Cup cars up ahead at this point in time, but it is starting to stretch its legs over the Huracan. My thoughts when looking at those two cars that you were mentioning, Dan, a little bit different generations. It's nearly like the the Gallardo went on a diet. Grew a little bit taller, a little bit lankier. Basically, the Gallardo looks like your teenager. Let's put on a little bit of weight before they stretch out. And then Hurricane, it's the adult. All nice and long, lanky, and sporty.
As we see here, Craig Corliss still behind the wheel of that number 37 Ford Mustang. And now going to go down a lap to Akihiro in the number 28 in a moment's time when they come up to 15. I presume up the inside will go Akihiro and get that job done. Although you can see, geez, Corliss really struggling to get that car pulled up there, and that will bring a feek right onto his gearbox here at turn 17 whilst we watch on with Akihiro.
I'm wondering whether or not there's something wrong with that Mark car.
Oh, there's something, I think, wrong with it still, yes, unfortunately. Despite the efforts of the team to perhaps repair the car, you aren't this slow. You wouldn't be competing in this class if they were legitimately this far off the pace, I would think. Because they are currently lapping now around, looking at the last lap in particular, they're nearly 18 seconds slower than your race leaders in those 992 Cup cars. As we check in here, speaking of which, number 24, Natavude, currently third technically in the drivers' standings because it's equal first because both the drivers of the 33 Porsche 991 Cup car share that first place. When we're talking drivers' standings, that is. You can see here in the Lexus, not looking as strong over one lap pace, but also race pace too. Currently sitting how far back? Actually, quite a ways back from our top two. I have to say, I'm very surprised at how quickly the top two pulled a gap. The fact that there is a 37.5 second margin between Akihiro and Sean, Sean Tong in that number 10, second of the Cup cars.
They're only
pretty crazy.
4 seconds. Yeah, no, but it's that gap back to the Lamborghini Gallardo. Update on that Lamborghini Gallardo as well as checking through the point settings. That's a single round entry by the look of things. So they actually weren't present at the start of the series, and I don't think they intended to enter that car. At the start of the season, it was something that was put together for the Bang Seng Grand Prix. So it's been really, really awesome to see the Gallardo back out there and seeing it have some fun. The first round as well for the Mark car. So they were looking at, what sort of classes, how does it sort of qualify. There'll probably be some fine tuning done to that car. The balancing performance might get a lot more horsepower or so. And, might get some more downforce allowed onto it. They might be allowed to trim some weight out of that car before the next round as well. So keep your eyes on that one because it's obviously quite a long way around. And remember the amount of damage to that car yesterday from such a light hit. There may be suspension damage in that left free corner still, so it may not necessarily still be happy. Or something that wasn't necessarily an issue yesterday. A little bit of driving on it today. That might have gone ahead and bent something. So I have to keep half an eye on that car. It's continuing to circulate at the moment, but it is 5 seconds off the pace of the slowest of the GT4 car, so it is certainly struggling out there in that car at the moment.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. I mean, as I said, it could be a couple of factors. Yeah, maybe it is a case too of the fact that if it hasn't raced yet this season, no, pardon me, they did race.
That was yesterday. Yeah.
Yeah, it was yesterday. Actually find the right car and talk about it. As you said, didn't race at Chang, so it's new to the series, as you said. Hopefully it's a case of maybe just need to tweak that car up and give it a better go at it. As we check in here with second place in GT4, the B-Quik Absolute Racing car running here. What's the gap to class leader? About 12 seconds at the finish line. Start line when he began the lap that he's currently on. On that last lap, unfortunately lost 4 seconds, Scott, to the Supra with Natapong driving at the moment. Personal best for the Supra, by the way, just did a 146.9 on that previous lap. So work going to be cut out here for the B-Quik Absolute drivers because that Supra is on fire today.
Well, it's more than likely they might have had traffic actually on that most recent lap, so that might have been the case there. And in the meantime, we continue to watch the lap times as they roll in. The lap times for the Porsche 992 cars, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, starting to fall off a little bit. Best lap time for our race leader is a 38.2, which was set all the way back on lap 3. They were a second down on that lap time in the most recent lap, a second and a 10th on the lap that they're very close to finishing at the moment by the looks of things. And then for the number 10 Fire Monkey entry, best up of a 38.5, just recently ran a 40.717. So they're 2 and a bit seconds down on their best time. So the tyres are starting to come away from those Porsche 992 cars, which makes great racing in terms of Porsche 992 Cup cars. But that's something they've got to try and deal with and try and handle in terms of this sort of class. Whereas I think the Huracan and the Gallardo are going to hang on to their tyres a bit better.
Yeah, we'll have to see if that's the case. Looking at the last time around for that car there, indeed, made for a 41.0 versus a 1 minute 40.9. Is Grandma right there! Once again, the number 28. This time though, that is going to be a terminal incident. And yeah, fluids all over the circuit. Safety car almost certainly coming out any second now. And indeed, there it is. Right before the pit window opens as well, Scott. So this is going to throw a lot of teams for a loop here, I think. But just as we cut to that trackside camera on the fence. Oh, I'm going to need to have another look at that one there. Because
I caught the end of it. I heard you saying something. I turned around to shut a window and I looked away. Every time it seems, ladies and gentlemen, we look away from the screens today, accident unfolds. I look away from the top left-hand corner of the screen, accident in the Super Ecos. Look away from the screen. You looked away momentarily to go and look at some numbers earlier on, Dan, and another incident happened. So what's this, turn 15? 17.
Just loses the rear.
That's the second accident at 17 today.
And yeah, it's all perfectly fine, and just around it goes, and then demolishes the right side of the car, and actually gets our camera here at the wall as well with the rear wing. But yeah, we're still about 2 minutes away from the pit window normally opening up. In fact, safety car's been called, but that car's in a nasty spot.
Red flag. I think it's gonna migrate to a red flag here in just a few moments, but I think we're already getting that one through for race control at this point in time because obviously we're directly input into them. I don't blame them. You absolutely have to red flag that one there.
Well, we've got all kinds of fluids down on the racetrack. You even watched as what was it when we watched the second of the Lamborghinis that the Huracan tried to sneak through on the side just as after that accident happened. I don't blame them because we're going to need marshals and track officials all over that car to try and get that able to pick that car up. There's another one of our lovely grandstand shots there, and there we go. Everyone's got a good view of a big screen here today because immediately got plenty of fans and smiles and faces there looking at us, and there we go. Confirmation on your screens that we are going to the red flag while the officials and marshals will do their best to get that one cleaned up so we can get back racing. But I wasn't ready for that one, I have to say, as we go to check in on the 28, and unfortunately that will be day well and truly done. If I look at them here, they're actually parking up on the run. So they can't even get past now that we've got to have safety officials on the circuit to try and start clearing this mess up. So no wonder they've called a red flag here. They can't even get back to the pits.
Yeah, well, they've got to... I think the plan here will be to move that car slightly to the side, get everyone through and back to the pit lane, and... Yeah, but if the track is jammed, I mean, you don't have an option. You can still hear the car shut. You can immediately see the drivers. They're looking, and everyone watching along back from the pit lane is seriously trying their best to get ready and go for their racing. This might work in the favour of that 99 Mercedes GT4, which had that incident early. If they can get back to the pit lane, do a little bit of repair work to the body of that car, make sure that everything's okay on the front end of that, they'll be good and set and ready to go because that car had a fairly hefty impact. But that Lamborghini Gallardo, boy, that's the second huge accident that we've seen at that section of the course today. Yesterday, was it 25 car? Was the 25 car yesterday? Went in there heavy. Was it 27? No, it was the 25. Yes, that was the 27. I had the incident in qualifying the other day, and they finally managed to get them through here, ladies and gentlemen. So we will be back underway at some point in the near future. In the meantime, the drivers are going to be heading back to pit lane.
That is the presumption just gotta. With marshals and officials on the circuit, as well as
it's
the
an awkward
recovery
spot.
cars. They have to come to they're squeezing up against the wall. I'm pretty sure is the case there. So, correct call being made here to allow everyone at the track to do the job or do the work to get that car out of the way as quickly as possible, whilst also cleaning up the circuit and making sure it's ready to go. That'll make things interesting because the clock is ticking down. The pit window, actually, according to this here, Scott, our latest message from race control was just that the pit window is open, and it opened at roughly at the scheduled time.
This happened right at the start of the pit window opening.
Yeah, pretty much, and so curious things. Yeah, the pit window will close apparently in about 8 minutes' time, because the clock is continuing to count down here. I think part of that is just due to the fact that unfortunately our schedule here at Bung Sen is so jam-packed in a good way, I guess, but it means that for time-certain races, the clock must go on. We can't afford to sit back and let that clock tick. Further update from race control, all the cars have been instructed to park at pit exit under this red flag here, so they will indeed head to the pit lane and wait in the pit lane before basically wait for the news that it's safe to head back out and we can restart this race. So, bit of drama and dramatics as it's our second red flag of the weekend now. We did have one yesterday. Unfortunately, I'm just having a hard time remembering exactly what that ended up being for.
Was it this class yesterday?
No,
it was, because it was the fire monkey car that was in the barriers. We ended under red flag yesterday.
That's right, it was indeed. Yeah, my good point. Apologies for completely forgetting it and insisting for a second it wasn't. But indeed, we had to unfortunately finish the race under red flag due to some issues there with the fire monkey, number 10 Porsche 992 Cup car up at turn 5, which unfortunately we never got a chance to really find out what happened there.
That's so similar to the Audi 25 incident from yesterday. Like that rear end of that car come around a little bit earlier this time, whereas I think the Audi was just trying to get back on the gas and come through the corner when the rear let go. But for that one, it was on the corner edge. It was initial tip in. It was just like the rear end was in too hot and around heavily. My word, 2 big accidents at that section of the course today, and the drivers are already getting out of the cars. You can see how hard they're working in the cars. Everything. This will only be a short red flag to the course. I do want to say, Dan, that the amount of incidents we've seen this weekend cleaned up within minutes and back to racing, and we've lost very minimal amounts of race time compared to the number of incidents and the severity of the incidents we've had. They will want to check those barriers out there, though, so it won't just be, we're not just looking at this car and just going, we're going to clean this car off the second we're back to racing. They will have to do a full safety check over, not only on the walls. Look at the number of fans there on the roadside that would have just been in shot and heard the huge bang crunch as that car come around.
Yeah, that would have been quite something there. Speaking of conditions, you can see bright skies. Our trackers there we go. Time for another one of our grandstand shots here, and crowd paying good attention there today. As a smile and wave, ladies and gentlemen, and there you go. A couple more of our fans finding the camera here off to the side. And good to see that there. But you're just saying there, we saw one of our drivers in the pit lane and out of the car looking really, really exhausted and definitely hot and sweaty. Current temperature, according to our forecasting information, 33 degrees Celsius. And that's air temperature before we factor in humidity and what it apparently roughly feels like. So it's hot. And that's outside the car, of course. So we're talking at least 91 degrees Fahrenheit. We would say we would conservatively add 10 degrees on for at least the car temperature above air. And so we're looking at least 43 degrees Celsius in the cars. We're talking almost 110 degrees Fahrenheit still on board these vehicles. So it's gonna be rough for the drivers, and so they'll definitely take the advantage of a quick break here and get some water and other fluids into them before we go back racing.
My word. I was just stunned by the level of or the speed. Think about the speed there. They're probably doing 200 kilometers an hour as they head in there, Dan. And the car settled. And it just didn't stick that time through for the remainder of the Lamborghini Gallardo. Remember, that's a car that's not running the full season schedule, or it wasn't scheduled to run the full season as well. And they're just here for the Bronx and Grand Prix, as is what we know at the moment. We're not sure if they'll be heading on to Sepang. But that's a hefty repair bill on an older generation of a car as well. That Lamborghini Gallardo no longer sort of in production as well. So not only is the repair bill in terms of parts, that engine's right in the back there as well. So there'll be damage to the engine. There'll be damage to a whole bunch of bits and pieces mechanically, not only just the superstructure of the car, the way that it keeps the tires down on the rear wing certainly got ripped off on the camera there as well. Marshall's fans, everyone quite close to that one. That was just such a big incident. Oh, word. The fans are getting the most out of it. I mean, the cool thing about the action here at the track is that bits and pieces, another accident means more bits of carbon fiber. I'd be down there by the roadside trying to pick up a souvenir.
Well, hopefully the team won't be wanting that back in that case. Otherwise, that could be I guess at the same time, at that point, probably go ask for a spare, probably rather than for a piece that's already broken off. What it does mean, though, is we get a chance to enjoy some of the trackside shots here at Bang Sen. This is down the end of the pit lane, actually. The last of the pit stall tents there on the left side of the screen. Those palm trees on the beach right next to it there.
So that tells me as well, Dan, that those palm trees, the breeze still coming from the southwest as well. So you notice that across the aerial shot?
Yes.
Don't need to look at a map. Don't need to look at where the radar is coming. He's good old-fashioned trees.
Well done, you indeed. I can confirm that's what the forecasting says.
Yes!
The wind direction is at.
I'm on fire this weekend, Dan. I'm on fire.
We've thankfully we've got ourselves figured out in terms of track, beach, wind direction, all adds up, and just keeping our eye on what the weather is like and what to expect in terms of air temperature. Basically, it's not going to change until maybe it might change slightly in the next half an hour or so in terms of dropping a tiny bit. That's probably one of the best places to be right about now today. So good pick to get yourself in the water and cool off a tiny bit out there, lads.
Do we have that picture of Winkelhock on standby again? Appropriate time to stick that one back up on screen. The GT cars drivers get up to when at the end of the day when you're by the roadside. Yeah, that. I reckon that's an image that's going to be circulated the world over. Doesn't encapsulate the uniqueness of the Bang Sen Grand Prix. Show me that. I said to one of our production staff, said we've got this interesting picture here today. I said, look, I'll be calling to this multiple times throughout the day. I can tell you that already.
Well, it's not quite the way to cool off, though. It's kind of like teasing yourself at that point because looks like most of Marcus's race gear plus the helmet. And that's going to be that there actually some nice cold drinks under some of the umbrellas and the stalls. That's more. If you can't go out into the water, that's more like where it's at and where it should be at. And definitely doing its bit here though. Hopefully that wind there, which does seem to be getting here and affecting the umbrellas, and hopefully is being felt a little bit down track side. Although what we heard yesterday is that on the track itself, despite what looked like the wind getting down here, is it wasn't being felt all that much. Okay, there's some good news from the pit lane as well, Scott. We are 5 minutes away from restarting this race. It will mean that we're looking at around 19 and a half minutes when these cars depart from the pit lane.
Okay, so the pit window opening was cancelled. Is the update that we actually got through from race control as a part of that one. So good news is there was no time lost out of that pit cycle. We will still have that one to serve and to do, which means strategy is going to kick in pretty quickly thereafter. So I would say the instant that window is open, you're going to just see just about everyone dive in.
No, they would have to. I think the thing is interesting here is if the pit window opens practically at the end of the first lap after this restart. I mean, that's what it probably will need to do because, yeah, we are.
We're going to end up with an interesting situation where there's probably one car circulating for about 2 minutes.
Yeah, depending on drivers and how they want to go about it, that is true. That could also be the case. Because, yeah, depending on exactly how long the formation lap takes, then we're probably looking at, let's call it 3 minutes for a formation lap, maybe? That puts it about 16 and a half minutes until, 16 and a half minutes remaining when the race is restarted. There's a 10-minute pit window. So at most, we're probably only going to see final 5 minutes of racing. We'll be absolutely certain there's no more pit stops to come. So yeah, I will be very curious to see just how many cars come down the pit lane literally as soon as possible. Versus, yeah, if we have any drivers who choose to stay out on track and do extra laps before coming in later.
In the meantime, no racing action out on track, at least not for the next couple of minutes. So down pit lane, run off, grab some food. It's a difficult one as well for the drivers who've just gotten out of those cars. Remember, we just said they were hot, they were sweaty, they were trying to cool themselves off, get out of the car, let the temperatures in the cabin come down a fair little bit. They've got to reactivate. They've got to switch back on. It's a mental step. It is a big mental step. Sometimes you're wound up and you're ready to go for so long that it's a one burst sort of thing. It's very difficult sometimes to pull yourself, extract yourself from the car, relaxing all day, sitting around, wait. The adrenaline's kicked in. Well, the adrenaline's worn off now. So they've all settled back down. They've chilled back out again. They've got to jump back up and get back involved in the action. And it's not as easy as you might think. A lot of other sports, think tennis, for example. The tennis, play a point, point's going to last 10, 15, 20 seconds, small break, go again. Think NFL, Football League out of America, quarterbacks, the what do they call it, gridiron out here. It's short burst gameplay, take a break, go in. They're trained, they're set up for that. Race car drivers aren't set up for that. Race car drivers are set up for long sort of action, more akin to soccer, Be it, instead of there being two halves, there is just the one half, you just play straight through. So it's a little bit difficult sometimes to pick yourself, get back out. And particularly with the length of the break, they've had a reasonably long break here. Safety cars is, you're still in the car, you're still moving around, really, really easy to get yourself back in, get yourself going. But red flags, you're actually out of the car. They're a completely different kettle of fish, completely different style. And for a lot of the drivers as they come up, a red flag, basically that's it. That's the end of the race. You won't get back out there. You won't get back out on the circuit. But longer hour races, you will.
Yeah, timing is everything with the red flag here for the race. And yeah, just watching the clock tick down, hopefully not too far away from seeing perhaps a 1 minute board at the end of the pit lane. But yeah, and also, as you said, how the drivers react here to this red flag and how well they can switch back on to getting back in the car, because yeah, they were mentally prepared for doing being in the car, doing their stint, and then getting out and being done. But as you say, this is a big potentially a big distraction, which could throw off the rhythm. A couple of guys. So you actually see here, it looks like there's actually a play seat down here.
That's us.
So we've got some Gran Turismo going on there. Thrustmaster TGT steering wheel. I'm gonna say that was there. As see how everyone's doing there on the PlayStation, on the sim, and yeah, that's what I'm used to. Once upon a time, I dreamed of being a real race car driver, but then it got expensive.
Noise just coming in for the 24 car under investigation for red flag procedure. That's the Lexus car, so there wasn't necessarily an issue for those guys. So whether or not that was speed coming back to the pit lane, or they weren't treating it as a yellow flag, they were treating it. Weren't treating it as a red flag, they were treating it as yellow. Normally the red, what we were instructed when I was growing up in motocross is if you see a red flag, there's generally a major sort of incident. Slow right down, proceed as safely as you possibly can back to the pit lane. And that's generally consistent right across the world, right across disciplines of motorsport. So I would be concerned whether or not that's the case. It could be a pit lane infringement as well. Whether or not they're allowed to or not allowed to work on the cars. But I didn't see any damage to that Lexus either. The and Toyota Gazoo Racing Team Thailand, they're pretty well versed. So little infringements like this thing. Race control's really on the book at these guys this weekend.
Yeah, not at the team necessarily. In fact, there you go. Updated information. Yeah, 25 actually doesn't exist in this race. So we've actually now had not just car 24, but also now cars 19, which is our GT. So for both of the Toyota Gazoo Racing Team Thailand cars, as well as the number 33 Alpha Factory Racing Team Polestar.
Was that the drivers we saw out of the cars? Perhaps.
Maybe it could be that maybe the red flag ruling is that they're expected to stay in the cars. As we actually see here, cars heading back out on circuit now. So hopefully just one lap here behind the safety car, then we will hand over to the drivers on track to restart the race. Looks like that Mercedes has had a little bit of work done under the red flag, so to at least clear out any of the remaining debris in that materials, not debris. It's debris once it gets on the track, but headlight assembly inside the front splitter guard and material, get that all cleaned out so no more will fly out of that car at least. But yeah,
I would hope that that's not penalty because that's in everyone's best interest, but they're not under investigation, so there's no issue with that one. It's a pretty big gap here actually for the Hurricane. The problem that these guys are going to have is where's the marked car in the order? Did the marked car get refired?
I don't know. I saw it sitting off to the side at the end at the pit exit there. So we'll have to see if that Ford Mustang gets back out on track because it has unfortunately been off the pace, but it'd be good to see it back on track. Yeah, in theory, Craig Corliss and Sam Collins sharing that Ford Mustang prepared by Mark Cars, or actually, it's built by Mark Cars Australia. Okay, there you go. It has gotten back out, and it's just now at the back of the train here. So that's good to see for them in terms of getting laps on the board. Just unfortunately not what they would be hoping for in terms of competition, pace and positioning. As we are now, hopefully, we'll be going back. We're just waiting on confirmation that we're going to get going again on this lap at least. I don't know if we will here unless we missed a. I haven't seen a safety. Okay, lights out in the safety car. We are going to restart, I think, here, and also the pit window has just opened about 10 seconds ago, so they could come in here, dive into the pits for that compulsory stop. We'll see if anyone does, or if people are going to do a lap here before any of that happens.
Look at the speedy dry, the fluid soak down on the racing surface as well. That's gonna be just about covering the tires. I'd nearly dive in out of this queue. Something I did actually notice is that there goes the Cayman straight into the lane as well. And the thing that I did notice, the number 19 car is actually on the tail end of the track. That's something that's just flying off the Fire Monkey 992 car. That'll be down there sitting at the exit of the last corners as well. I don't think that didn't look like tyre, and he's still up to speed, and he's still got grip on the way down in. So that was just another little bit of debris just being thrown from that car. But the number 19 GT4 entry is actually on the tail end of the field. So they're nearly a lap ahead of their competitors. So that's just about locked in the victory for the 19 car now.
Hasn't it? Actually, I'm just trying to make sense. That looks like a piece of the left. Look at that there. That's actually a piece of the outer edge of the left front splitter that's come off the number 10. Because that should be black to match the color of the rest of the paint scheme. But it is not. Cars there on the pit lane. The number 33, the Alpha Factory racing team by Polestar Porsche 911 Cup car. Another Vude and the number 24 Lexus RCF and Toyota Gazoo Racing Team Thailand machine. We also, of course, saw right as that race restarted, the number 88 Porsche Cayman for the B-Quik Absolute Racing Team peel off in for their compulsory stop as well. So it's going to shuffle the order quite a lot as the drivers head down, the leaders, I should say, head down to turn 17. in through this spot here. Oh, that was a little wide from the Fire Monkey machine. Hopefully hasn't run too wide there as Cantady will carry on. And there we go. That looked like the number 10 going off to the pit lane, Scott.
So got an update in from the race control messages. The car numbers, so they've been entered into our system twice incorrectly. The car numbers that we're actually looking at are the 24, the 19, and the 99. Now the 99 was that the Mercedes?
That's the Mercedes, yeah.
Yeah, so they did work on that car. Obviously, they cleaned that car back up. If that's a breach of the procedures, they're in a little bit of strife.
Yeah, in fact...
well, they had to, though. They couldn't have released that car. They needed to work on it right then and there, so...
Yeah, they did. And it is true. There's a whole lot of question marks there around that one. And exactly what is going to be the play for all of that one here as we keep our eye on the race leader there in the main picture. But there's the car center. There are more fixing up happening there. So that 9, are they going to try and rip that corner off, or what exactly is the play there? Because they're bashing that away from the wheel arch in the pit lane, as we also see here GT4 leader Nanapong still behind the wheel of that Toyota Supra GT4 and comfortably in charge, but under investigation for potentially an error in the pits, which again, interesting to see. It's both of the Toyota Gazoo Racing Team Thailand cars apparently being investigated, being investigated in addition to that 99 Mercedes. We also see that number 37 Ford Mustang down to the pit lane. So that'll be Craig Corliss getting out of the car and Sam Collins jumping aboard to finish the race off there for the 37.
So that was the Fire Monkey car we just saw go through in the background as well of that shot. So I think they're heading back out to rejoin the track, or they were on their way in yet. No, they were on their way back out the track. So they'd finished their stop. It'll be interesting to see how long Cantony goes for here, because pit lane window will close here in about 6 minutes, be 5 minutes actually here in a few moments. So on the 19 cars on the way in.
40 km pit speed, actually a little slow. I think he jumped on the pit speed limiter a little early there. Then again, it is a very narrow entry. They have to stay behind that white line and make sure that they go too wide there, as we check in with the 33 for a second, and then back to your race leader, who's actually just gone and set, pardon me, was close to setting his personal best of the race, I should say. 38.8 last lap around versus that 38.2, which is on screen as the fastest lap of the race for that car, and also the fastest lap of anyone in the race so far. Yeah, just trying to get my head around this here. Ooh. So we've got... Oh! Okay.
You've just seen what I've seen as well.
I've just seen what I've seen. We'll see if it comes up on screen for you folks, but if it doesn't, it looks like we do have several cars that are going to be flagged here for red flag procedural breaches, which will give them a 10-second post-race time penalty. Go in the way of that number 19 leading the GT4 class.
It was
number
all 24.
Cars.
Yeah.
All three cars have been deemed at fault. So the 24 Lexus there also getting a time penalty, and the 99 Mercedes also picking up a penalty as well. So
now from the view of the 99, a 10-second time penalty as opposed to coming in under green flags, like pick your penalty, you know. I'd rather take the 10-second time penalty if that's for working on the car, and indeed that's what we think it may be. The other option is it actually may be the other thing that I thought of about the red flag procedure was it could be for parking up double file coming out of that turn 15, because that took longer for the course vehicles to get involved, because there were multiple cars that were too wide. But I didn't think it was the Toyota Gazoo Racing cars that had caused that. Well, the Lexus, I think, was off to the right-hand side of the road. They had to be shuffled back in. So I think they're potentially talking about the cars that weren't single file prior to the red flag, because there was all of that hullabaloo just behind the course vehicles as well. But I'm pretty sure that one of the Lamborghinis, the other Lamborghini, the Hurricane, was involved in double file in there. So if that was the case, we'd expect to be seeing a penalty for that car. So reasonably certain it's something in the pit lane.
Yeah, that would be the likely cause. Unfortunately, we can't find out exactly what it is for. We just have to go off the messages that are sent via the live timing from race control. So it's going to be a little bit of a question mark, but a little bit of logical deduction and reasoning from us. Hopefully we'll be able to fill in the gaps. So we're looking at pit window closing in just over 2.5 minutes time. So we're looking at around 6 minutes and 10 seconds or thereabouts. We'll let you know when that pit window is closed. That's 6 minutes and 10 minutes remaining on the clock on screen. That's when drivers have to come to the pit lane. As we check in here with 33, who has completed their pit stop and heads around now towards turns 18 and 19. He is currently at Pao Hong, driving that car here as they come into 18. That's a little deep there, a little wide. Scott will hurt the run initially onto the front straight. You can also see here they're now on the same lap as the number 17, thanks to all this, so they're shuffling around with the pit stops and such, and how long the pit stops are here in this race. Yeah, it makes it a very interesting thing because their pit stops they have to take so long relative to the lap times here.
I mean, GT3 people right the world over were basically looking at it and they go, oh yeah, there's a compulsory minimum pit stop length. And everyone else is sort of looking around and going, minimum pit stop length, what do you mean by that? NASCAR fans always, there's a lot of talk about the pit stops, IndyCar, those sorts of speeds. It's all about the pit stops that you go for. We're used to competitive pit stops out here in Australia, V8 supercars. It's all about having a good team in the pit window. Indeed, there's pit stops at Townsville, I think, what's that, next weekend?
Yes.
Where they will do a 3-tyre stop just because that's about the same length as the amount of fuel that they're going to dump in the car. So that's all about time optimization. Throwing the 4th tyre on the car doesn't net you a whole bunch of track time. The amount of track time it nets you is insignificant compared to the amount of time that it takes to do that extra tyre. So they negate that one. Well, GT3 cars, it's about safety. They want as few people sort of rushing to do their jobs, because what happens when you rush to do your jobs, you see it a lot in NASCAR, nuts don't get tightened on wheels properly. All of a sudden, tyre falls off out in the circuit, you're in trouble. So it's about safety. It's about stepping back and going, is there a reason to make this exciting and competitive between the teams? Well, here in Bungsen, it's not. I mean, have a look at the pit garages and everything they've got going. So we'll set a minimum pit stop timer. It's also a way that we can balance the cars as well and say, hey, we've got one car who's overperforming here. We'll give him extra pit stop time. And I think they're all celebrating here because the 17 Kennedy has switched over and headed that car back. Or no, I think that actually might be the 33 entry has just taken the race lead, and indeed it has. So the 17 will get out of pit lane, and it will be behind our new race leader, the Porsche 991 spec. And I'm like that team. Give me 991 spec victories any day of the week.
You are quite the fan indeed. We'll get you updated on what the gap is. It's just crossed the line now, so quite a healthy margin here for the pairing of Pao Fong and Jack Rafan in that Alpha Factory Racing team car. There is the 17 now, getting back up to speed. Chak will be behind the wheel for this final 6 minutes of the race. Pit window has now closed about a minute ago, actually, to be precise. So indeed, in about 6 minutes 35 seconds or thereabouts. Anyways, everyone got down the pits to get their compulsory service complete. So don't think we're going to see any issues with that. Anyone where they shouldn't be. But just maybe try and explain partly why the 33 was so much ahead, got ahead of the 17 on the pit stops. Part of that is because of the fact that it had a 20-second shorter pit stop to do today. Now, that is calculated by the fact that the 17 got given a 5-second balance of performance minimum stop time adjustment. Then adds 30 seconds because it has a bronze, an FIA bronze and FIA silver driver pairing in that car. Cantady is an FIA silver, whereas Natachak is FIA bronze, versus Pao Fong and Jack Rafan both being FIA bronze rated in the 991. And then add on, then we have to actually add time for the number 33, 15 seconds for coming first.
One yesterday.
So it could have been as low as 100 seconds in the pits for the 33, but it ends up being 115. So it explains why they are 20 seconds short of stop, and they've come out 18.1 seconds ahead at the end of the first lap for both cars since the pit stop. As
Well, that would normally be covered off.
We've just had an updated message from race control. So you know how he says 19:24.99 penalised for red flag? Yeah. Indeed. The confirmation for you folks listening along with us, the 99 who is on screen here, which we thought had been given a time penalty for a red flag procedure infringement. What exactly that was, we don't know. That's not true. The 19 here on screen is still being penalised, but should still comfortably, well, I said comfortably leading the class, but no, in all of the pit stop cycles and everything, the 88 Porsche's come back out in front of all of this.
So they've got a lot of speeds as well in that second driver as well, Dan. But 10 seconds. So their margin for the race lead at the moment is 18 seconds. So theoretically, that's down to 8 seconds, and that's going to be interesting. We're going to have to keep up to date with that margin as it progresses. So at the moment, it'll only maybe drop them one place if the 992 with not Kansas at the wheel, it's down Natachak at the wheel after the driver swaps can get a hurry on here. But they're still trying to bring their tyres back up to temperature, whereas the 991's been on those tyres longer.
Yeah, been going around a little longer, which will be in its advantage. You can see the 19.6 gap has increased on that last lap in particular. So it looks like this might be okay here for the Alpha Factory Racing Team Porsche there. Oh, and that might be part of the reason why the gap's increasing. There you go, having to sneak on by the 24 of Natavude in that Lexus RCF, and then also thankfully, well, able to easily, but also still have to think about negotiating that number 37 Ford Mustang prepared by Mark Cars. So Natachak here in second. Unfortunately, Natavude is back down in fifth. Is a lap down now on both the leader and your second place car here as they work their way out of turn 7 and head down towards turn number 8 at speed. But I think if let's see what the gap looks like in a moment on this lap, because
well, whilst we're watching along with the race, Dan, we've actually just had a comment come through from I'll need to check the spelling on this one, because you're absolutely making. Apologise to everyone along at home. We're not familiar with the local Thai names. We're going to make mistakes. That's just part and parcel of the commentary here. But from Simon Gardini, the circuit designer, loving the commentary. Love that it has the kind of right vibe for Bangstan. Seems like a party town. Seems like a fun town. We're making jokes up here. It's GT racing and with a lot of fun. But have a look at that 24 car. So even though he got by the Lexus with the Natachak at the wheel, he's still going to push on here because Natavude is applying a ton of pressure. So the Toyota Gazoo Team Racing Thailand car is still right there, is still in with a hope, albeit, not on the same lap. And at the same time, he's got a 10-second post-race penalty to be added to his time.
Yeah, he's a race driver. He's going to push on here as hard as he can. 1 minute 11 behind Feek, the next of the cars up the road in ETM, which is that number 70. I probably wasn't a Feek, apologies. It'll be a Saravut who's behind the wheel now. That was a Feek who started the race in that number 77 for Vitana PSC. Yeah, we're on our second last lap of the race. A reminder that the final lap does not begin until the timer reaches 0. So eyes on Jack Raffan. It'll be powerful on as to when he crosses the start-finish line. As there's the timer hitting 0, and the final lap board will be prepared for the race leader when they next cross the finish line.
I'll tell you what, there's actually somewhat of a battle going on here between the 77 and the number 10 machines. That's the Fire Monkey car with the Porsche 992 and the last remaining the Lamborghini Huracan. So the Matana Motorsports car is starting to make some time. The most recent laps, they nearly matched each other in terms of times, but they're going to run out of time. So the big issue for those two cars is that laps are going to expire, and indeed, laps are going to expire this time by. The 33 team won yesterday, got that added compensation time, still with a shorter pit stop than most people. Look at the 991 Gen. Give me 991 Gen Porsche Cup cars any day of the week. Listen to that 6, that straight 6 engine. Listen to the Porsche engines coming from the track. It's such a cool car. I've loved this car. When I jumped on iRacing from a sim perspective, it's such a big Porsche Cup fan, and that 991 car, that Screaming Six, is such a beautiful car. Huge amounts of drivetrain one, and to me, it sort of encompasses my love of racing because I watched Porsche Cup in Australia for such a long period of time, and that car right there is basically what I grew up loving alongside V8 supercars. So, hey boys, 33 car, thumbs up from the commentary booth on my side.
Oh, without a doubt. I'm a bit of an Australian in the sense that I like a V8 engine, but if there was going to be an engine that I probably rated second, it would be the Porsche Flat 6.
Flat 6, there you go, straight 6. I'm always out.
Yeah, so say straight 6, it doesn't quite work in a car that shoves the engine entirely behind the rear axle. It has to be, the boxer configuration was needed to be able to fit the engine back there. But you see, oh no! Half a lap to go and he's put it in the wall, but he's able to get it back out and keep going. My goodness me.
I just pull off to the side, probably let the Lexus go at this point. There's no reason to carry on with that one. But he's got away with that. How do you slap the barrier? And we've seen that be a race-ending moment for so many cars throughout the weekend. The final lap of the category, the GTM cars, and he's managed to get away with that one. But that'll be a huge repair bill for Natachak, and it's not going to matter because the 33 car's going to win it in the end.
Oh my goodness. Just a minor bit of drama there. They will have a 10-second time penalty, but the gap was 19.5 seconds before they started the final lap.
Hang on. The 77s actually managed to catch all the way back up into the rear bumper of the 10 as well. These guys are still fighting. This isn't for position.
Nanafude really wants it. And I was looking for that battle earlier, but it seemed to drop away for a second. They're just coming up into the final sector of the circuit, I do believe. As we look here at this here, we want to see if we can pick it up, because we do have these two cars, and I was going to see actually here the GT4 race winner. I didn't think this was going to happen based on the pace of the Toyota Supra in the opening stint, but between the red flag and the race restart, it seems that it will be the 88 machine. For B-Quik Absolute Racing, that Cayman will come out on top to win the GT4 category, and it must be in behind that 88 somewhere that we're going to get our finish between the 77 and the 10. It looks like that is the case, and unfortunately they'll be coming across the line any second now, Scott, and we'll miss that. There we go, flag for the 77 and flag for the 10. We missed out on seeing just how close that ended up being, but I can tell you, gap at the line, 1.25 seconds between those two cars.
Yeah, it was the Lamborghini that had control of it after the pit stop, so we were looking for the Fire Monkey car to come back at them late on in the race. They just didn't get there, just barely lost it. They had a slow last lap actually as well. They ran a 149.293 as opposed to a 47.929 for the Lamborghini. So the Lamborghini on a diet compared to the Gallardo. Big wiggly rear end found itself on the wall. That was a cracking race. That was an interesting one. First full course red flag in the middle of a race where we did actually get back racing of the weekend. The 33 machine, Jack Rafan and Fao Feng, I mean, they just did such a good job right throughout the weekend. They won yesterday's race. They're going to follow it. Anytime you come to Bang Sen, not only do you survive, they've gone home with a clean race car, but a clean race car that will get to put 2 first stickers on the side of that one. 2023 Bang Sen Grand Prix weekend to remember for the 33 team.
Yeah, it is indeed. Jack Rafan and Pao Fong might have made a small error today with red flag procedure, but able to take full advantage of their pace to come out on top. Weren't quite the fastest car on track. That credit goes to Cantadi and Natachak in the AAS Motorsport number 17. But one lap pace is only good for so much around here, Scott. And I mean, yes, there is a part of it with the whole competition pit stops and how that affects things, and the fact the safety car and red flag bunches everyone back up and make sure that you have to account that for things, but that is part of the fun of racing like this here. As we check out our highlights from Thailand Supercar GTM and GT4. Our first of our 60-minute races for today, Scott, and we've got another one to wrap things up today, but we'll get to that later on. As here was that race start as the drivers started to try and get up to speed and work things in. It was almost 3 wide at turn 1. I think we we caught up on that, but then all of a sudden get back in single file, and then really quickly GT4 was really swamping, getting all over that Ford Mustang, the number 37, unfortunately. Good to see them on track, but definitely I think off pace and definitely having a rough time of it today after yesterday's accident.
They'll go back to the drawing board. They've got a lot to review, and have a look at the battle there between the Gallardo and the eventual race winner. Obviously the Gallardo not making the finish, but the 33 certainly did. Early incident there for the Mercedes number 99. They had issues right the way through that race, and then slicing and dicing down the inside. Got to get clear of the lap traffic was the 17 machine, and they pushed on very, very early on into this race, tried to get as far out as they possibly could. Would be important because all of a sudden this moment would happen through turn 17, halfway through the corner, and the Lamborghini would swap ends. The Gallardo would find its way into the barrier. You're about to see what looks like camera getting wiped out by a rear wing. Indeed, it just about blocked the whole track. We would go safety car, we would go red flag. And then back out and underway. Pit stop still to come. Didn't get them in prior to the red flag. The red flag took up a chunk of that race. Got to get them in late. Field got normalised. The cars, they started to trundle down pit lane. The shortest stops, they were the biggest winners of any safety car situation because the field got bunched back together. So much work being done to the right front corner of that Mercedes GT4. They'll do the driver swaps. Remember, nice casual, leisurely pit stop. Little bit of a thumbs up. Good job so far. On with the racing action. 33 Dan took it over from there.
Yep, shorter pit stop than the 17, and despite the time penalty, able to come out front and then have good pace to the end. And just when we were wondering if things would get a little bit exciting there, right there, the final lap, unfortunately there for Nanachaki, he would find the wall, but as you said, somehow must have found the slightly spongy part of the Armco and concrete because it is able to keep on driving and get back to the finish. But congratulations all around to Pao Fong and Jack Rafan there, making it a clean sweep for the round here for Alpha Factory Racing Team by Polestar. We'll take another short break here on our English broadcast of the B-Quik Thailand Super Series at Bang Sen on Sunday. We've got 2 more races coming your way to round out the weekend's racing action here. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to your coverage of the B-Quik Thailand Super Series Bang Sen Grand Prix here this afternoon, second day of coverage for our English broadcast. My name is Senator Yeaman. Scott Rankin's been alongside me today. We'll be back shortly as we're getting ready for the second last race of the day. It is our Super Pickup D1 Class A and B drivers. I can tell you, we've got 29 trucks that will be on track in about 15 minutes time to get things underway for this one here. So, yeah, time being, we do have, of course, a little bit before we head down to the grid for that race, but it is going to be pretty bonkers, I would say. In the meantime, we saw earlier what the Class C drivers could do in Super Pickup D2, and yeah, we're looking at here even more drivers, even more trucks, and going to be about as busy as the track has been all weekend for us, at least long. And it's going to be interesting to see how things go. Plenty of drivers, plenty of teams, which will be interesting. For example, Jalen Robotham from Australia, actually the only non-Thai driver I'm seeing. Our timing screens have just updated to show the field for this next race. And from what I can see here, yeah, Jalen's the only non-Thai driver on the grid for this one here, so he stands out a little bit. But yeah, going to be a pretty interesting race. Let's get you up to speed on this one. Let's talk a little bit about this one going forward here. It's race number 6 of the season for our Super Pickup Class A and B drivers. So they raced both times at Chang International Circuit to get the season underway, and of course raced earlier this week. Coming off of the first race of the week, which unfortunately was back on Friday, so we didn't get a chance to cover it here with yesterday's coverage. I can tell you it was Jack Lemvard, who we've seen already racing today in Supercar GTC, just like Jalen Robotham. He's pulling double duty in one of the Ford Ranger Class A pickup trucks here for Aurora Ford Thailand Racing, but he came out the race winner. Put himself a nice score on the board. Second place went to Super Chai, number 7, Class A truck, one of the Isuzu all-new D-Maxes for the Mobile One racing team here in Thailand, which put him up to, put himself in 4th in the standings. So 20 points to your race winner here in Super Pickup. So change things as they overall stand real quick here. Your first driver in P1 after the first 5 races of the season is a Tanapon, number 15 truck, also going to be starting this race from pole, one of the Isuzu all-new D-Maxes. So Jack Lemvard, second place on 59 points. That race win was critical for getting that position because he jumped over Alan Korn, who number 85 truck, one of our B-class entrants, who will be starting this race from 8th outright, second in the class for him down in that position there. And that rounds out your podium as we are now down on the grid walk for the Super Pickups. I'm rejoined by Scott Rankin as we get ready to go back racing here, Scott. And yeah, 29 Class A and B Super Pickup trucks about to take to the race, and this is definitely going to be interesting.
Yeah, I mean, you saw the action earlier. You know how excited I am by this class. I mean, I'm normally excited by good racing, but the cars in this one actually really get me going, get me keen for the racing. So, look, ladies and gents, more things that shouldn't have wings running around with them. Yeah. I'm so keen for this race. Jay Robotham, I don't actually think he was part of round number 1 for this class as well, and they weren't certain if they were going to get to round 2, so I can't actually comment on that one, but I did talk to him about this class, and he said one of the biggest things about the class is obviously the turbos. A lot of these guys will actually have dials in the car where they can actually fiddle with the boost pressure throughout the lap. So if their engine temperatures start to get a little bit too high, they can turn it down just a fraction, or if they need a little bit more of that boost, they can certainly turn it all the way up and monitor that one throughout the race. A lot of the other cars don't have that option. So from a technical standpoint, they've got to set it. They monitor the temperatures and the engine temps throughout the weekend. They go, oh yeah, we can probably increase it a little bit here. We can increase it a little bit here. Now going a little bit too far, Jay, you'll have to back off a little bit. You'll have to try and save some of the engine temperature through some lifting coast. Hot track here at Bung Sen, but it's not as long as the straights on some of the other tracks. The engine temperatures don't necessarily get as high, which means they can run higher boost. They're not necessarily having to worry about turning it up, turning it down throughout the lap as well. So from a technical standpoint, brings the racing a lot quicker, a lot more even. And he said, I'm really looking forward to this race. I'm really looking forward to this one for the super pickups, just because we're going to be a lot further up the grid. I think I can hang on to spots once I'm up there. So yeah, it'll be an interesting one for sure. And like you said, the battle that we saw with Jack Lemvard as well in the GTC earlier in the day, they were both representing the Ford camp, here.
Yeah, a couple of different teams running Ford Rangers, mind you, for this one here. We've got Jalen Robotham and Tanner Watt, who are starting second and third out of Ford's, and they're with Ford CRE once again. It's been told we've got an English interview coming up here from the trackside, so we'll tune in here and let you guys listen into it as well.
How do you feel today?
Yeah, not too bad. Had a good race in the GDC, so hopefully we can sort of keep it around the front in this race.
Yes, comparable to Thailand Super Pickup and Thailand Supercar GTC?
It's a lot different. Different ways of driving it, but the brake markers and everything are pretty similar, so it's pretty cool to do both.
โอเคก็ถามเจลินเลยครับว่ารู้สึกเปรียบเทียบกันหน่อยระหว่างที่เจลินขับนะครับไม่ว่าจะเป็น GTC แล้วก็ในเรื่องของ Super Pickup เนี่ยเป็นอย่างไรก็คือการขับเนี่ยก็จะแตกต่างกันนะครับใน Super Pickup เนี่ยSuper Pickup more harding
It's not as hard. It's not as fast, but it's
right.
Yeah.
ก็คือมันจะช้ากว่าแหละแต่ก็แน่นอนความมันก็คือต้องดูว่ามันจะขนาดไหนอีกทีนึง Okay, leave a comment to Thai fan for supporting you.
Yeah, thank you again to Ford, Corliss, Race Engineering, Lanatech, Liquimoly, Supervoot, and all the other sponsors. Thank you.
Best of luck. Thank you. ครับก็ขอขอบคุณนะครับกับแฟนๆที่ให้การสนับสนุนไม่ว่าจะเป็น
There we go, Scott. Jalen Robotham interviewed on the grid there. I think a very interesting note there is despite the fact that these are very different cars, he notes there that they end up having pretty similar brake markers apparently to the GTC machines or his Trans Am Super GTC.
Yeah, but that's because the GTC is going faster and has better brakes. Whereas this thing not quite as fast. The brakes, the car's heavier, not quite as good. So yeah. I mean that makes sense. I mean you would look at the two cars and you go, oh yeah, you're probably not going to brake it in the same spot. But when you pair them up, I would have thought definitely they would have had different driving styles and whatnot as well. And this is actually, I believe, his teammate, the 22 entry as well, is Tanner Watt, is actually starting off a P2, P3. So those two will be actually looking after each other. It'll be interesting how well they get the start. Remember, standing start for this race yet again. So the jump and the run down to turn number one, that's going to be very, very interesting as well this weekend.
Yeah, we saw the cars in the D2 C class. Specifically for those drivers here in Super Pickup, they were squirming all over the place again. And a reminder, if you missed that, Hankook semi-slick tyres that they use in this category. So that's going to be interesting to keep an eye on for. I don't think these cars are much different. I think these are the same specification of car. It's just that we have these drivers are graded as A and B class for the purposes of the series. Because also, if we threw everyone on track together, we'd be talking about having 30, 40 maybe even. I mean, for reference, specifically, we have, I think it's 13 A-class rated drivers, another 16 rated B-class, and actually it's 22 drivers who are registered this year as a pardon me, what's the word here? C-class driver. So if all of them tried racing at once, it would be, in that case, it would be something akin to nearly 60 cars, or 50, nearly 50 cars, or just over 50. Because it's 29 combined A and B, plus 22 C would be 51.
We did math! We did math and we didn't mess it up, Dan.
The fact I had to backtrack and do math is probably not so great for my own personal attributes there, given the fact that once upon a time I used to be okay at math. But, oh well, we'll live and we learn and we move on.
It's all the gasoline I inhaled, all the exhaust smoke I inhaled growing up as a kid that messed my brain up. But what it has given me is a sense of adrenaline, a sense of excitement, and I miss it very, very much. And I want to get back behind the wheel of something So yeah. Anyway, it'll be an interesting run down to turn number one, particularly for these guys as well. Remembering all the smoke and whatnot. One of the big things that I did actually talk to Jay about was the visibility on lap one is actually incredibly poor. He's going to have the benefit of being up the front end here in P2 for this race, so should not be really any cars. He's going to be following one guy on the run into turn number one, but you can understand at the end of 29 cars, that last car feeding in there, they're going to be in a fair bit of strife. Not really going to be able to see all that much. I'm actually just trying to pick through and see if there's any other names that we recognise from throughout the weekend, and no, I think that's about it. Denawat, Rorkatichai, I believe, was in one of the other classes we've already seen this weekend's Skizik Tune, Isuzu D-Max, and Sandy Stuvik is in this one as well, who we saw the on-board lap actually was the 2022 lap record for the circuit that we actually have with the commentary from Daniel Bilski. So, I mean, yeah, that was in an Audi R8 this weekend. It's in a Ford Ranger for Aurora Ford Thailand Racing, and he'll be starting out of P7. So,
yeah, I mean, this sort of is a host of drivers there. It is a little interesting because literally all of them, apart from Jalen, are from Thailand. So, kind of gives it a bit of very much a local feel here. But I'm looking forward to what that means for the cars on track. Well, trucks, I should say, on track in that case. By the way, the green numbers will be they indicate all our Class A drivers essentially this year, getting ready to go for this final race for pickup. All working over the car. That's zip ties on the roll bar, taping a microphone or something, or maybe something to the helmet there. Number 15 of Tanapon, who'll be starting the race out of pole position.
That wouldn't be a GoPro or something hooked up to the coverage. Potentially might be an onboard camera.
That's true. It could be. That would be interesting. Or maybe a personal camera that he's allowed to run. I want to capture some things here. So, yeah, walking our way now down through the grid. So, yeah, Tanapon first place, Jalen Robotham second, Tanawat here in third in the number 22 machine. He's looking ready and raring to race. And he wants that P1 by the looks of things there, Scott. With the number 7 there, going to start out of fourth place. This is, one of the Mobile 1 backed entry of Super Chai. And he's looking keen and ready to race here.
He's all settled in. He's still chilling out, getting ready, not still 100% with that helmet on. Remember, 29 cars to go through up and down the field. There's so many drivers here today. And this is it. This is where it's all celebrate. All of that hard work has come through all weekend long. 10 final laps to go for the Super Pickup class. The A and B divisions. Same cars, different driver ratings is effectively the case A, B, and C class, which is conveniently how they rate motocross riders in Australia. A, B, and C class. There you go.
We just saw there a moment ago, whilst we look here at Sandy Stuvik, I just point back to the number 59 there of Suwat. The orange car number is the leader of our Class B starters in this final race. They actually have a 13 lapper coming up here. Scott's actually get a couple more laps than we saw for our Class C Super Pickup drivers and Super Ecos before us. So looking forward to...
Yeah.
Oh, good point. I just had to look up and been told, that I'm seeing our timing says 10 laps.
Ooh.
Schedule said 13 apparently, but
I think it was the
one way or another they get
program.
laps. And I can actually say also the official starting grid document also says 10 laps. So it's a possibility it's either been reduced since it was originally planned.
I'd say it's a typo on the original event program potentially.
It is a possibility too. Whilst all that's been happening, we've jumped down a couple of drivers. Since here at 11th place, so when we run through our top 5 rows, the number 23 of Chinawut was starting this one there. So one of the Alpha Factory Racing team by Polestar back out on track for this one here, Scott, with an Isuzu D-Max in amongst the Class A drivers, and then alongside one of our Class B drivers, Danawat. Starting the number 40, will be racing the number 45, I should say. No need to do driver swaps. That is an interesting looking helmet there, with plenty of pink and stars to go along with it too.
Yep, absolutely. Settling down, enjoying festivities and showing true colour out of that machine. And as well as we make our way further down the grid, get our way down to the number 16 entry of Akaluk Nakurd. all the way down as one of the back end of the A-class pickup drivers in and amongst a whole bunch of the different B-class drivers. So they've got non-racing each other in terms of category, but we'll still be racing each other because that's what race car drivers do. They race people they don't need to race for reasons that are only known to them. Generally racing reasons is the response. The 95 of Anawat Manian, I believe we're on to the number 2 now of Akasa Nam Sengpa. And they'll settle themselves down on in this one. Get comfortable, Dan. Get cushy. Isuzu D-Maxes with wings. I want one. I'm going to buy an Isuzu D-Max. I'm going to slap a wing on it.
Well, you do you. I'll happily sit back here in my chair and just enjoy the racing for what it is. Next to Lenzo SCG there, the number 81 of Akasit. Starting this race there from 17th place. Well, yeah, we're now back into 18th place with the. Sorry, that's 20th place. Apologies for the 99 of Kemeruch in one of our Mitsubishi Tritons. And then actually on that same road, the A-Tech Rally Art Liquid Moly team. If I find that again on my list, it's number 39, Pirawat, ahead of them. And yeah, there you go. And Nissan Hilux looking decidedly. Actually, no, sorry, that's called a Toyota. Why did I say Nissan? That's a Toyota Hilux, but apparently it's also a Toyota Revo. That's apparently what it's known as over here, so there you go. Get your brand names right. They're not all universal, although in saying that, that looks to be, if I can scroll the list quickly, it's the only Toyota on the entry list today. There's a lot of Isuzu D-Maxes represented here this afternoon. Apparently it's a popular ute here for racing in Thailand. Ute, truck, take your pick.
Well, Isuzu D-Maxes, yeah, just about all up and down. Same way that they love their Hondas over in Thailand, they love their Isuzu D-Maxes as well. And continuing with the celebrations, the 88 car further down in the field is Waris on Rayab. Waris on Rayab in the Isuzu D-Max with Bendix SRT, PTT Lubricants and Nitto Racing Team. Still getting sorted. The siren in the background, the 35 machine of Bovorn Racer, Sfasu, in the Isuzu D-Max for Skizik Tune. And then we'll move one row further back to the 91 machine of Jituran Emerald. Sorry, that's the 93 machine of Natanach Wongsambone. And they're in the Isuzu all-new D-Max for next to Lenso SCG.
And just in case you thought we didn't have enough D-Maxes on the grid, there's another one there. Team Donut Excetti Racing.
Well, I'm sorry.
That is a team name and a half right there for Nutaporn, starting in 28th place. We jump up to 27th here real quick with Jataron. Probably got that wrong, and I apologise in advance. Number 91, Isuzu D-Max there, and at the back of the field, 29th, and the only car on the 15th row will be Songsak there in next to Lenso SCG trucks. Number 92, and the last of our pickup A-class drivers. We get this lovely shot of the whole field from the top down. Had some excellent overhead views produced by the local production team, and you have to give plenty of credit to them for everything that they're doing at the circuit for us. Scott, we're just two English-speaking boneheads going at it from the comfort of our own house.
I was going to say, I don't think boneheads. I would go with car nerds.
Maybe, yeah, I'll take that. That is an upgrade over bonehead.
Everyone sits down and everyone calls you nerd in high school. Well, I love being a nerd. It means there are no fun facts. I get to do cool things like this. Sit down and talk to people about cars, right? If you'd have sat down and told me at high school I was going to be talking, I'd be a car nerd in my mid-30s or my early 30s. I said you're laughing. Yeah, but that's what it's all about. There is not a single eye at this track. Look at the number of fans. Reminder. There are fans right the world over, right? So we're sitting here, we're talking about cars. We're talking about cars to people on YouTube. They're talking to their friends about cars. We're just such a big interconnected bunch of meat-headed car nerds. I'm down and done. I think I'm in the right group of people. I've finally come home, boys. This is my group.
Well, that is true. You do seem like you fit in quite nicely. You're not a... Yeah, you've got plenty of things you like to talk about, and that's all for the better, I have to say, because apparently I'm far too serious sometimes, and maybe that's bleeding over here a little bit. I guess in one case, yeah.
Well, I
But it
made
has
the
been-
comment earlier, Dan, that you're over here being serious professional. You've got your eyes on it. I'm a kid in the store. Are you kidding me? Look at those things. I want to shove my head in here, talk to that driver. I want to be down there. I want to touch that rear wing. If my name was Sebastian Vettel, that might cost me $50,000, but that's a different thing. I'm not Sebastian Vettel. I can't touch that wing, and it doesn't cost me 50 grand.
Yes, that'd be very naughty of you. Touching trucks that aren't yours to be touched. Bit of a merch down here at one of the Nexter stalls, it seems, on display there, which is always good to see. And I do believe now, just looking at the time and the schedule and such, we are actually running a little bit behind. So I get the feeling possibly, while doing some cleaning up the track after the various
Essentially.
moments in GTM and GT4, because just looking at things, yeah, we're about 10 minutes behind our previously listed schedule.
Well, don't forget here, Dan, as well, that theoretically there was potentially some barrier damage that actually needed to be fixed up from the contact the 17 had in just after the monument. After their contact on the last lap as well, because they were pushing on quite hard. So theoretically, just another quick check over of the barriers. They wanted to have another look at the barriers down where the Gallardo went into the wall, and a few different bits and pieces. But 3 minutes will be the time up before we are on and racing. We've had some phenomenal grid girls out throughout the weekend down at the ground level in Bang Sen. All the Wires Mobile One Racing Team guys are all down in the paddock pit area, and they're just having a blast. They're keen to watch their drivers go on 29 pickups. Can you imagine? Look, I'm going to make a prediction here, Dan. We don't make it through the first lap without a safety car.
Odds are, yeah, we could be in for a safety car or two, and that would be on brand for what we've seen this weekend in terms of just, incidents happen. This is a difficult track. It doesn't even need to be with another car. It just needs to be a small mistake causing issues there, and off you go. Simple as that. Get a chance to see there on the number 21 of Jalen. There, his semi-slick tyres for a moment. Just a reminder that, these cars have plenty of power, and despite that, they don't get to run full slick, so they're going to be scrabbling for grip a little bit, I do suspect. And a quick chance to see a couple of our fans in the grandstands who are here they're at the circuit today, to almost bring things to close. I think that we've got only 2 more races left here for the Bang Sen Grand Prix as a whole. Scott, it's going to be over probably sooner than I realised, but then again, short race now, and then we do have ourselves Thailand Supercar GT3 with an hour to wrap things up here for the weekend. So just waiting on the clock to count on down, and the drivers be told to start up the engines and to head out onto the circuit for their formation/sighting lap here before we get going.
Got action on my timing screens. That tells me that the cars are just about to be rolled out here, and we're moving down and around racetrack. Keep your eyes on the 21 and 22 teammates out of Ford CRE Superfoot Liquimoli Racing, which will be Jalen Robotham off of the outside of row number 1 and Tanawat Sunawarat out of the inside of row number 2. Pole position driver as well, Thenafon Chuchuronpon in the Isuzu. First, the Isuzus. We've also got as well the Mitsubishi Tritons and the Chevy Colorados out there, as well as our single lone Toyota Revo all the way down in 22nd position. And the biggest thing that we'll get out of these cars, out of those cut slicks, not quite full slicks, is a lot of tyre noise. You want to hear cars moving about on their rubber? Dan Yeaman, you're about to get it.
Oh, we heard it in Class C, so I know I'm going to hear it some more here in A and B. Because if anything, these guys are going to be more aggressive and faster and going to be all kinds of a handful, I suspect. Because, well, if the exhaust is anything to go by, they're probably squirming about with all kinds of torque coming off the corners here. As we see these pickup trucks heading out now on their formation lap. Chance drivers to see how the track's going this afternoon. Try and get a little bit of heat in their Hankook semi-slick tyres so that they can have the best start possible. So you see there, indeed, that lone Toyota. There's also only just the one Chevrolet Colorado out there on circuit number 27, which we can, I guess we might see it in the middle of the pack at one point there or thereabouts. As we see here, drivers encouraged to I think maybe some of the drivers once upon a time, depending on the track, would be expecting to go to the grid, then do a formation lap, and then start the race. Whereas here at Bang Sen, straight out of the pits onto the formation lap. No need to be doing yourself, or no need to be doing a dummy grid formation and then heading off as it is. Scott, as we get another look at the track map one last time. Well, I get the feeling it'll come up again before Supercar GT3, but once again, having a look at it here from the top down on this lovely little track map that they have for us there. And then this shot from turn 6.
Yeah, I was about to say, the turn 6 shot, if you take out all the houses that are sort of around it, reminds you like a mountain range, doesn't it? The road sort of snaking up and in through the mountains. Some of those picturesque shots that you see generally during car wraps. The Hankook R54 Venturis is the tyre of choice here for our Super Pickups race number 6. 3 races left in terms of the Super Pickup Championship, and in about half an hour, it's only going to be 2 races left and 1 round will remain. The grid is going to slide up on your screen and slide down very, very quickly. There are 29 cars throughout the field. Look out for the car numbers as you want them now. The 21 and the 22 teammates are going to be on the right-hand side of the road on the run down to turn number 1, and something of an issue, I think, on this formation. Like, there's actually been a delayed start, ladies and gentlemen. So there may actually be another formation lap at the moment. So keep your eyes through. If you've got a driver and you're supporting them, let us know in the chat as well. We want to know so we can keep half an eye out, see if we can pick out where your driver's running. And up and down the field, number of drivers, number of different makes, number of different manufacturers, but the same energy and enthusiasm for the racecraft that we're about to see, Dan.
Yeah, I think also be curious to watch is what happens here with drivers, say, in Class A, who are denoted by the green stripes here in the gridding formation versus the Class B drivers who have orange stripes next to their names. And such as I can hear and I can see someone doing a drift on the exit of turn 19 to get warmed up there.
I don't think it's one. I think we're seeing multiple in the background. Song Sack's the last row, all the way back there in his own row, down at 29th spot. 15th row at the grid. 15 row. Oh. Yes, please. More of that.
You get the feeling that's going to be fairly easy for the drivers to achieve here. As we'll take another look here at the grandstands, and then one of the shots here up past the monument, all the way to turn 15. Yeah, and yeah, start delay. So let's see it. More powder and the quick dry heading down on the circuit to try and cleanse this up. So it looks like, yeah, we are going to get another lap potentially here. I think this is the front of our field. They could potentially go up to their grid spots, and we see if they'll get ready to roll in a moment, or exactly what the instructions are going to be from the marshals and race control here.
They've actually been waved on through, so interesting. It was a delayed start procedure initiated. So what the call is with exactly what's about to go on with this, we're not 100% sure. That'll be the shots. The 85 machine. This is out of the 4th row of the grid. In 8th place is Olongkorn Seitang for the Speed Oil BRC Akana team. So I think they're just checking the front end of that car. That Marshall was. something there. Was it the grid spot? I don't think it was the grid spot. Immediately, all of these guys are just opening doors, trying to let some of that heat out of the cabin.
Yeah, get any extra air you can into the cars. I mean, I'm not quite sure. Yeah, I'm not sure if that was a case of the drivers or checking the car. I think that might have been the grid box because I think he just pulled up as they were trying to put some more of that of the quick drying powder down on the circuit to improve the cooling. Also improve just sort out whatever it is there on that right side of the front straight that has been found and needs. They want to try and get absorbed up before probably the Supercar GT3 race. So we'll see here how much longer we have until this race gets underway. Looks like being up in pole position, there's a small bonus of having a little bit of shade there on the front of number 15 truck. Whether that actually gets into the cockpit to be of any benefit to Turn on, who's racing that Isuzu on the right side of your screen. Not quite so sure. You can see plenty of drivers. Not a lot of beating of the door to like make flap that around to actually make some like air movement. Just a case of it, just get the door open, let as much air out as possible.
Anything's better than nothing. Just sitting there. So still waiting for updates on the start delay. I think that's mostly sorted at the moment. So it's something that's definitely coming out of the pits there. I haven't got an update on where the incidents occurred or who the issue is with. So I can't tell you for certain, ladies and gents, what's going on there. And I was showing that there was 3 cars actually still in pit lane, which I believe might have been was the 35, 91, and 93. But I'm not confident on that because that may just have been an issue with feeding out of the pit lane. But that's the whole way around the track.
Okay, so as we had one of our trucks here, unfortunately, spill something out on the circuit, perhaps. That potentially could explain. Yeah, look at that all the way, and on the racing line too. Look at them go all the way there. That's out behind the field, I think.
That's not what you want to see right before the GT3 race as well.
I've been told turn 13 here that we're looking at. Sorry, there goes. Yeah, turn 20 says something.
There it is.
Yeah, spilling right down on the racing. So yeah. But yeah, odds are we're saying is probably one of our trucks here, unfortunately, has done this. Given that
somebody hand that fan to one of the drivers right now. Just about every one of them would want that one.
Yeah, it's always a handy one to have. Message from race control. Given we've apparently lost a couple of laps thanks to this delay process, we actually are going to get this race started, but behind the safety car. Here's Scott to at least get things underway. So normally a standing start for these super pickup trucks, but looks like we'll at least convert this one into a rolling start race in a moment's time. And just waiting for the all clear to get going.
Probably the right decision, to be honest with you. Okay, that's never a good call to have to make, but ultimately, like, you think of the number of cars that we're actually going to have on the wrong side of the road, you know, without all that oil laid down. It's hugely, and then by the time they get down to turn 1, you're going to have multiple cars, different speeds, all trying to fire in. Nobody's going to be aware of what grip level they have, like how much fluid they've actually picked up. There'll be some team sitting down there in pit lane that'll be monitoring, they'll be looking at a level and going, we're in a little bit of trouble here. Yeah, tricky one. Tricky. Well, the thing is, they'd be able to go back to where the oil originates in pit lane as well. And it's whatever car is in that section of the dummy grid. They're looking at them. They're rolling each of the individual cars forward and looking at them, I think.
Yeah. I mean, the fact that it's only on the right side of the track, so they can narrow it down to that line of trucks.
Well, no, because they won't. They fed out in single file.
Good point. I'll take that comment back and pretend I never said it. Because yeah, everyone was indeed off single file. I went for the logical conclusion that it's come from one of the trucks that's on the left side of the grid. in the
you'd be
even
right
positions.
if they'd have fed out and gone straight to the grid. You'd be 100% right. They'd be like, oh, one of those cars on the right hand side of the road. I mean, they've got the time now with the track cleanup, so they're just going to pause everyone and go and grab that car and pull it out of queue. So somebody obviously is not going to be making the start of the race, but.
Just waiting to see the action. So there we go. Safety car brought to the front of the field as continue to lay down or fix things up here. So there's a couple of is that an official or marshal? I think just getting ready to start clearing the circuit now. Drivers will need to get ready to get going here. As hopefully, I suppose it actually looks like we've got a couple of trucks there at the very back of shot coming to join the grid. Very late there, interestingly. Not a clue in the world, unfortunately, which trucks. So I can see an orange number on one of those trucks, the truck at the front. I've had orange numbers on both. So two of our Class B trucks. And also noting that there is indeed what looks to be a vacant spot on the grid. About 9 rows back, which would be 18th place.
Did that car make the track then? Well, I mean, it did make the track, but it did not come back out. The 35, by the way, every other car now that we did actually have sitting in pit lane has made it back around, but the 35 is the one car we don't have tracking on. And it looks like Bovon Riza Savasu is the car that's still back in pit lane. So that might actually be the car that's leaking fluid.
Possibly, indeed. Well, it's sort of a guessing game here for a little moment longer. But hopefully not too far away from being able to get us going. So the start delay board goes away. I think hopefully that's a sign that the safety car will start heading around the circuit here in a moment. And there we go indeed. The 1 minute board brought out here at the timing stand. So that is good to see. We will be getting this race underway shortly. Unfortunately, there has been quite the extended delay here, Scott, but that's the nature of racing sometimes. It's just that things don't quite go the way you'd think. I will have to say, it will be interesting to see is that the original scheduled finish for this one here was 5:55 for us in Australia, which converts to 2:55 p.m. local time. That's only 10 minutes away, but we'll call it 11 minutes away and change. So whether this becomes a highly shortened race, it's time affected, or they can keep this race roughly the lap count that we're expecting to at least see. Because of course we do have Thailand Supercar GT3 to come still, and hopefully have that race start on time-ish as well. As we do indeed go to safety car conditions on the timing screens, Scott, and two trucks indeed not registering as started include the 27 of Natawat in one of the Chevrolet Colorado, which was set to start 18th, and the number 35 of Bovon Riza in one of the Isuzu D-Max trucks. So there we go. Unfortunately, from standing start to safety car start we shall go, but we are going to get this Thailand Super Pickup race for our Class A and Class B drivers underway here in a moment's time, Scott.
Yeah, so now the issue is that they've sort of got to clean that circuit as much as they possibly can, whilst trying to get themselves back underway all over these next half a lap, get those tyres back up to temperature, make sure that everyone's fired up, nobody else is leaking fluid all around the circuit. There was so much of it on the run down the start-finish straight. Unfortunately, dusty track. Benefit though, these guys will be able to clean the track a little bit before the GT3s actually get out here in a little bit. That's one of our cars, and it's not rolling, so they're going to have to push it all the way back. The problem is, because they're such a big, heavy car, it takes multiple people to turn it around and reverse it. They'll be pulling that car back to a marshal post for sure. but unfortunately not able to actually grab. There's a marshal post, but look at that, just immediately behind these guys.
Yeah, one of the, well, it could be either A-Tech Rally Art Liquid Moly car. We do have a Mitsubishi Rally Art team as well. There are only a total of 3 Mitsubishi Tritons in this race. Unfortunately, what was cut off was the car number, the side of the truck with the car number on it. And saying that, there is one truck missing in terms of sector timings, and that is the number 39 of Kirawat, one of our Class A drivers for the A-Tech Rally Art Liqui Moly team. So I would suspect that's the truck that was pushed back there. And also a reminder, apparently there's car numbers on the roof if we get a slightly higher up angle, unlike this one here at turn 8, which is nice and low, which makes these trucks look extremely tall, and definitely can show that they are quite large and in charge vehicles, as it were, Scott.
Now everyone's waiting by bated breath, and now they'll settle themselves down on it and look to get settled for a race start. Well, ladies and gents, I'm keen. Are you keen? These are big things with big wings, big front splitters as well. I never thought I'd ever see a Ford Ranger, an Isuzu D-Max, Mitsubishi Tritons converted over to a race spec, complete with extra downforce. My wishes have been granted, wishes that I didn't know that I have. And for the second time today, we're going to go racing, we get to call these things. And I tell you what, Dan, it's going to be chaos when they get down to turn number 1. With oil on the track, there's going to be guys sliding in. We've already had our first safety car of the race. It's been reduced down from 10 laps to 8 laps, but we're going to get underway here in a few moments.
Safety car looks to have pulled away from the front of the field. See here if we are going to get a green flag once they come around. I also think the safety car's pulled into the pit lane, because otherwise it would be in front of the leaders. Yes, well, they're going at racing speeds here around 18 and 19, I would suggest here, Scott. So we'll hopefully see you in a second as they round onto the front stretch. It's going to be crazy down the front straight. Diesel smog. We've got the petroleum there as they head on down the front straight, and I would say, oh, they just let the safety car go.
One more lap,
They let the safety car get away through the hairpin, and then they all back off down here.
Yeah, so reason for that, Dan's siding lap. They just did a siding lap, so they didn't want to come straight off with a siding lap straight into racing. So, you know, it's about acclimatizing yourself to the changed conditions and clearing out a whole bunch of that dust. And they've now done that, and which means I would say safety car's going to pull away at the end of this lap. Unfortunately, that means we'll only have a 6-lap sprint.
Well, hopefully, get this going, get 6 laps done, and then not affect the start time of Thailand Supercar GT3 too much. The grid walk for that is scheduled to start in only 15 minutes time, for example. So, we've got all of that to think about here. But you can see actually now, up here through turns 3 and 4, it's basically all cleared up. As the trucks circulate around here for the second time. Hopefully has done the trick to be mostly cleaned up, but to also have it be roughly visibility as it should be here. As you're watching trucks like these navigate the hairpin, just seems a little surreal. just like, well,
see, it's actually a hairpin in real life. Did you see the markings go off the end of the road?
Yeah, I do. Yeah, it is sort of fused together with a mix of We can't let the straight go on forever. We've got to find somewhere to turn it around, and there was the answer. At only like the second tightest hairpin on a regularly raced street circuit known to mankind, but no, something's got to give sometimes, I guess. And the answer was by having to enforce a permanent yellow flag in that area. As good news there from race control, the safety car lights will be turned off at the end of this lap, and we will get those 6 laps of racing at least here today for our Class A and B Super Pickup drivers here at Bang Sen. So field will soon be in the hands of Tanapon, with Jalen Robotham behind him, and then Tanawat, Supchai, Jacqueline Vard, Suwat, Seni Stuvik, Alon Korn, Chenon, Rotjana, Samon, and Chinawat. That's actually 11 drivers, which is not quite what I was hoping. I should have stopped at 10 because,
Good to
nice
see
round numbers.
Not the only one stopping with odd numbers here today. Yeah.
Oh, well, it's an odd field of 20. Actually, 27. 6. No, actually, we're down to 26 now in terms of the odd numbers. But it's gone.
Safety car's gone.
Safety car is indeed gone. So it's time to get ready to go racing here with these pickup trucks. As we'll see the back of the field there, loop around turn 17, but the front of your field puts the hammer down through 18. The tyres screech. The engines finally get up to revs, and we're going to see a green flag here in the Thailand Super Pickup and get 6 laps on the board at least. And look at that there from Tanapon. Perfect jump off of the final corner. Absolutely clears out at the front of the field.
Yeah, and have a look at the Super teammates immediately just getting in single file, make sure that we're trying to settle it down. It's down on for 5th and 6th position as they're going to fight each other and scrabble over it. I think that was Super Chai Kongam to hold off Jack Lemvard in those 2 cars, and there goes Lemvard trying to get to the inside. Look at the wheel spin coming off of turn 2 and trying to get up and across the hill. They're going side by side on the run down to turn 4 here, and Lemvard's had to lift.
Yeah, Standing Stuvik trying to get past Suwat, the leading Class B driver here, as the top 5 there, nose to tail into this area. Get the cars down into first, then try and get them straightened up and on the power areas. Meanwhile, challenge for second place. Tanner Watt going to go around the outside of Jalen Robotham there, down the straight for turn 7. Takes that spot away as they get on the brakes for turn number 8, the 2 Ford CRE Super Liquid Moly Racing trucks. And into here, turns 8 and 9 with the smog bouncing off the walls. And, well, these 4 trucks going through nose to tail. That's going to create a lot of, you said, be really hard to really see where you're going. At first, as they come through here.
A big lift off down through this section, trying to let the car settle. Defensive line down into 15 there was Super Chai trying to hold off Jack Lemvard, and Lemvard's already seen success here this weekend. And huge accident at 15 with the 59 machine. It is shedding body part as it comes off the corner there. And they'll all have to file down single file. Huge lock up for the 22 entry. How's he going to go ahead and pull this one up? Just. Now he's got a hugely flat spotted set of tyres, and it's sideways into the Tech Pro barrier. And they've managed to come away with that one. Is that a 69 entry that I was looking at?
59, as you said, correct, Ellie, yeah. Suwat, who was trying to keep ahead of Sandy Stuvik. Look at that there. Go back to live pictures. Jalen Robotham and Super Chai get past Tanawat there on the run out of turn 20. And Jack Lemvard up the inside.
He's got
he locked a tyre there. Lemvard! Offline! The turn 1 goes to sides at a 45-degree opposite angle. The turn 2's going to work. And then, oh my word!
That's the safety car. That's a broken car. He's got no control over that. That left front is ripped off, and he's going to have to try and find... There is a spot to peel off on the left-hand side, but he's already gone past it, so he's going to have to keep going down past the hairpin, which means... I don't know. I don't think they might necessarily have to deploy the safety car for that one. That was a huge hit for Lemvard. That was massive.
Trying to go around the outside of pardon me, that there was the number 7 of Super Chai, who just...
He's got an issue coming off of the corner there. No drive.
Manual H-pattern gearboxes, so probably just a case of, just didn't quite get it in gear. Good news. Well, Lemvard has got it tucked away here, but yellow flags out in the sector and safety car boards they're coming out. So unfortunately, not able to get that car pushed away behind the wall without needing to
Well, the
bring
problem
everyone.
is... Yeah, you're right. Can't push behind the wall. Even if he was to engage reverse here, let alone whether or not there's been a gear selection issue, they're going to need help to try and get that one back in there. And Lemvard there surveying that one. He looks hurt. He looks like he's had the wind knocked out of him.
Oh, that would have, because that car got picked up and launched about 40 degrees, rolled itself out, and then off the car into the wall a little bit as well. And did not think. That was going to be the case. So, unfortunately, this race has been shortened by the troubles there with the start and having to try and clean up the circuit there. Now, it'll be shortened some more in a sense by the fact that we'll be doing laps here under the safety car until that truck can be cleared out.
Lemva come in at turn. He pinched a brake. It almost looked like he'd gone through turn 1 and gone, "Hey boys, style points." Ripped the handbrake.
Yeah, just on the brakes at speed, the rear end gets loose despite the fact they do have little wings on here, and you hope the wings are trying there for a bit of downforce or something practical.
And Sandy Stuvik as well in there in the similar livery car, but that was mental, Dan. What?
Yeah, I'm not quite sure what Superchai was hoping for there, but test the brakes, I guess, on the truck a little bit. I guess we'll never know. As yeah,
he's not waiting for Superchai to come on by. He's got the helmet on. I don't think he knows. Normally, you see drivers with a little bit of attitude. They'll be up at the fence. They'll be like, "You, that was cheeky from you." And it was from Superchai. There was a gap there, and Lemva just went for the gap, and the gap closed. And they come on by. It'd be interesting to see whether Superchai was, hand up and out the window. Sorry, not really intentional. But he just sort of moved halfway to the middle of the track to sort of cover, and Lemva would have had to lift for the second lap in a row on the run down to turn 4. But he was trying to get that overlap. It's different. That's what, the 4th or 5th time we've seen cars try to get a run out of turn 2 this weekend, and it's just not worked.
Yeah, particularly in the classes that have manual H pattern gearboxes, we've seen drivers have a misshift, which then just completely kills the run there. And as a result, car behind looks to try and find a way by. It's just really hard to do so. And once again, actually not once again, that's the first time it's caused actual substantial contact. Yeah, a little bit of rubbing and bumping in Super Eco, I think it was, earlier today. We had as I said, I'm getting my Super Eco and my Super Compact mixed up, hopefully
there was yesterday. Was it not Super Eco? It was Super Compact yesterday.
Look at that there, Scott, by the way. Sorry to interrupt again. Sandy Stuvik driving around in the number 3, just pops the door open whilst we're under the safety car, gets some more air in the cabin.
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously important they're struggling for air inside those cabins. Remember, we've already had sitting static on the grid, so the cockpit temps gone with no airflow inside those whatsoever. Then we've gone to safety car. We get a lap or 2 underway and back under safety car. Well, the good news is, if they can get Jack Lemvard out of the way, if they can get his stricken car back there, the problem is whether or not that wheel's going to hang on. He was completely at the mercy of that wheel on the run up there, so he's actually done a great job to get it to an exit point. They'll back the car in there until the end of the race, pick it up, throw it on a tow truck. The problem is, can they pull that car backwards, or whether or not that's actually going to take a tow truck to get that car out of there?
It depends. I guess it's all about, what's going to be deemed acceptable in terms of how to put this here, what's acceptable in terms of if we're going to possibly get a chance to get the race back underway here or not. Message has come through actually quite a while ago from race control that apparently they're going to look at the initial, what's technically the safety car restart of the race, but is the actual race start for all intents and purposes. Apparently that is to be reviewed. Something there potentially that needs to be is actually, see, out of 18, they actually give a big old gap to the safety car, and then the drivers will actually put down a little bit here to let them to go chase a bit of tyre warmth via, they go catch up and then hit the brakes and slow down again. So it's going to be 3 laps to go here as we cross the line, and yeah, just had another message come through from race control. So where is that truck?
It's down at the back.
Yeah, down at the back. Number 29 of Yaras in the lone Toyota Revo. Unfortunately, he's just picked up a 5-second post-race time penalty for passing before the control line on the safety car start. As we see there, Lemvard's truck is being picked up and put onto a flatbed. Probably means we're going to at most get 1 lap of racing here.
Well,
Scott?
3. So if they can get that car on the bed, wait for the field to come by, and follow the field into pit lane. The problem is they'll need to confirm that car's back into pit lane before they release the field. So yeah, it'll be 1 lap if we do get one.
Unless they can get it up, unless the safety car can go just a little bit slower up here, the car gets. Actually, no, well, they've got to get
it off the hairpin, actually.
Yeah, it wasn't at the bed. That's true. It is entirely down to where they've got trucks and personnel and where they can put these cars in an interim situation, because you see here, got the boards out to say slow down, stay to the left, make sure, give us some space whilst we're moving our machinery and people around here. But it looks like we've got marshals and trackside workers here getting back in the course cars. So it's a possibility here that they'll head off and yes, make for the nearest gap in the wall. Because there is possibly a break there at the bottom of screen at turn 6 that maybe they can get course vehicles.
That's opened up. We've definitely seen a vehicle go down that road earlier today.
So it's possibly once the field goes by here, they can then just send the truck off after the recovery truck after the pack there, and we might just indeed get 2 laps of racing in that case.
A couple questions. I was looking for the 22 entry. Yeah, it's back up in behind here of Tanawat. So missed shift would be my understanding coming out of the last couple corners, and then everyone sort of scattered. Or whether or not he's got gearbox problems now in that car as well. Might want to just try to ram it in gear a little bit and just shoot off. But he's had problems with getting that car up to speed, whereas Robotham, I mean, he made a great move to get by Robotham, got aggressive on him coming off of the hairpin, and the run down to turn 8. Great job getting that move done. Well, handed that move, that spot straight back. Keen to see if Robotham, with 1 lap, can get a good start, but remember, Thenophon's got some advantage here as well. He's got control of safety car restart. So we sort of need, I would estimate, probably 2 laps for Robotham to have a crack. They got it out of the way! They got it out of the way, Dan! We might get it!
Alright. The safety car coming up here to turn 15 indeed. This might just be enough time for them to say, yes, we can go racing. And
Yes we will! Yes we will! Yes we will! We will get 2 laps.
And there we go, good to see indeed. So get a chance to see if what the racing action can be like if you condense it down into the ultra short form of a 2-lap safety car dash. So everyone better start getting nice and close to the car ahead of you, because time for those lights to go out in a moment. Although the safety car will head off screen before we see that here, and then give control of the field to Thanaphon in the number 15. Get ready to do a race. So there we go. Lights off. Safety car picks up a little bit of speed here. And I think the moment it hits the part of the track where the white line comes in, there we go. Thanafon's already put the foot down there as we see that.
That's an engine blowing up.
Oh goodness me.
That's bust a seal or something's gone wrong there. One of those cars, because that wasn't black smoke. That was white smoke.
As we see here around turns 18 and 19.
Damage as well to the was that Super Chai?
Yeah, it'll be Super Chai's truck there as we get the green flag for the 2nd time in this race. Meanwhile, look at that. So we've got our top 5 out there, happy as can be, and then we've got in behind. Next is Sandy Stuvik up the inside, gonna spin. Contact with Super Chai there. Gonna put a truck on the apex, block the road almost. If everyone goes, do not reverse that truck across the road.
Track jam, go all the way around the outside, he gets it rolling.
And everyone else who was in that second, that contact is something is seriously wrong with Super Chai's truck there. He can't even something, and he blocks the track. He gets someone stuck in behind him now. Oh dear, who is the poor soul there? The number 2 machine.
Can't see left.
So the contact has done something fierce there, and unfortunately that is going to put paid to this race, as we'll surely get the safety car back out again. And unfortunately,
is that payback, Dan? Because Sandy Stuvik on Super Chai, well, that's Jack Lemvard's teammate.
I guess we can't rule it out. As there we go, safety car boards and flags back out again. Look, and you look at that there, that Tanavon on the race restart, just absolutely pulled away from Jalen Robotham. But hey, your top 2 will at least stay 1st and 2nd in this one here for things to wrap up. But well, elbows was certainly out, and as a result, we have lost a couple of trucks over the course of the race. But that is going to have to do us here for these super pickup A and B drivers.
Effectively 2 and a bit laps of racing, and we lost 3 trucks from just that. Because I think it was Tanawat that had the huge amount of smoke coming out the back of his car on that initial jump after the restart. Super Chai got turned. Yeah, and that was contact with Sandy Stuvik. Stuvik, in the meantime, gets promoted to P3. But I can just about guarantee we're about to get a message from Race Control saying that's under review.
Yeah, but and the drivers here arriving on the front straight behind the safety car, which is basically stopping here. In fact, it does indeed. The field comes to a complete stop. So actually an earlier race control message that there was an incident at turn 2 between cars 7 and 41. Well, that's Super Chai and Jack Lemvard that saw it. They decided they're going to make sure having a look out there after the conclusion of this race. Presumably won't get time to review it, and the fact that both Super Chai and Lemvard's trucks are retired, is going to be an interesting one for post-race.
Well, it's good to see the racing culture, no matter what kind of trucks you're racing, because remember, you see a little bit of barge when you look at NASCAR in the United States in the truck series. They're not afraid to get their elbows out. Oh, look at the run all the way. He ran him out of road. Super Show, they were leaning on each other going through turn 1. So whether or not Super Show was out of control and way through 1 and he was a little bit deep, he's got the elbows out. And then that's lent on Sandy Stuvik. I don't know whether or not Sandy Stuvik can actually do very much about that one, because if they're leaning on each other as early as they come into shot there, then Sandy Stuvik's not just braking for his car, he's braking for 2 cars there. At that point, they're just rubbing and grinding, and it's, it's playing on. Look at the damage to the 59 car as well.
So, thinking back to the live footage, Stuvik was behind Super Chai on the run into turn 1. And then we see here, this is the aftermath. The contact does something rather nasty to Super Chai's truck, and then you see, unfortunately, there the number 2 of Ekaset, just literally wrong place, wrong time to avoid getting stuck behind Super Chai's truck there.
Who was the other car that got beaten up in that? Was another single digit. I reckon it might have been the 5.
Possibly, but to me it really seemed like it was a case of everyone actually pulled it up and avoided too much trouble. But yeah, from what I saw on the live feed, Stuvik was behind Super Chai into turn 1 and just threw it around the outside to try and get up the inside for turn 2, and as a result, well, he's in deep. Super Chai then moves over to defend, and yeah, that just that didn't go to plan. And well, speaking of which, news from Race Control. Sandy Stuvik in that number 3 Ford Ranger, drive-through penalty for contact with Super Chai at turn 2, and presumably that will be converted into a standard post-race time penalty, given that we are currently under safety car and on the final lap of this race.
So that will all come, for ladies and gents that are watching along at home, that will all come from, was when they first initiated contact, was that actually corner belonging to Super Chai, or was it Sandy Stuvik? So it'll actually, when Race Control look at that one with the onboards and the shots that they've actually got, what they're taking into account is potentially everything that happened at turn 1. Because if there's no overlap at turn 1, well then Super Chai's got the rights to sort of move over and cover that one. And then from there, Sandy Stuvik's sort of just going to find the way through, and but he's not entitled to space and overlap at the corner. But the reason that they've tried to hand that one out prior to us actually coming back to the start-finish line, because this race isn't over yet, it will be when we pass the start-finish line this time by, is because that way that we know straight away, and indeed the other broadcast, that Suat Lin Jurapinya will actually get promoted to P3. So it was looking at that one as quickly and as clearly as they possibly could, and it'll come down to did Sandy Stuvik get across and make contact at turn 1?
Well, the answer was a drive-through penalty. So unfortunately for our Thailand Super Pickup drivers, I think they got 1 lap of racing in there before the end of the race, but it means that to Tanapon, takes one of the easier wins probably of the year, but that's something he certainly won't be complaining about. For Jalen Robotham, he won't be too annoyed by a P2 as well in that case. There in the number 21 truck, because well, sure it's not ideal, but you take what you can get. I would suggest.
Yeah. Drive-through penalty confirmed for Sandy Stuvik. Oh, my word! Look at the number of Utes that have been incident there, and another penalty for the safety car restart, passing before the control line safety car restart for the 45, which is Danawat, which would be a 5-second penalty. That will drop him to 9th place out of 4th place. No, Danawat, sorry. Danawat was in 5th, so he'll drop 4 spots as well.
Yeah, it's certainly been just a little bit crazy there today. As you see, our top 3 in Class A, although that is based on where they cross the start-finish line. That doesn't apply the penalties. Same here for our Class B drivers. And yep, drive-through penalty of Sandy Stuvik converted into a 45-second post-race time penalty. That's how, well, just how brutal it is going down the pit lane here. But your race results on screen for you now, as we enjoy the sights and the scenery here of Bang Sen in the background. And it's disappointing that we didn't get a chance to see these guys really show us what the trucks could do, but street circuit, big cars, Scott, and always a good recipe to potentially stir up some chaos and craziness.
Mate, I've got my bowl of cake batter over here, and I am stirring it up because I think a few of those drivers will be stirred up as well. It's a good opportunity for a race too. I mean, you know, lots of different drivers, different standards, different styles of cars. I was really keen and G'd up for this one. Ultimately, I think that's just a recipe of street circuit racing. 29 cars out on track. We had issues with oil being laid down, you know, you name it, and quite an extended period of time with very little race that goes underway. But that is the Super Pickups, and next time out for them, we'll be back at Chang in December. And the racing that they've had at Chang has actually been phenomenal. Wider track, not so much door banging and close quarter racing that we see on street circuits. So anyway, highlights will probably just be a whole bunch of drivers and pictures in pit lane. We'll get to see probably a little bit of the dirt, dust, the oil that was fluid that was laid down. Thoughts coming in that it was actually probably radiator fluid, not oil that was actually, or coolant of some description coming in.
Well, there you go. That would explain things here. And yeah, unfortunately, several trucks not able to take the race start due incidents. We did finally get going here, which was going to be a 6-lap race, but unfortunately it all ground to a halt pretty quickly here as we, well, everything looked nice and orderly here, but Sandy Stuvik a little farther back, I think, than he would like. Our first bit of drama here, with this was the lap where we got a nice run out of turn 2. Change for second place happened out of the turn 6 hairpin, but then as we saw here at the 22 of Tanawat, big old lock-up into 18. Also a moment here at turn 15 for the 59 Class B.
Sandy Stuvik there as well.
Yeah, it was, super good. And then here's obviously the big one here that brought out the first safety car is, the number 7. Oh, goodness me, there. Super Chai squeezing Jack Lemvard up against the wall, which completely destroys the front left corner. And the moment he sees that, he's not happy to see that. And then the turnaround to get this race back underway, thanks to, there you go, Lemvard, I think they're down at the pit lane, so discussing that one here. And then we got back going. But unfortunately, there's actually a bit of a hit there against the Armco at turn 1, potentially, I think. So that would explain potentially why Supercharged truck struggled. Well, we didn't get going here once he tried to get off the corner. And then he's looking at, bang, wobbling left and right. Maybe damaged something to do with the steering there. Unfortunately, with 2 laps to go when it's happened.
Car. Now that I look at that, so that second car, so that actually explains the penalty then for Sandy Stuvik as well, because if Sandy was leading on Superchai heading into turn 1 and left no space, with Superchai in the barriers at turn 1 and then Superchai come back across, 100% that'll be on Sandy Stuvik. So that actually tells much more of the story than we thought.
With that, the number 15 takes the race win there. We'll take one final break here before we get the Thailand Super GT3 action underway. Pit exit will open for those cars in just 5 minutes' time. Stay with us here for the B-Quik Thailand Super Series on the Thailand Super Series YouTube and Speed Cafe YouTube channels. Welcome back to our coverage of the B-Quik Thailand Super Series in the Bang Seng Grand Prix for 2023 here. English production for you, well, wherever you are in the world, whether you're here with us in Australia. Heard a couple of you reporting in from the circuit, actually, as well as United States, Japan, and elsewhere around the world. Thank you all for being with us here. My name's Daniel Yeaman, Scott Rankin, alongside me here on commentary on behalf of SpeedCafe.com. And just before we get ready for the final race of the day, Thailand Supercar GT3 race, we're about 15 minutes behind schedule due to, unfortunately, the issues in that Super Pickup race. We do have a couple of extra things to talk about here, thanks to Daniel Bilski at B-Quik Absolute Racing, able to get us a few interviews in English, which include for us Alex Blackie, head of Audi Sport Customer Racing in Asia. A chance to hear what he thinks about the event and a few little things. I'm sure that'll be really cool to hear about as well. We'll take it away with that interview.
Okay, we're here with the drivers of Porsche Cayman number 88, Boo and Bomb, after race one today. Great P2 result. Boo. I'm here with Alex Blackie, the head of Audi Sport Customer Racing Asia. Alex, welcome back to Bang Sen. Amazing day yesterday with a podium lockout. What's your impressions of the event so far and the Thai Super Series here in Bang Sen?
Yeah, I mean, first and foremost, it's great to be here. The Bang Seng Grand Prix is, I would say, firmly established now as one of the premier racing events in Asia. And it's unique worldwide, right? You don't get to race next to a beach, on the streets, anywhere else in the world. So it's just a phenomenal event. It's really, really good to be here with B-Quik Absolute Racing. 4 Audis, 3 on the podium yesterday, P1, P2, P3. We couldn't have asked for much more. We had a little bit of a ding with the 4th one. but really the boys just did an exceptional job. Yeah, for to lock out the top three places. And we're coming into today. It's going to be a very, very interesting day ahead. A really exciting first stint in particular. But let's see, it's the Bang Seng Grand Prix and it's a roll of the dice. Anything can happen. Really excited for it.
It is an extremely unique event. From an Audi Sport perspective, you guys do a lot of support here. I mean, you've got parts containers, you've got technical people. How important is TSS for Audi?
Yeah, it's one of, again, probably the biggest and most professionally run domestic series in Asia, I would say. And we've really upped our support program as a result of that. And as you can see from the B-Quik Absolute Racing side, you're seeing an increase in customers, you're seeing an increase in cars, with 4 R8 LMS here this weekend. So as you say, we made the decision to send an entire parts container to follow the whole series. And that's how much that we see in terms of growth for TSS. So I'd say the series has done a phenomenal job. I first came to TSS in 2017 to the Bang Seng Grand Prix. That was my first experience here. And it's just been constant growth since then. So the series has got more professional, it's got bigger and bigger. You can see, I mean, just look around us this weekend. You've got hundreds of thousands of people screaming and shouting. You've got food stalls left and right. It's just a phenomenal experience. So yeah, hats off to TSS, Prida and Sontoya for doing just a phenomenal job with the series. And yeah, like I say, excited for the rest of the program. We're going to Singapore, we're going to Sepang, and of course we come back to Buriram. So it's really an exciting year ahead.
Fantastic. And how's the sunscreen stock?
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. This is the bane of my life, actually, coming to Thailand. But no, I absolutely love it. So yeah, fully stocked up on sunscreen and lathered up and ready for the day ahead.
No worries. Look, I'll let you go and grab a coconut on the beach before the next race. Best of luck for the next race, and we'll catch up afterwards.
Thank you, Dan.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once again. So it was awesome to touch base with the head of Audi Customer Racing, supporting the Thailand Super Series, obviously in person since 2017, and already, enjoying the Bang Seng Grand Prix, and has been for a number of years. Now, though, it's time to cross over and get what it feels like to do a hot racing lap from somebody who's probably a little hot under the collar at the moment. Sandy Stuvik took us on board for this lap in 2022. Commentary provided by Daniel Bilski.
Hi, I'm Daniel Bilski. Let me take you for a lap of Bang Seng in the B-Quik Absolute Racing Audi. It's a super challenging track with 20 corners and plenty of bumps and jumps to master. Let's go. Fifth gear, flat out, 240. Looking for your brake marker at about 100 for the uphill braking zone. The road's cambered, hug the wall to the right. The camber helps you slow the car down. Late apex for turn 2. Watch the exit bumps, get good traction, then position the car for the jumps. 1, 2, car goes light, full throttle, 170 down here through Monkey Hill. Use the whole track width, get ready for the next big braking zone, flow the car in, watch the exit wall, get ready to drop into the hairpin. First gear, 35 k's an hour, get the rotation, pin the throttle, ready for the big long back straight. Maximum attack through here, a lot of time to make up on the exit of the hairpin if you get good drive and stay away from the bumps. Getting ready for the next big break about 100 metres. Now, hard brake, first gear, use all the track width, flow the car in, short shift to second, kissing the walls, get ready for the monument, big commitment, here, pin the throttle. Let the car run wide, big bump on the entry to the next curve, full throttle through here if you dare. Getting ready for a short braking zone from 200, brake hard, second gear, flow the car in, watch the exit wall, watch the bumps, trying to get maximum traction. Careful on the entry to the next corner, you can flow very wide and very close to this exit wall, big bump on the exit. Spot your braking marker for the hotel, 100 metres, V the corner, first apex, get the rotation, second apex, pin the throttle. Hug, turn 20 all the way around to the front straight. A lot of time to lose here if you lose traction over the bumps. Hold it flat, let the car settle, run it to the line. That's a lap of the Bang Seng Grand Prix.
Hey, ladies and gents, welcome back once again, and apologies for that. I said that was Sandy Stuvic's onboard lap. Well, Sandy Stuvic set the lap record in 2022 in an Audi R8 GT3 car. That was actually onboard from Daniel Bilski himself, commentating over that one. Was in the car last year with Masood, but his commitment just about all the way around, Dan. It was pin the ears back, as brave as you absolutely want to be. And then I think we've actually got ourselves another view coming through, which I believe will be the Aston Martin GT3 car of a walk around and get inside of that one. And I said yesterday, this is probably one of my favorite cars that's actually on the grid. The Vantage is such an important car in terms of global GT3. And we've got ourselves the opportunity to go through it with Ben Bordair.
Well, welcome here in beautiful Banksend. We have an amazing show today, tons of spectators, the weather is amazing, and we're on for a very, very special race weekend. My name is Ben Bordair, I'm the Global Head of Sales for Aston Martin Racing, and let me introduce you to the Vantage GT3. It's a very different animal from the road car, only 5% of the road car is carried over in the race car. The race is all bespoke. First element, safety, with a very hefty roll cage, a carbon seats with a 6-point harness for maximum safety for the drivers, side impact structure, front impact structure, rear impact structure. The second aspect is weight. That car is about 200 kilos lighter than the road car. The weight is much lower down to make sure we have best handling and best capability on that. So quite a machine. About 550 to 600 horsepower depending on the specification, and as you can see, a lot of downforce. So everything here is made to generate downforce from the front splitter, the louvers, the air outlet, the rear wing and rear diffuser. That car would beat any supercar you can throw at it. That's to explain the level of performance you would have. So yeah, we hope you like it. Enjoy the race, enjoy the weekend. Thank you. Welcome again. Time to show you the inside of the mighty Vantage GT3. As you can see, a lot of carbon around. As I said, first and foremost, safety, carbon doors, side protection for the driver. The seat is fixed, it doesn't move, and it's on the roll cage. You have at the top an escape hatch for the driver if he has an accident or he has no access or can't open the door. Inside the car, the pedal box moves, the steering moves to make sure the driver is comfortable, and a lot of control here from radio, flashing the lights when you go fast and catch one of the slower cars. You can work on the different engine modes for fuel saving or for maximum performance. A few displays around. One is the main display for the car with temperature, pressures, all those data. In the middle, the screen with the rear view camera and the anti-collision system, which will highlight when cars are coming behind you at speed. And then the race logic, which is to control pit timing. And finally, on the other side, you can see a big air duct. That's for air conditioning, to keep the cockpit temperature under control and make sure that the drivers stays nice and cool, and again extract maximum performance. Hope you like it.
Well, good news, Ben Bordair. I do, in fact, like it. Where can I order one? And it's free, right? Was my next question. No, they're expensive race cars. I do not have the skill set available to me currently to actually drive that one. But get in touch, Ben. We'll go for a drive. We'll talk through a few things, and I can commentate you driving down the road. Ben Bordair, let's go driving in an Aston Martin Vantage GT3.
If the opportunity ever came up, I wouldn't say no.
Sipping coconuts down on the beach, talking to Ben Bordair about Aston Martin Vantage GT3 cars. I mean, you know.
Of course, the coconuts come up again. Of course, it's the coconuts with you this weekend.
Yes, it is, because I'm absolutely cocoa nuts about this event.
Oh no, now he's cracking out dad puns. Oh, Lord help me. We've still got an hour of racing left to go, ladies and gentlemen. Someone tell Scott to stop. But while we're here with the grid walk footage, and we've actually got
yeah, I think I'm well prepared. Yesterday the car was really good. The pace was really fast. So now starting from the first row, I think it's a quite good position. I'm on the outside, P2. I think it will be difficult to defend, and it's very difficult to overtake. So I think if I will be behind him after turn one, it's very difficult to overtake. So then I have to try to push him into a little mistake.
โอเคก็คือมาคัสก็บอกว่าแน่นอนวันนี้คือถือว่าโชคดีก็อยู่ในตำแหน่งของการในจุดสตาร์ทแถวที่ดีนะครับก็อยู่แถวแรกๆเลยก็จะทำให้มันดีที่สุดนะครับแล้วก็ให้เกิดข้อผิดพลาดที่น้อยที่สุดโอเค last question leave a comment to Thai people who supporting you
Sorry?
Tell the Thai fans who supporting you
Yeah, thank you to all the fans coming here to the racetrack. This is amazing here. I think I'm racing since 25 years. I never experienced something like that.
Oh wow!
It's really cool. So I'm glad to be here.
Yes. Okay.
There we are, Michael Zwinkelhock. With that trackside interview, thanks to the local commentary and production team for being able to pick that one up here, and be able to give us this mix of both English and Thai production. It is incredibly impressive, with how quite easily our man here on the ground is able to jump back and forth. Scott was, unfortunately, I didn't quite pick up the art of being pretty much effectively fluent in multilingual. So we'll leave that to the local team on the ground to talk about that. We'll just enjoy the action from what we get given, and give you a look at the cars here from above the circuit. So another 7 cars to take to the grid here for this race. One Ferrari 488 Evo GT3, currently going to be on pole position. And we'll see here in a second, it's going to be Carlo Van Dam who will start that car for Singer Motorsport Team Thailand. Hopefully, he'll be hoping to he'll hopefully have a better run with that one. Unfortunately, he put it in the wall at the Monument chicane, which brought out one of our safety cars here in Supercar GT3 yesterday, Scott.
I mean, yeah, he did, and it was a race to see if they could try and get that car repaired. It's back working again now. They got it out. They got it all warmed up, and it was ready to go again. Akash is going to be starting this next car over Atasak as well, the 25 car. It was Henk actually at the wheel of the 26 car yesterday. They had to do a lot of work to repair that car, the 26 car, overnight. It was not in a good state, and we were hearing up until about 3:30 a.m. working on this car, getting it back to racing mode. And indeed, they're out the warm-up again this morning, so both the cars that required repairs, back out there, back on track, everything functioning as it should be, Dan. So yeah, good to hear. We'll have 7 cars out here. I'll tell you what, I want to be in that cockpit right now, that Aston Martin Vantage. Actually, no, I don't, because I don't know the street circuits of Bungsen. Never mind.
Yeah, maybe one day indeed. Dominic Ang going to start the number 65 Viper Nizza Racing Aston Martin there, it seems, and what checks up again. He's FIA rated silver. One of our cars here, Natapong, going to start the Tour de Gazoo Racing Team Thailand Lexus RCF. Unfortunately, didn't look like it had great pace yesterday here in the GT3 category. But hopefully it'll do a little bit better. The race winning car from yesterday. Here we are, towards the back of actually at the back of the field. So qualifying 2, it's going to be a rough one for them here, but fingers crossed there, indeed, as they'll get ready to start this race off. It was Chris Chia who started yesterday, so will be Lorcan to start the race off. As got a couple of shots here from Daniel Bilski at the B-Quik Absolute Racing, showing some of the repair work, Scott, here that had to happen.
So that first
to get
shot,
this
Dan,
all fixed up. Yeah.
The first shot was the 27 car getting repaired after qualifying on Friday. This shot is the team working on the car late last night. It was the 25 car for repairs, for heavy contact. What we said was turn 17 yesterday. It was in the barrier, same spot as the Lamborghini Gallardo just a couple of races ago. So 15 seconds before we hear these cars fire up, you're going to hear an awesome Ferrari fire up. That one is turbocharged. You'll hear the turbo flutter. Don't forget to listen in for that Aston Martin as well. You're going to hear 3 screaming Audis and a Lexus as well.
Yep, it's Yeah, a little bit of the Lexus is the one naturally aspirated car among the mix. Yeah, the Audi V10s, will come through pretty aggressively here as the drivers head out onto the track for their formation lap. 60 minutes of racing remain for us here today to broadcast for you at the B-Quik Thailand Super Series Bang Sen Grand Prix for 2023. Even the marshals getting in on Scott to get themselves some extra photos and videos to take home as personal mementos for this one. Despite the fact that, yes, it is only a 7-car grid, we still get to see some very fascinating racing. And the fact that, yesterday it was questions about, could Marcus Winkelhock get by one of his teammates, which was Eshan Peris in the number 26? The answer was no. Chose not to take that risk, and fair enough given not a lot of margin for error around the Bang Seng Street Circuit. On screen with us now, one final time here, 3.74 kilometres in length, 20 turns in anti-clockwise direction, sees 12 of them are to the left, including turns 2 and 6 and 15, 18 and 19 as well. The remaining 8 corners being to the right hand as well. Hankook Ventus F200 slick tyres on the car, as always, with all the classes here for the Super Series. Scott Hankook, the official and sole tyre supplier, which means, of course, it is down to the teams, their car preparation, and, of course, the drivers behind the wheel. Race number 4 of the season, this is how they're going to line up.
Yeah, and indeed, it's that Carlo Van Dam Ferrari for Singer Motorsports Team Thailand that's going to start off with the pole position for this one. Remember, the fastest drivers of these combinations starting the race today. Marcus Winkelhock and the B-Quik Absolute Racing Audi will be off, and indeed alongside of him, and then we'll shuffle it all the way down to these are the drivers at the back end. The Viper Nisa, Aston Martin off of 5th, the Natapong in the Toyota Gazoo Racing Team Thailand Lexus, and Lorcan Hanafen will be in that final Audi off of the back row of the grid. Did not do so well in terms of qualifying, and now they've got to settle themselves down in. Remember, the front row of our drivers, FIA graded. Carlo Van Dam, it's Voravud Birombakti is gold rated. He'll be starting that car, and off alongside of him, Marcus Winkelhock is platinum rated. Sorry, I think it was Carlo Van Dam. My apologies, gone the wrong way with that one. Carlo Van Dam is the gold rated driver. Marcus Winkelhock, the platinum rated driver off the front row. Silver drivers throughout the rest of the field. That will line us up. And that Ferrari, get ready to set those rear tyres alight the run down to turn number 1, Dan.
Yeah, this will be interesting to see who can win the race to turn 1. Indeed, that will be all important for this opening lap. They'll round turns 18 and 19, and then they'll assume the 2x2 grid formation here with Van Dam on the left side of your screen, inside for turn 1. Winkelhock on the outside of turn 1, but if you can stay there, it'll be the inside for turn number 2. As we get ready to see the lights here, they're waiting for them to go out here on the front straight away. Van Dam, Winkelhock on the front row, and then it's going to be, Akash and Eshan Peris, but never mind that, because here comes the green flag on the run. The turn 1 will go, and it's Winkelhock with the nose ahead as we're heading towards the first corner. Can Van Dam, though, late on the brakes in the Ferrari, get the nose ahead for turn 1? Does he cover it off for turn 2, though? Winkelhock's trying contact between the Audi and the Ferrari in turn 2, but they will get through okay. And the second of the Absolute B-Quik, or the B-Quik Absolute Racing Audis, I should say there, pardon me, will get through into second place. Van Dam is shuffled back into third as the field makes their way down towards turn 6 for the first time here in this race.
Yeah, we saw Winkelhock when he got released yesterday disappeared into the sunset on cars as he overtook them, but the problem was when he got banked up in behind people. Well, he's got clear track now, he's got fresh tyres, and all of a sudden it's going to be Van Dam that's going to be on the offensive here as he'll try and find his way past Akash. And whether or not Akash can actually hold him off in that Absolute B-Quik Racing Audi, overtaking incredibly difficult. There had to be some elbows out, there had to be some contact with our drivers, and we finally managed to see them get their way down through turn 1 and turn 2. Nearly. Was it going to be another safety car from this weekend? No, they're good enough, they'll lean on each other, but they all survive lap number 1, Dan.
Well, coming up through turn 15, most of the way there, checks the boxes. Bit of debris here on the circuit, it seems, which got drivers will have to be mindful of as they carry on here up towards turn 18 for the first time at racing speed. Do we get a crisscross attempt? No. Van Dam covers the inside here, as that is now actually the 27 of Walkan Hanafin, now already up into what will be 4th position here. So he's had a great start in that car. Your race winner from yesterday, able to get up to that position. 2nd place is going to be Akash behind the wheel of the number 25. That car, unfortunately, didn't make it through yesterday's race, so it looks like it's up to speed and up to snuff here as they wind their way through turns 1 and 2. Winkelhock from Akash, from Van Dam, from Hanafin, and then 5th place is going to go to Eshan Paris there. Then the 2 front engine cars, this was suggesting yesterday, Scott, is our mid-engine cars here, Ferraris and Audi, or Ferrari and Audis, I should say. They're looking strong. The Lexus and the Aston, unfortunately, not quite as doing so great here. Natapong ahead of Dominic Ang there as they round turns 5 and 6. Car balancing, I mean, yeah, some tracks suit mid-engine cars more than they suit front-engine cars. I think that might be playing out here a little bit, but at the same time, we do have some very, very good drivers here from both the B-Quik Absolute Racing stables as well as there with Singer Motorsport Team Thailand.
Yeah, and I mean, the Toyota Gazoo Racing Team Thailand car, they're going to have a lot of fun. Natapong is actually going to go head-to-head with Dominic out of Malaysia in that Viper Nitsa Racing Aston Martin Vantage. At least battle. The benefit is, though, Dan, like, those cars still get to go toe-to-toe with each other. They get to race alongside. Anyway, Ferrari's settled down in now, and Akash is starting to really put the hammer down, and all of a sudden it's going to be Morkan Hanafin that's trying to hunt down this Ferrari and see if he can apply pressure to the rear bumper of the 488 GT3 entry. That turbo will spool up on the straightaway, and he will start to stretch the legs. And this is something that's happened at the tail end. It's the Aston Martin did brush the Tech Pro barriers, but it's all foam, it's all safety. I think he's got away with that one.
Yeah, the mirror was bent. I could just see that through the rear wing.
Feelers, Dan. Feelers, Dan.
Yeah, as I said, I don't remember who said it, but I said it yesterday. The wing mirrors are just, yeah, the part you brush up against the wall and you just choose them to check your limits, which, well, that works for the Ferrari, but the Audi not so much, I don't think, because the Audi, the front splitters and guards actually are about just as wide as those wing mirrors, so that wouldn't work unless you're willing to sacrifice those wheel arches, which I don't think anyone should or want to in either way, any way, shape or form. As unfortunately, that was a little bit more than just a brush, it seems, Scott. And turning left, I should say, through a corner. Although it might be that everything is okay here, but nevertheless, Dominic Ang behind the wheel of that Aston Martin has had to bring it down into the pits for an unscheduled pit stop and inspection. They will get going again here. Look at them now driving through the remnants and debris that he has kicked up, though. That's going to make for an interesting couple of moments. Here's still Hanafin trying to get close enough to make a move. He's not quite there as he goes for the racing line here into turn 18. Can he get the switch back here on the exit? The answer I don't think is quite, and the Ferrari looks very strong here through turn 20 as we wind up onto the front straight, but in this particular occasion, yeah, look at this here. Pulling through probably 4th gear, maybe approaching 5th gear about now. Looks so much better on a straight line, even with the slipstream that close for the Audi.
We'll have a look at the 27 dealing with the bumps. Lorcan's struggling to try and get that car pulled up on the way down into turn number 1. Settled it nicely, rotated nicely, and it's going to be the Ferrari that struggles as they get up and down to turn number 2 and tries to set the power down. Bounce, 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 bounce. Basically, like I said, a motocross jumps as he comes out of turn number 2 in the 488 GT3 Ferrari.
Yeah, once again through turn 6. In the meantime, yeah, Marcus Winkelhock has checked out to the tune of 4 seconds at the start-finish line because he's pumping out 1 minute 36s, although on this particular lap, Akash, fastest first sector of the race, 37.0 there in the number 25. So, yeah, just taking a bit of time here to ease in as they then wind their way up through turns 8, 9, and then into this 10, 11, 12 of the monument as they'll then flick through and fire out the other side. These 3 guys are going to be a great fight here, I think, for 2nd place. And also don't forget that we are going to have to think about the whole compulsory pit stop and the competition adjustments as they continue to now drive through more of the Tech Pro debris that has been left behind. But critically, yeah, we do have pit stop compensation times, as this time Oh, he's close as Hanifin, but just not close enough. And Van Dam sees it coming, covers it off the inside, and then just was going to power away, I think, again here down the front straight. But see if the Audis have anything for him. But again, the answer looks like it's going to be no, Scott.
I was going to say, I reckon that that Lorcan Hanifin Audi's actually running a little bit more wing angle, a little bit more downforce on that car, because it's so good through the back half of the circuit, but it's really struggles in straight line. Then again, remember, turbocharged Ferrari is the response that comes out of that car. So a little bit better in terms of winding that car up. It's one of the faster cars in terms of GT3s in a straight line. So Audi very, very quick through the corners, struggles mostly in a straight line, tends to be its weakness. But they make up for that with the mid-engine power. In the meantime, Winkelhock disappearing into daylight down the road. He's going to try and build as much of a margin as he possibly can before he hands the car on over to his teammate. And the 55 entry, we saw him on the attack yesterday trying to make his way through traffic. This is what it looks like when it's out in front for B-Quik Absolute Racing as he tries to set sail. In the meantime, that Singer Motorsport Team Thailand Ferrari, his next opportunity, where's it going to be? Because I think, Dan, what do you think? Is Akash Nandi a little bit faster? I'm sort of backing in Carlo Van Dam here.
Well, you can see that on that last lap, Akash and Van Dam so close to each other on lap times. We're talking only about a tenth of a second at most. So they're pretty evenly matched at this point here. It says maybe a question of whether the Ferrari, if it can get some clean air, maybe could be a little faster. Not quite sure, I'd have to say, as we go back to that fight for third place here. Oh, look at that there. Akash wide through turn 19, Scott. Here's the opening for Van Dam around the outside of 20. Then it's going to be a drag race to turn 1. Who's got the better straight line here? Again, a bit more grip, it seems, on the inside of turn 20. But look at this Ferrari go, pulling ahead. But he's going to have to get the job done on the outside. This has been sketchy all weekend long, all week long. But Akash on the brakes first to make sure he pulls it up. Van Dam able to get it pulled up there on the inside, will take away second place. And now this scrap is well and truly on here with the two B-Quik Absolute Racing Audis now nose to tail as they work their way up the hill again. 3, 4, 5 here then to the right and set up for turn 6 once more.
Yeah, so that's obviously the Ferrari team watching on and just looking at it, talking to their driver. That was Hank out of the 26 car, teammate to Eshan, the Sri Lankan driver who's in that car at the moment. The 26 Audi's next on the road as they try and chase those guys down. And now, of course, remember, Natafong has disappeared in that Lexus. He's doing a phenomenal job and kept that thing out of the wall. Fortunately, the guy that he was battling along with was the 65 entry of Dominic in the Aston Martin Racing Vantage, no longer fighting with that one. Now the 25 car, Akash Nandi, still under pressure, but this time it's from Lorcan Hanifin. And in the meantime, Carlo Van Dam is trying to disappear up the road as they enter turn number 15. Still Tech Pro gathering all over the circuit down there, mostly cleared off the racing line. Now where's he going to set this one up? Lorcan Hanifin had the downforce over the Ferrari, who's looking strong here. Flash of the headlights. Teammates, these guys, so they're going to take it a little bit easy on each other. But that mistake from Akash Nandi's cost him second place. And now that Ferrari is getting smaller and smaller through the front windscreen. This has got to be the time. You've got to get on the hammer now if you're Lorcan Hanifin.
He's been on the hammer, that's the thing. And it's just been a case of, again, look at this, even to his own teammate in a straight line. That 27 does not have the speed, and that definitely says to me, as you suggested earlier, Scott, that 27 has been set up for higher downforce and better cornering speeds. As you said, benefits in that third sector of the lap and even up here. Oh, he's loose though, into turn 5. He just gets it pulled up before they make the right-hander flick into the hairpin at 6. My word. Well, you can't say that Hanifin is taking it easy here in this car, but my word, he nearly put paid to that car's race here with only just over 10 minutes complete in this one. And that could have been an absolute disaster there for that 27 machine. But carries on, thankfully.
Just going to say, Dan, what do these teams do in terms of tyres? They've got 4 tyres across the weekend for both qualifying sessions and both races. You've got a set of qualifying scuffs sitting there that you may have thrown on. Did you throw a set of fresh tyres at it a couple times during qualifying, which means you've only got scuffs for the race? what's the rubber situation like. But Akash is in trouble at the moment. It's whether or not Lorcan was going to have the rubber underneath him. And the other problem now that they've got as well is that rubber overheating. He's been in behind two cars, 2 sets worth of dirty air. The Ferrari's probably far enough down the road now that the dirty air is no longer affecting things. In the meantime, Winkelhock sets the track alight with a 1 minute 35.535. He is over a second faster than Carlo Van Dam at the moment as they start that next lap around. They are really starting to turn the heat on these cars. Will the tyres stay underneath them is the question.
And that is going to be the question. I mean, clean air is going to certainly help out Marcus, unlike what we saw obviously yesterday, where he just ended up stuck behind Eshana. Not enough of a pace advantage to be able to make it work for him, unfortunately. He is about half a second down on what we saw from him yesterday. He did a 34.9 in race trim, but of course, when you keep that in mind, the fact being that that was with less fuel on board. So the fact that he's only half a second off with pretty much a full tank of fuel here in this car at the moment is certainly no mean feat. Natafong here, unfortunately, that Lexus definitely not one of the faster cars around the circuit, which means it is struggling there. And Dominic Ang back out on the circuit, but once again, unfortunately, pit stops here are incredibly brutal. Is a lap down on everyone else in the field. So that 65 car is going to be hoping that maybe they get a chance to get back on the lead lap. It would have to take a safety car after pit stops, I think.
Well, even then, because if they get the laps back under safety car because they haven't achieved their pit stops everyone else has, well, they've still got a pit stop to do. So I would say effectively they're just out of the race at the moment. I was going to say, did they replace that wing mirror at the pit stop? I don't necessarily think they did. It's flapping about quite a little bit on the right-hand side of that car. So it's not broken, Dan. It's still there. It's still attached. But I'd say for all effects and purposes, probably useless at this point in time.
Yep, a little bit wobbly there as we catch back up with your race leader, Winkelhock. 35.8 has backed, taken the edge off the car slightly on that last lap, but only by 0.3 of a second. In saying that, Van Dam has improved to a 136.0 on the last lap. So the Ferrari now stretching its legs, whereas the other two have the Audis, which I made a note of, by the way, that for Lorcan Hanafin and Chris Cheer, their team entry is officially Absolute B-Quik Racing, whereas the rest of the Audis are B-Quik Absolute Racing, as we actually get to see that there on screen. And thankfully, the answer being simply that here for the Thailand Super Series, that you're only allowed to enter 3 cars under the same team name. And so that whilst the team is entering 4 cars, they have to come up with a slightly alternate team name. And so there you go, switch around Absolute and B-Quik, and Bob's your uncle. That's apparently that will do to satisfy that requirement there. As we continue to watch here on this particular lap, I can tell you, fastest first sector of anyone for Marcus Winkelhock, and then he goes personal best, but he's actually been beaten in the sector 2 timings. Lorcan Hanafin goes to a 26.7 in the middle sector, so that really does say to me that the 27 Audi is definitely geared for that flow run, because he looks really strong and comfortable with the run through the monument. That seems to be where he's picking up a lot of time here on Akash in the 25, just so much quicker on the power through there that he gets really close, just not close enough to be able to take full advantage. And whilst all that's been happening, looks like it was 1 lap to give the tyres a break for Marcus Winkelhock, and he's back to doing a 135.3, new fastest lap of the race.
Well, I'm just thinking whether or not that's been the advice issued to Lorcan Hanafin as well. Like, back off a little bit, cool those tyres down. We'll come back for a second pronged approach, particularly if the 25 car is obviously struggling to keep its tyres underneath it. Not necessarily on the same pace. It's going to take bravery to get that move done. That's the piece that we did know. Winkelhock got the elbows out early, and that's sort of what it needed. If he was second place coming through turn 2, that's probably where he'd sit for the rest of the race. So that's why he got the elbows out and got on with it. The other thing that's important to note as well for that Ferrari is that Winkelhock does actually have to disappear a little bit down off the road for them, because they finished 3rd yesterday. They've got an additional 5 seconds added to their pit stop time, plus Winkelhock's platinum rated driver is an extra second over the Ferrari, so they've got 6 seconds they have to maintain heading into the pit stop.
Yeah, that presumes this. If the pit stops are executed to perfection in that case, it would mean that is the requirement to go. Thankful, well, in Winkelhock's case, the gap is about 9 seconds. So it might, and it's still going up as we speak, thanks to the slightly faster lap-on-lap times that he is doing versus Carlo Van Dam. The car that's going to lose out the most is going to be Lorcan Hannafin here in that number 27 car, because all the bronze and silver pairings have to do a minimum of 130 seconds in the pit lane. But with their race win yesterday, they get slapped with an extra 15 seconds. So 145-second minimum pit stop, and a reminder that the compensation, the pit stop time, is from pit entry to pit exit. So you don't have to stay in your pit box, thankfully, for all the time. But still, over 2 minutes, nearly 2.5 minutes for the number 27 car from pit entry to pit exit. Whereas their sister car here, the 25, didn't finish the race, so it just has the standard 130 seconds that is assigned for a GT3 car plus a bronze-silver driver pairing. So that will mean we should see that 25 Audi. In fact, it should also have a fair crack at a Van Dam and a Biron Bacardi. No, Biron Bakti. Sorry, apologies there. There's a getting my name heads around some of the names. Here, of course, in Thailand, as you said, Scott, it's as native English speakers, it's a bit of a mouthful for us, but thankfully we do at least have some the English spellings of these names to help out a little bit.
I'm interested, Dan. Who do you think was the better of the co-driver pairings that actually started the race yesterday? Because Carlo Van Dam obviously did a phenomenal job from his side of the fence. Really set that race up for him. Sorry, it wasn't Carlo Van Dam. It was
Voravood.
Bombacti, yeah, that actually did a phenomenal job in the bronze drivers out of the pairings. Vincent Marcus's co-driver didn't necessarily do all that well. I think he was definitely one of the weaker ones, and they've got to cover off that pit stop margin. But I think it was actually Chris Chai that probably did the best out of the co-driver pairings, because he really set the race up for his co-driver. It was him that actually set it up for Lorcan Hannafin. So at the end of the day, when they've actually got that move done over Akash and Andy, by the way.
And indeed, on the screen there. So that's happened, unfortunately, off screen whilst we've been looking at things. And yeah, it did kind of feel that was hope coming at some point there for the number 27. It just really seems to come down to you need the other guy to make a mistake to be able to actually get a spot. See the tiniest tap of the brakes out of into turn 9 there for Marcus as he works the car then through the monument. This whole thing of you're finding your tenths, hundredths to pick things up. Another fastest sector 1 of the race. Oh, not so good though through turn 15. Scott nearly finds the Tech Pro. Does get it pulled up, thankfully, but that will make the lap time look a little bit subpar on this one at least.
Yeah, so it's a little bit scruffy now from Winkelhock. He's got to continue trying to stretch those legs. Obviously, Van Dam's going to be absolutely after him and on his case. The Sector 1 time for Winkelhock was purple, so it was the best of the session. 5 minutes, ladies and gents, till that pit window opening. That's the critical time that these drivers are starting to keep their eyes on and towards. How late do they come? Do they wait for a safety car? We've already seen one car in the barriers this session so far. They're now 2 laps down. And indeed, Winkelhock is probably only about 20 or 30 seconds off of catching the rear bumper of the Dominic Aston Martin Vantage for Viper Nitsa Racing. So that's something to keep in the back of your mind as well. The number 9 car is only about another 15-20 seconds further up the road from these guys. But of course, remember, 2 laps up and ahead. Have they done their stop? They're marked at 1 lap down. No, I think that's actually just because they haven't crossed the line yet to complete the current lap. Yeah, so few things to note out of that, Dan, was who do we think the better co-driver is? Where do we think these guys are at tyres? And how much does lap traffic play into this one?
Well, at this rate, it's going to be a 1 lap cut, possibly 2. Oh, speaking of lap cuts, well, possibly. Unfortunately, Dominic Ang has found the wall at turn 15. That's probably going to need a safety car to get the Tech Pro straightened back out at least. He will, thank his kick goes, just a little wide. The tiniest bit wide, Scott, and you're in the marbles here. It's such a narrow racing line that they have to work with here. We saw Marcus almost going also yellow flags there at turn 15, but he does get it going again just as Carlo Van Dam arrives on the scene. And 17, that's a nasty spot to park up there, but thankfully no harm done. Everyone carries on. That will probably ruffle Carlo's feathers just a little bit there on that lap as well. And give that gap and margin back towards Winkelhock. And indeed, as they come to the line, that margin has increased to 11.6 seconds as a result. And in the process, Lorcan Harnefin basically gets a free pass, I think, as he caught up to the Aston Martin down the front straightaway. So that will allow him to get that little bit closer, which is critical because their pit stop times, well, the pit stop is 15 seconds longer than the Ferrari, so they're going to need every advantage they can get. Chris Chia is, I think, yeah, as you said, Scott, probably the fastest of the bronze-rated drivers we saw in that opening stint yesterday. Hopefully that'll carry through and give that 27 a chance to get back at it. But yeah, the Ferrari looked pretty solid yesterday in the hands of Vorovud, Biron Bakhti, who actually, a bit of information from Daniel Bilski about Vorovud. His father owns the Singer Group, which as you see from the team name, Singer Motorsport. Team Thailand is a pretty. Oh my goodness, pardon me. Look how close Marcus is driving to the barriers, despite having an 11-second margin. He's not hanging around as he works his car through the walls. Yeah, back to Vorovud, sponsors the Alfa Romeo F1 team and also apparently owns Ferrari's Thailand division. So clearly a keen lover of cars in many shapes and forms. What was that lap like for Winkelhock? Oh, just the fastest lap of the race, and that's how you do it, by leaving basically no stone unturned here at a circuit like Bangsen.
And ladies and gents, pit window is only moments away from opening, so it's probably be the end of this lap, halfway through next lap.
Yeah, I'd say, because look at this, we've got just over 2 minutes until the pit window will open, and Marcus is coming up to turn 5 already, with lap times in the 1:35 bracket. Now we're probably looking at, halfway around the next lap, somewhere, by the time it's probably roughly at around basically look for when the clock hits 36, 35, where is Marcus on the track? Probably, I'd say around the monument section, maybe just after it. When he's about that point next time around, that's roughly where we can expect that pit window to open in that case.
See, it's interesting to note that he's a big lover of street circuit racing as well. You don't often hear that. You normally hear a lot of drivers talking about, the classics. You want to go to your Spas, you want to go to your Monzas, those sorts of circuits. No. Give me street circuit racing, says Marcus Winkelhock. Well, he's here at the Bangsen Grand Prix. Loves the place. Absolutely loved it. Down the race suit by the sand, enjoying a little bit of sun yesterday. We managed to get a photo of that one that we've been viewing all day. In the meantime, he's got a job to do. He can relax out in the sun and the sand in somewhere in the realm of 10 minutes time maximum is what he's looking at, provided there's no safety car. And the push on time, a minute left to go before that pit window opens. We'll get confirmation at the bottom right hand corner of your screen. Generally get somebody holding a board saying we've got that Thailand Super Series GT3 class. Pit window has now opened. And now it's the push on for Lorcan Hannafin. Can he get closer to Carlo Van Dam? Can he cover off that 15-second margin that he's going to have to give up at the pit stop? Can he get far enough away from Akash Nandi that those guys are compromising their pit stop as well? It's lots of little boxes to tick now for the remainder of this race. They may not be racing each other necessarily out on track, but that's okay. Pit stops will solve all of that.
Yeah, the great strategic games here. Yeah, as you said, the Van Dam, Van Dam and Biron Bakhti pairing, they will have an extra second over Akash. And you see he's pushing. There's Lorcan Hannafin. He knows that he needs every advantage he can get. He needs to be as close as possible to that Ferrari. As time hits 35 minutes remaining, the pit window now opens here at the racetrack. And indeed, there is the confirmation in the bottom right hand of our screen. The question is there any pairing that wants to gamble on getting that pit stop done early? I mean, getting it done early is okay, but then you end up laps down under safety car, and that could be a problem in some respects. I mean, the pit window freezes whilst the safety car is out if we should we get one. So in some respects, you could say that that's not a problem to get your pit stop done first, and it might be helpful because then you've got to bunch the field up, and then that means everyone else is going to be all compressed on top of each other, and you're going to be there with them. So you gain less time. We'll see here. These two drivers, no, they'll carry on. And it would also make sense that with our drivers here, we've got our best drivers in each of these cars at the moment. So by rating and also, roughly speaking, by pace. So it would make sense to everyone here to basically go as long as they can into the pit window. and then come in with about 25 minutes to go or thereabouts.
I'm just looking at consistency. You see, when you talk in terms of what you want your race car driver to be able to do, be quick, be consistent. Marcus Winkelhock's best lap time, 1:35.300. His most recent lap time, 1:35.317. 17 thousandths of a second away from his best lap time. If that's not consistency, I don't know what is.
Yeah, well, we've only seen one small mistake from him this weekend, and we did catch it there on camera at turn 15. Look at here, Lorcan, I think just the run through the hairpin, it's not quite the right line. I mean, obviously, you're cranking on the steering lock to the absolute max in these GT3 cars, so it's not like he can turn it in much later, but it just looks as like from that particular angle, he's just a little bit too close to the apex wall with the middle of the car, and then it's like up and over the curb there a little bit. And just not able to get it pointing out of the corner exit as tightly as that Ferrari is, at least. So he loses some time there. Then he gets some time back here on his run up the back. Again, look at that, into 15, so much more pace it seems. Then the Ferrari under brakes through that mid-speed corner. And then here to 17 and 18, it evens out a bit, and he's not able to get close enough for an attack. But this is most certainly the battle to keep an eye on track. Oh, and by the way, Marcus has moved the fast lap marker down to 35.2. As a by the way, Scott.
Improves it by 500ths of a second. So again, consistency, and consistently quick. I'm wondering whether or not the tyres are starting to burn off that Ferrari. I wonder whether or not they didn't give Carlo Van Dam necessarily the best set of tyres for the end of this race, whether or not they might actually bolt a fresh set of tyres onto this car. Alternatively, the Ferrari might have just burned the tyres off a little bit, just overheated them, overcooked them a little bit at the moment, and whether or not they're actually going to do a tyre change at this pit stop. And hand it back over to Voravud Bombakti for Singer Motorsport Team Thailand. Ferrari get some fresher rubber in. Whether or not there'll be another set of scuffs as well is a big question. So lots to sort of debate, lots to talk about. In the meantime, though, Lorcan Hanafin is just got to look at the beautiful rear bumper of a Ferrari. I'll tell you what, lucky person. You'll be sitting there, hot under the collar, going, I want to get by this guy. In the meantime, I'll be sitting there like, I just want to stare at the rear bumper of that Ferrari a bit longer, thanks.
As through the monument once again, just looks the better driver in this particular part of the track, but stuck, unable to go anywhere with it as they work up to turn 15 once more. First car that is going to take to the pit lane for their compulsory service is going to be that Viper Nizza Racing Aston Martin. Dominic Ang will step out of the car and hand that one over to Douglas Koo. So first of our bronze rated drivers getting in to that race car there as we continue to watch the Van Dam Hanafin fight as they work off of turn 19, turn 20, and then just once again the power of the Ferrari as current configuration. Aerodynamics, balance of performance, either way, just strong. I mean, we saw the 27, it looked weak in a straight line even compared to the 25 when they had a fairly even run off the hairpin back when it was a battle of three. I mean, almost shockingly, unfortunately, it seems that for Akash, he's just dropped to basically his own little part on the track since that happened here. As we also see Esham Peris hop out of the number 26. He'll hand over to Henk Kicks to take the 26 home to the end of the race. So these drivers and teams coming in and around right on the halfway mark here, Scott, rather than pushing out a little longer. One thing also, before I mention, is also just looking, that hairpin shot, I'm kind of liking it here with the Audi behind, because have you noticed how red hot the exhaust on that 27 is getting?
Well, the other thing I did actually notice there, Dan, was did you notice that coming off of 18-19 on that last lap, the rear end of that Ferrari wiggling around all over the place? I actually think they have overcooked those tyres on that Ferrari. He pushed on quite heavily. He was underneath the dirty air of the 25 car with Akash Nandi at the wheel for an extended period of time. So there was a lot of load going through those tyres, and he was in a lot of trouble, I think, and now we're starting to see that from Lorcan Hanafin. The thing is, Lorcan, he's going to hand over to a better driver, but the problem is they've got a very, very long stop, so it's actually beneficial for them to stay out because they're pulling time out of this next car out on track. And
here we go.
And down the inside goes Lorcan Hanafin. He's going to get that job done. And Carlo Van Dam went in too hot, too deep. He's cooked the tyres. Lorcan Hanafin gets the spot away, takes P2, albeit with a whole bunch of contact on that car. And that is the second time this weekend that Ferrari has felt the wrath well, it's the second time this race it's felt the wrath of another car. Third time it's had contact this weekend.
Yeah, just in hot from we didn't quite catch the setup to the corner, and then Hutnefin, I think, he saw his opportunity. He went in a little bit deep to make sure that he got the spot off of the 89. And look immediately here in Sector 1, now that he's ahead, he's immediately said, right, I'm going, goodbye, nice to see you, and he's gone. Immediately, Race Control have jumped in to put a message in the race chat saying that they are going to review that contact there. I mean, I'm not sure there's much to it. Yes, Hutnefin is a little deep in at turn 18 to make sure he could take advantage of that little mistake from Carlo, and persisted immediately. Look at this, his foot is flat to the floor, and unfortunately, it just come probably about 6 or 7 laps too late. But the margin he's pulling here on this lap alone, he's going to see it here just real quickly. So you see into the 18, Van Dam turning back, Scott, to get a nice run as Hutnefin really threw it in to try and take that spot away.
Look-ins fine. I wonder whether or not Carlo Van Dam's actually got damage. In an update, Race Control actually reviewing that one straight away, because I mean, contact GT3 cars generally don't want to be doing that. Obviously, Winkelhock and Van Dam on the run down at turn number 1, that's racing. Nobody giving any quarter on the run down to turn number 1, both had overlap. But ruled as no further action, so Race Control will not jump in and jump on top of that one. We are now 27 minutes and 35 seconds remaining on this one. That means we've effectively, everyone will have to pit by the end of this lap if they have not. That pit window is only going to be 1.5 laps away from closing here, Dan Yeaman. So I get the feeling we're going to have a very busy pit lane in just moments from now.
Yeah, I'm just going to quickly try and confirm something really quickly about these compulsory, the pit stop window. Let's see if I can find it here as we check back in there with your race lead up. Marcus Winkelhock is checked out to a big old margin here. Whether they need to, because their pit stop is going to take longer than 2 minutes. So I think the answer is so long as they're in the pit lane before 25 minutes, it's okay. But what they're going to do is probably get the cars in a little earlier. That is actually a bit of traffic for Marcus ahead. So I think what we'll see is that's staying left, and that is indeed straight on into the pit lane here. About 1.5 minutes until the pit window closes. So that'll mean that they're heading out nice and early. Heading out in good time. We'll see here Van Dam now. Third place, third place technically, still because they're yet to catch up with Winkelhock's car, which they do that driver swap now down in the pit lane, and Vincent will hop in. Let's see. Lights on. I think that's a pit limiter, and indeed, Van Dam in the pits. And we can also say that the 27 of Walkan Hutnefin is also coming to the pits whilst we were tracking the Ferrari here. So your top 3 all come to the pit lane, and you can see there the 25 of Akash has also come in. So we are indeed down to just 3 cars on track here, Scott. Hank Kicks in the number 26 for B-Quik Absolute Racing, the first of those on track.
Yeah, so it's going to be the bottom 3 cars in terms of the standings, the 26, the 9, and the 65. The Audi R8 Evo for Hank Kicks, the B-Quik Absolute Racing entry, the Lexus RCF GT3 for Toyota Gazoo Racing Team Thailand. That one is going to have Manat Kulapalonot at the wheel, and then of course the number 65 car as well, driven by Douglas Koo, the Aston Martin car. What have you spotted, Dan Yeaman?
Message. Oh, sorry, it's just been updated. The message initially said pit exit closed, which got me a little concerned because we have 4 cars on the pit lane. Good news is that's been updated. It is actually just the pit window has now closed because we have crossed by the 25 minutes remaining marker. So thankfully that's been corrected without any further drama or fuss. As now look at these cars here sitting and waiting before they can be released to make sure they don't go below the minimum pit stop and transit time here, as we're focusing out on track. Meanwhile, with that number 9, be Manat behind the wheel now of the Lexus RCF for Toyota Gazoo Racing Team Thailand. There we go, one of the Audis away from the B-Quik Absolute Racing stalls, as we wait to see which car will come out first on the track. Whilst tracking here, the number 9 still on circuit.
Indeed, still circulating as the number 9. They've actually, everyone's now done their compulsory stops. So everyone in, everyone out. And ladies and gentlemen, race is back on just about. I think we're just waiting, keeping our eye on the 55. That's an extended stop. They've still got the door open on that car.
Something's not right with the 55, no. Because as we watch here,
are they doing a
number
dash
9
reset?
Something, yeah. I wish I could tell what was going on from this angle with the picture-in-picture screen, but troubles for Marcus Winkelhock and his co-driver there in that number 55 with Vincent Floriendo. As, unfortunately for B-Quik Absolute Racing, it looks like their efforts to make it another podium lockout is going to be denied potentially here, given that the top 3 is now Vorovud, Adasak and Chris Cheer. They are close on track, but it would take Henk Kicks finding 40 seconds out on the racetrack to be able to sort things out. And yeah, the longer this goes on, the more at risk the 55 is of going down a whole lap here on your leaders. In fact, probably will go down a lap, I think, because given the way that they're still trying to work on that car, your leaders are in the middle of Sector 2, and they've got a long way to go to get out of the pit lane, of course, with the long loop and the 40km/h speed limit.
I've got them at a 4-minute stop. They're over a 4-minute stop, Dan. So that's going wrong. That's what, for 240 seconds? That's nearly double the length of time that they're required to circulate through the pit lane, and it continues on. So issues at the pit stop for the 55 entry from B-Quik Absolute Racing, and unfortunately they're still stuck there. The door's finally shut. It looks like they're trying to say clutch release. It's definitely a clutch release problem, trying to select and get the car out. They've stalled the car yet again. Something's still going wrong for that car.
Question is, are they going to get that car fired up at all, or is this car going to be stuck and done here in the pit stall? You see here, very animated crew.
That's stalled. That car just stalled again.
Yeah, I did see that jolt, indeed. Trying to get this car away.
Yeah, so it's something to do with the clutch. There's an issue. So he's saying, put the foot all the way down as much as you can possibly give it there, and they're away.
Oh, boy.
That's a clutch drama. That's a clutch drama for them.
That is very unfortunate. Oh, dear me. Well, now it's going to be up to the 25 and the 27, Adasak and Chris Cheer, to go chase down Vorovud, Bidon Bhakti there for the race win. That is your top 3 on screen, racing for position on track. 21 minutes remaining here in Thailand Supercar GT3. Whether we'll see this Ferrari hang on at the front of the field. What we reckon to be the fastest of the drivers in this group here is currently stuck at the back of the group. Well, you can see there for last lap times that Bidon Bhakti, not too bad there in clean air, 46.4 faster than anyone in this top 3, although Chris Cheer to 47.0. I reckon give him some clean air, he might have a proper go at this.
Yeah, we'll have a look at Vorovud Biron Bhakti, and he's just absolutely setting the track alight in this bronze-rated driver session at the moment. Chris Cheer closing in rapidly. They did a great job, Lorcan Hannafin, to put the foot down and try and build as much of a gap as he possibly could before they had to hand that one over. I don't recall, did they actually do tyre swap? I'm pretty sure that Ferrari did tyre changes as well. So whatever the rubber issue was there for Lorcan late in that stint, it obviously means that, sorry, it wasn't Lorcan, it was for Carlo Van Dam. The Vorovud Bombacti might actually just have it fresh to the rubber now. So lap times between these two, race leader just did a 142.180, 141.988, 141.815 were the most recent times for all 3 of our top 3, and indeed in race order at the moment it's now the 27 starts to come back. Chris Cheer, what can he do against Adasak here? What's the opportunity? Is he going to be at the end of the back straight? You reckon it's going to be turn 8? He's close enough, Dan.
Yeah, let's see who gets the better drive off here. It really feels like with turn 6, if you're the second car coming through there in the hairpin, especially in a car that's big enough like these GT3 cars, turn 8's not really a passing chance, because you just, it's so cumbersome and so difficult to get these cars through here. In fact, it's quite interesting to watch here. These guys are currently doing 1 minute 41s, 1 minute 42s. We saw our silver, gold, and platinum drivers. They're banging out 35s, 36s every day. These guys here just easing into speed a bit more. And I think really, I guess at the same time, there's no rush to be up to speed when they're all doing about the same lap times at this stage. So look after the car, keep going with it nice and clean. And hang on a second, why was there only one of the Audis in shot? Where has Chris Chia? He's just dropped back a bit, perhaps. I think he's still going, but he's gone from being, there you go, so he's still going, but just was on the back bumper of Adisak, but all of a sudden has had to drop back a little bit here, or had a moment that's caused him to drop back there after being close at turn 6.
He lost 0.6 of a second on that lap, and the bulk of that was actually in the middle sector, so it was actually in and around the monument section, I would say. So, and then responded and was quick again in the final sector. So he is responding. Look at the wiggle, and that rear end of that Ferrari is not happy, and these guys are going to come back at it. So we're going to end up with Vorovud Bombacti. That Ferrari left the track yesterday on a crane, airlifted up and out over the barriers. Today, it leads the race as we head down into the final 15 minutes or so. We're under 20 minutes to go. The final 20 minutes of the 2023 Bang Seng Grand Prix. And have a look at Adisak now. It was Akash Nandi that took the wheel of that car, that 25 car from the start of the race. He's handed it over to his teammate, doing a stellar job. You gotta feel like they'll be celebrating that in the pit wall. And have a look at the Ferrari crew. You can see the nerves, you can see the stress, and look at the grimace. It's not looking comfortable. Carlo Van Dam is willing his teammate on here. He's got 18 minutes to get through, Dan. They're in trouble.
Yeah, they are. On that last lap alone, Adisak gained 1.6 seconds on Vorovud. So that gives you an idea of the pace difference. The 25 has switched on. The tyres are ready to go. Adisak is ready to go. And it looks like now it's going to be a game of where does he get by Vorovud if he can. You've also got to keep in mind you've got Chris Chia in behind him, two teammates there at B-Quik Absolute Racing. Is there's just going to be a dive bomb from Chia on the inside of 18. Telegraphs it from 6 miles back, Scott, and is given the space because these cars don't want to come together, but the Ferrari gets a second wind as a result of this. Gets a good second or so in breakaway as these two guys switch positions here. And now, potentially, the faster Audi is released to go after the Ferrari here, but another lap given to Vorovud to try and find a bit more speed, a bit more confidence in the car here.
That was mental! That was mental, Dan Yeaman! So now Chris Chia has been released. The team, you thought the Ferrari mechanics were standing there. Carlo Van Dam was standing there grimacing, looking a little bit unsettled. Could you imagine being at the absolute B-Quik Racing team at the moment? Those guys, 4 cars entered. They're watching them go side by side down into the final corner. And now, I wonder how much longer can Vorovud Bombacti for Singer Racing Team Thailand in this Ferrari. Can he hang on to this one? Chris Chia is on a charge. He's had Audi for breakfast. I think it's a little bit of Ferrari for dessert.
Yeah, and confirmation coming in, Scott, from Daniel Bilski down at B-Quik Absolute Racing. Indeed, that 55 car troubles with the clutch, meaning that's what really hindered the ability of Vincent Floriano to get that car going from the pit stop there. But while that drama happened in the pit lane and it has cost them dearly, we still here at this fight for the race lead. You see that Chris Chia is stronger, it seems, up through the monument and this start of the third sector. The Ferrari okay though, but look at this from Vorovud having to defend into 18 and 19. I think he might have seen in his mirrors what Chris Chia did the last time round through turn 18 and 19. Look at the drive again. Off once we get up to speed here at turn 20. Chris, you can flash your headlights all you want there on the run down the front straight, but it's not going to do anything unless you want to try and get just in the mind of that Ferrari, because look how nicely it pulls away in a straight line, but in turn, look how well Chris is under brakes here. Halves that gap, if not more so, Scott, by the time they reach turn 2.
Yeah, this is under threat here for the Ferrari. How long is that 89 going to hang on to the lead of this race? Ladies and gentlemen, if you thought that you'd seen wide cars during peak hour traffic, I think you're about to see Vorovud Bombacti make the widest rear bumper on a Ferrari 488 GT3 that you've seen for a very, very long time. Chris Chia on a charge. Well, he's thought about Audi for breakfast. He's thinking about Ferrari for dessert. There might be coconuts to celebrate afterwards. Did a great job yesterday in the 27 car. That car finished on top of the standings yesterday. Can it make it 2 from 2 here at the Bang Seng Grand Prix? He's about to find out, and indeed, he's about to lift up that rear bumper of the 89 Ferrari as well. This one is getting exciting as they come through the Monument hairpin. 14 minutes on the clock. And Carlo Van Dam, I'd want to be in that car. I don't want to be watching, and I think he's got the same feeling down there, trying to cool off after you get out. But how can you watching this, Dan Yeaman?
Oh, this is I couldn't imagine this trying to be in Carlo Van Dam's shoes. Yeah, watching here as look, Voravod's doing a solid job by all means, but yeah, Chris Chia through that section from the Monument to turn 15 in particular, and then down here at 18. That Audi is just all over the gearbox of the Ferrari, but then in turn, it seems here that Voravod can get a nice drive off of 19 and through 20. He's going to get a slipstream here to benefit with the Lexus, the number 9 Lexus here, which is going to have Manat behind the wheel. He needs to get out of the way. He's been shown blue flags for a while here. And the question is, can Chris Chia get up the inside here at turn? He can. So he'll get through as the lap car stands aside for the top two at least. Unfortunately, it looks like it's going to not help out Adasak there, the third place car, who has fallen on drift ever so slightly with all this fighting. Was the fastest car of the 3 on the last lap, but that's mainly because, yeah, again, pace being dictated by Voravod and what he can do there in the Ferrari. Down into turn 6, once again, he's closed as Chris Chia. But you watch the Ferrari here, it can get a more rotated, it can get better rotation on the exit, Scott, and therefore just drives out that little bit better because he's straighter on the exit. And unfortunately, Chris Chia got nothing in response there, it seems.
And that's the issue, isn't it? They've gone with the high downforce, but all of the overtaking opportunities, they're at the end of straights. And you need a little bit of that downforce trimmed out to actually get the car up to a high enough speed to give yourself an opportunity to try to get
here. Can he get something done here?
Contact! Look at the barriers coming through the Monument section! Now there's smoke drifting off the rear end! That Ferrari got a shove there from Voravod Bombacti, and now it is on like Donkey Kong. You thought you've seen bickering, you thought you've seen arguments. That was Mario Kart. This is GT3 racing.
Oh boy, the Monument's always been where Chris Chia and earlier in the race, Håkan Hannafin have been the strongest of just about everyone else, probably barring Marcus Winkelhock. And then once again, it shows, but this time, Voravod able to try and cover it off a source, but it's actually ripped the right-hand wing mirror off of the Ferrari here as they head down the front straightaway, just under 12 minutes on the clock. And again, straight line speed, advantage Ferrari, braking performance, advantage Audi. He's not close enough this time. He's still forcing Voravod to think about the defense. Compromise the run into turn 2. Can he get the crisscross here out of turn 2? No, he can't. And it means we've got a three-way fight for the race coming on, because here comes Adasak in the 25 machine as they close up behind all of this.
Well, now start to think about it, man. Now start to think about it. The two cars ahead, they've both had contact. Have they got damage? What's the incident like? Have a look at how close Chris Chia is trying to get to the rear bumper of this Ferrari. And then they will get the power on. Is he close enough? How brave is he thinking of being down at turn 8? Think through a lap. Let's sit here. Let's watch on board. Let's look at where is his opportunity. Okay, turn 8. No way in hell is he getting that. That's too far back. He was close at the Monument. Now look how close he is. Off of turn number 8. They come through 9. They swiggle back to the left, back to the right. Then it's in through the Monument section. Contact on the last lap. Voravod was way off to the right-hand side of the lap. That's where he lost the mirror. Maybe he made contact with the wall on the right-hand side road. Has to cover it. Now they do the run down to 15. Are you brave enough to be full throttle down through there? The bronze drivers, definitely not. They all settle down in. All of a sudden, is the 25 machine, are they going to come back through and pick up a race victory? 10 minutes on the clock. Mayhem.
There we go, inside line's not covered. Here comes Chris Chia to the inside of turn 18. There's a car width there. It has to be given. The 27 gets to the lead of the race through turn number 18 and 19. Can he hold on down the front straight away? We've seen the Ferrari so good in the straight line here. Voravod this time now with the slipstream and lap traffic to boot, Scott. This is going to be nasty here. Pulls to the left, gets covered off by Chia. Can he get there under brakes for turn 1? I don't think so. Look at this here through turn 1. Car pulls out. Chris Chia, I think he's just done enough to hang on to this race lead, presuming this lap traffic can get out of the way. The 65 Aston, Douglas Koo behind the wheel as they come up over Monkey Hill here. 1, 2, 3 cars going to try and sneak on by turn 4. They do. And with that said and done, Scott, I think Chris Chia has just timed that one perfectly That's wiggle over to turn 6. Oh!
He's offline, he's had one through, he's had to feed back in, but that's yellow flag zone! Do the stewards get involved yet? This isn't resolved just yet, and now Lorcan Hannafin and his teammate Chris Chia have lost the race lead, but what's the go? And all of a sudden, that 25 car's dropped off the tail end of these guys as well, so he had an issue coming off of the hairpin now. Was he checked up? Was there contact there? The 27 went in, it went very deep into the hairpin, and the race lead is back and under control. Huge moment as they crested the bump and went to flick back to the right. There's nothing he can do. But these guys have just continued on. He's had to check up massively, so that's what's backed it all up there for Adasak. And now he's going to try and recover and get back onto the bumper of these things. What do race control have to say?
Oh my goodness, no passing allowed in the yellow flag zone of turn 6.
But he's a slow car. He's
just gone offline so much. As here we go, the outside of 18.
No.
But it's so deep for Christian. Oh, that's nearly the wall on the exit there. He's throwing everything in the kitchen sink at the race leader. Now, he's lost a good second or so in doing so. One little error up at the hairpin. 1.7 seconds, in fact, the margin now. He's going to have to do that all again with 8 minutes to go. My word, this race has suddenly turned on absolutely crazy.
Well, what's that?
He can catch the gap up. We know he can do it, Scott. The question is, what does he do when he gets to the rear bumper again?
Well, I was starting to think, hang on, was that Vorovud actually handling the spot back? Theoretically, there could have been somebody on the radio saying giving it back, but if so, he would have given it back again by now. If that was the case, he would have just slowed down, continued slowing down. They would have just redressed that position, crack on. I don't know. It's one of those things where race control, I think, will get involved. I just don't know what the outcome is because both modes, both decisions theoretically are correct. And you can see the guys down at Absolute B-Quik Racing, they're gesturing about it. I reckon there's some conversation going on here, back and forth to race control, or is that saying there's less than 10 minutes left to go? There was 2 hands up.
Oh, man. I mean, yeah, on one hand, the rules have been fairly straightforward. It's a permanent yellow. You can't pass. But what do you do when the car ahead of you makes a massive error? Like, yeah, Vorovud's going in there at normal racing speeds. He would have had to have basically come to a complete stop like we saw of the 25 of Adasak. So, like, yeah, I just don't see that being possible for him here. So I think realistically, the only thing I say is you have to let them race in that case.
Race on. Yeah, I agree. Look, I'm going to say one more thing about it. I think the problem is if Vorovud stops on the racing line there, the next car in line, Adasak, runs straight up the rear end of that car. There is no way for him to see what's going on ahead and avoid it. I just don't see a safe move for those guys to get out of it. Race on. I mean, it's exciting. It's what the fans want to see. What does race control have to say?
So far, nothing. As we've got 6 minutes and 15 seconds to go, plus another lap on this one here. As down into turn 5 and 6 once more, as we see
it's under
these
investigation.
cars.
It's just come through, Dan. It's under investigation.
Of course it is. Passing along T6. Oh, just as we were thinking, maybe so far, nothing coming of it. I mean, by the rules, it has to be done. And he's back at the gearbox. He's almost at the gearbox, I should say, of that Ferrari. He's put in a lap time. It was 8/10 faster on the last lap round. You see, he's just so strong through the monument. Something about the way that Audi has been set up here. The confidence of Chris Chia and other drivers here from the B-Quik Absolute Racing squad up through that section of track. And then I swear he wants to think about it. And
no further action. Dan, it's no further action. This is a motor race. This is an absolute motor race. They're going to have to kick on. Oh, my word. Chris Chia is going to do it again. Here it comes.
He's looking. Both cars 6 miles deep. Oh, the lead's been given back in turn 18 and 19. Chris Chia finds the error from Vorovud back. Oh, goodness me. He's Vorovud. My goodness me.
And if
5 minutes to go.
Enough, we've got 5 minutes left to go, Dan. Has he got anything? Has this Audi got the tyres left underneath it? Lorcan Hannafin, he was putting a lot of work into those tyres. His teammate, my apologies. Carlo Van Dam put a lot of effort into those tyres earlier on.
Yellow flags out there at turn 2, Scott.
Whoa, hang on. More's going. It's all unfolding in the last few moments of the race.
Safety car boards have come out across the circuit. Adisak seems to have dropped off our timing. The 25, second of the B-Quik Absolute Racing cars.
It's in sector 3. Was there fluid on the ground on the run down in a turn into 18 and 19? Was there an issue down there?
I don't know. All I know is that they've dropped back now in behind. Well, they're now back behind. They're a minute behind the estimated time expected of arrival at the start finish line. I think it is. So, oh my word! Oh, it's the Monument once again claims a victim in GT3. Scott, it was the Ferrari yesterday. It will be the Audi today. Oh my goodness, we've got 3 minutes and 45 seconds on the clock. Do we get this race restarted in time for one lap? I just don't know.
No,
surely not, yeah.
The crane's there. I mean, they may just... The problem will be getting the field under control. The crane's right there. They're doing it. They're getting that car out of the way straight away. So... Oh, my word. I thought I'd seen everything this weekend. We've seen utility trucks with wings on them. We've seen absurd dive bombs. We've seen guys leaning on each other. We've seen a front wheel ripped off the pickup trucks. We've seen brake discs nearly seizing on the brake pads. And the Monument section claims 2 victims for the weekend, both in the GT3s.
And he's going backwards into the Monument already. So massive loss of control for Adisak, unfortunately. It's, clipped the rear wing off through the apex of 11. And immediately, in backwards to the Tech Pro barriers there. And so thankfully, retrieval process is fairly straightforward. But as you said, the clock continues to tick. We've had nearly a minute since the safety car was called. And I think the leaders there go. They have been picked up now by the safety car. And the 55 machine has been let through here. Although, unfortunately, it is 2 laps down on your leaders. So it will probably stay, well, it should stay right where it is. But, wow, my word. We haven't seen any other car series or any of the other categories have trouble at the Monument. Unfortunately, that is now both the Ferrari in yesterday's race when Carlo Van Dam was behind the wheel, and today now for Adisak. But it's slightly different circumstances than the fact that we see that car going in backwards. Oh my word! It's just
that rear wing. I'm wondering whether or not he's clipped the inside barrier on the right hand side. It's plucked the wing off it, or the car's already unsettled. Because it wasn't. I don't think it was clipped on when he turned to the right.
Well, the car was already loose. I would have to watch that back again and like slow motion the YouTube broadcast just to try and get an idea of what happened to the 25, to be precise. But yeah, we're going to get final lap boards up once we cross the start-finish line again, because we've got a minute and a half to go here, and we're only at turn 8 under safety car. So, as you said, Scott, unfortunately, this race is almost certainly over and done with here, which is a shame that it will have to end that way. But, well,
what
it is what it is. We got a fantastic race in the build-up there. And yes, unfortunately, it does get pulled the pin slightly short. And it will mean that, as you see, we go the crane lifting the 25 other ways. You said probably need to inspect the barrier. We do have cars that are well behind the safety car queue because they're having to maintain a certain speed around the course. So unfortunately, that will be surely the end of racing. And in fact, zero sign of attempts to get this race restarted due to the situation here. So, well, we could have we would have dreamed for a green flag finish, but yeah, that's racing sometimes when we head out, and unfortunately we don't quite get everything we want.
We get more of the bronze drivers going at it with each other. That was exceptional. That was great. I mean, he did everything he absolutely had to do for Vorovu Bombakti. I mean, phenomenal driving from his side. He defended really, really well. Made the mistake. Mistake was made back, and for Chris Chia, a long run in there. I think that penalty, and whether or not it's a penalty, regardless of its effect on the outcome, that will be debated for a very, very long period of time. The good news is it hasn't affected the race outcome. But it's a great opportunity to say, well, what's the actual way to do it? Do we always penalise a car in those circumstances? It's a great thought experiment. I think James Taylor, who else have we got there? Craig Bez, the driving standards advisor this weekend. That's one of the debates in motorsport, because there's realistically only one other track in the world where they can sort of compare something to, and what's the precedent over there? Well, it's Macau. So, you know, what do you do in Macau if there's a slow car that's made a mistake that's offline?
Yeah, it's a unique. It's well, not unique, but it's a very novel situation. It's very rare, that's for certain. And I think, yeah, realistically, I think you made a good point in saying that if the Ferrari, if Voravood had come to a stop practically to make sure he didn't pass Chris Chia at all through turn 6, yeah, odds on being rear-ended by the 25 Audi would have been very high. And yeah, you don't want to damage your car like that. And I think it's also happened so quickly that, and also it's such a tricky spot at the track that Voravood would have been trying to focus on hitting his marks. You've got bumps on the way through turn 5. You've got to then get over a bump and hop into turn 6 and get it over to the right. I don't see him thinking about exactly how deep the 27 was going. He's just making sure he hits the corner right. But as you said, yeah, in the end, they get the place back on track, racing down to 18 and 19, and yeah. No further
where
action.
do you stand, Dan? I mean, I think it's one of those ones where no matter who you pitch it to, everyone's going to have a different side of the coin. So, I mean, I think I've made myself perfectly clear. I mean, push on. If you're talking letter of the law, you've got to penalise it. You've got to say redress it. If you're talking spirit of the race, I mean, it's obviously not an intentional move to be out there, but you know, you've got to still play on and play to the rules. What do you do from Voravood's perspective? You can't stop on the racing line down there at turn 6. You'll have an Audi in your back seat effectively.
Yeah. I am just simply of the opinion that the only way, that no pass could have happened is if Voravood had followed. They would have all had to go offline and follow Chris Chia way out wide at turn 6. I think that's the only way you ensure the letter of the law was followed in that kind of circumstance, and that would have just looked a little bit unusual to say the least. So I think the letter of the law with regards to the race rule there at turn 6 just would have been nigh on impossible to uphold in terms of its practical application. But yeah, they kept on fighting. They got the spot back on track before the safety car came out, and I guess you can say order was restored in a sense, as with the safety car given a bit of a margin, Chris Chia and Lorcan Hanafin will make it 2 wins from 2 in the Thailand Supercar GT for the weekend. Voravood Biron Bhakti will make it 2nd place for Singer Motorsport Team Thailand, with Carlo Van Dam as his co-driver. And Henk Kicks and Eshan Perez, they took 2nd place yesterday, fending off Marcus Winkelhock in his late charge, having taken the second half of the race. But they all make it 2 B-Quik Absolute Racing Audis, sandwiching that Ferrari there on the podium. 6 out of our 7 drivers will finish that race. There, once again, are your top 3. And, well, yeah, Scott, fittingly almost it felt like, final race of the weekend for us. That was an absolutely fantastic race. As you said, that final 25 odd minutes as our bronze class drivers raced for that one there. Had to fight tooth and nail to make that one work.
Mental. Absolutely mental. Of course, with the 25 car being in the barriers under caution there at the tail end of that one, actually finishes behind the cars that finished 1 lap down, which was the number 9 Lexus, and of course the 55 with Vincent at the wheel and Marcus Winkelhock as his co-driver. This is what they looked like an hour ago back at the race start, and a little bit more sun over the course as the sun started to dip. It was the move down here to turn number 1. Had to be done. Had to be aggressive from Marcus Winkelhock. He said, look, if I'm 2nd after turn 1, I've probably just got to settle. So he got the elbows out, he got the job done, and he got 2 second, and Carlo Van Dam got escorted from 1st all the way back to 3rd. It was a strong fight back from them past the 25 car. They had to get the job done of Akash and Andy, and get the job done they did. The number 65, unfortunately, the Aston Martin Vantage, contact with the wall once, and would make contact with the wall once again later on in the piece.
And then as the pit stops came in, well, this was coming up to the pit stops first, actually, as Carlo Van Dam tried to hang on to that second place, and you had Esh and Perez trying to find a way. Pardon me, so not Esh and Perez, that was Akash trying to hang on to the spot. Unfortunately, the Aston would find the wall properly up at turn 15, but he did get that car out and get going. Meanwhile, of course, Marcus able to check out as the race leader, and we were wondering if he would do enough to finally see that 55 take a race win tonight. A couple of cars came in early for the pit stops, including the Aston Martin here at Viper Ninja Racing, as well as the Toyota. But then, as our leading cars came in, Hank Kicks getting in next in that 26 Audi, as it would come out about fourth. But then, all of this post-pit stop here, absolute brawling. Actually, good point. This was pre-pit stop. Good point, Scott. But look at Hanefin getting by Carlo Van Dam, and then, unfortunately, when Winkelhock gets out of the car, and they put in Vincent Floriendo, clutch dramas, 4-minute pit stop, an absolute shocker. But then, this final 25 minutes of a race after the pit stop was absolutely bonkers with these top three going at it.
How good was the driving? Muscles his way past his B-Quik teammate for Chris Chia, and then it would be on to duel down with Vorvu Bombacti in the Ferrari. He'd get the job done here, but not before contact with the rear bumper of that Ferrari, not before contact with the barriers they came through the monument section. Then it was this incident. It'll be debated now. It'll be debated for probably weeks to come. How do you deal with a car that's offline through a mistake in a no passing sector? And in the end of the race, it wouldn't matter. This was the first attempt at overtake from Chris Chia, and then he would try and get himself back under rhythm and try and get this job done. But in the end, it was going to be the mistake, and it was a mistake from Vorvu Bombacti that would allow him on through, and that was it. Race set, race done, and the 25 car, running third at the time, didn't finish the race. Had to be airlifted back up and over the wall and parked on the side of the road, not taking the checkered flag with the rear wing plucked off. Chris Chia, your race winner in the car alongside of his teammate Lorcan Hanefin, didn't finish the race yesterday. Doesn't matter. Top honours. My apologies. Won the race yesterday, won the race today. It was the second car of Vorvu Bombacti and Carlos Van Dam that didn't finish the race yesterday. They'll take second honours here today. And finally through, it'll be Henk Kicks and Eshen Perez for the B-Quik Absolute Racing team. Finishes out of 6 possible podium positions across the 2 races. 5 of them claimed by the Absolute B-Quik Racing team.
Yeah, indeed. It was just what they were, almost a sweep. But as you said, that Ferrari here able to hang on in race number 2. Well, the drivers, the cars, the teams are now down at the pit lane. We'll stand by and see if we get a chance to listen into any of the post-race celebrations and such, and see if there's any part of it that will be able to listen in, understand here in English. But just closing thoughts from me, I guess, Scott, before we listen in. It's been another great day of racing action that we've been able to witness here at the Bang Seng Grand Prix. An incredible diversity of cars. Today it feels like it's been a little bit more chaotic than yesterday, but all in all, definitely been worth it here for me, at least, to be able to bring this coverage for the English broadcast here of the B-Quik Thailand Super Series this weekend.
Yeah, and a reminder, ladies and gentlemen, if you aren't aware, the next race will actually be happening at the Sepang International Circuit in Malaysia, the Malaysian Grand Prix circuit, as it used to exist on the Formula One calendar, August 25th to August 27th. So in just over a month and a half's time, we will be journeying, but that won't be a full complement of our series here. We will have GT3, GTM, GT4, and GTC cars. We'll be making that trip over to Malaysia. All the rest of the series won't actually be making that journey, but it'll be an honor. Honestly, that's the highlight for me. They also have a non-championship round that'll also be coming to you from the Singapore Grand Prix. That will be on the 15th to the 17th of September. It's an invitational race for our guys. They get invited on over there to participate as part of the festivities. Doesn't points pay. Before we finish up the season, ladies and gentlemen, with the final race at the Buriram International Circuit in Chang. In Buriram, it is the Chang International Circuit on the 14th to the 17th of December for the final round of the championship. Dan, it's been a banger. Give me more of this each and every week. Why can't we do this every weekend of the year?
Probably because there are some people who need to now go away and repair a couple of cars, unfortunately, which means that, I think they might appreciate the break and a chance to make sure that their cars are in tip-top condition and ready to go racing once that they're all fixed up. And as you said, the fact that the GT 3, 4, and GTM, GTC cars will all head off to Sepang. Be interesting. Hopefully, I'll get a chance to see some of that remotely, as at this stage I don't know if I'll be required again for English commentary duties. But it's been an absolute pleasure to be here with you, Scott. A big thank you to speedcafe.com for inviting us to make this English broadcast possible for all of those watching both in Thailand apparently and around the world, wherever you may have been. I hope you've enjoyed what we've been able to present to you, and hopefully we've been able to do our little bit to help explain what you're seeing out there on track.
Yeah, mate, I tell you what, that's been a bang-up event, and thank you very much for joining me for the duration. Dan Yeaman, and celebrations will continue long into the night for the absolute B-Quik Racing team, with Chris Cheer and Look and Hannafin behind the wheel. Those drivers obviously racing and taking out both race number 3 and race number 4 of the Thailand Super Series calendar. Don't forget, a month and a half's time, the next time that you'll see racing for the Thailand Super Series. Want to thank all the sponsors that make it possible for Speed Cafe, Truck Assist, Morris Finance, Pertec, RJ Batteries, Mobile One, Michelin, Tyre Plus, Super Cheap Auto, King Chrome, KTM, Macquarie's, Auto Products, Optus, and Lloyd's Classic Car Auctions. Ladies and gentlemen, I've been Scott Rankin. He's been Daniel Yeaman. We've had a whole team on production here. We thank everyone that's been been part of the event, that's joined us over on YouTube right throughout the weekend. Thank you very much to everyone, and we'll see you next time we go racing at the Malaysian Grand Prix.